Chapter 201. I hear the confident voice of a woman fill my ears as Leo disappears through the front entrance of the wooden cabin. My other teammates are a few steps ahead of me, so they enter and I follow soon after, taking one last look over my shoulder, making a mental note of the open desert and lonely deserted town. I walk through the tavern's front door. A bit of dust has kicked up from the five of us walking through, but it settles as I shut the heavy wooden frame behind me. The sight inside is about what I expected. There's a few rectangular tables that line the walls and a long wooden bar at the back of the room. Stone walls and visible support beams jut out, making the room feel much cozier and well-built than it seemed from the outside. To my right, about 5 meters away, there's another smaller bar, but with no drinks or food. Mana crystals and potions line the shelves like a mini-mart, and an old man sits behind it with a kind smile. It seems a bit out of place at first, but still not too surprising. Hunters come through every town. It'd be a waste not to serve our needs. The sight that catches my eye next is the woman named Charlotte. This is the person that greeted the silver-haired artificer as he walked through the door. She's also almost exactly what I expected after hearing her voice. A slightly heavy-set, red-haired woman greets us with a wide white smile. Her voice is much deeper than Maria's or Abby's, but still has a unique feminine charm to it. Her laugh rings out through the room, making this woman the center of attention. Welcome, welcome. You're the new hunters they were telling me about, aren't ya? Come on, take a seat. Still analyzing the scene, I walk forward. The five of us pass a few lone old men sitting at various tables with drinks and empty plates. If I had to guess, they've been here all night. Some stare, others keep their heads down, but none say a word as we make our way over to the smiling woman with rosy red cheeks. She turns around and starts gripping wooden mugs, filling them up with a golden brown liquid from a barrel behind the counter. Welcome to the wall, or as the association calls it, the gate. We're one of the only ways into Section 4. The genuine smile across Leo's face grows as he watches the woman work. Eventually, he motions for us to sit down at one of the nearby tables up close to the bar area. As soon as we sit down, Charlotte comes walking over with handfuls of drinks. Every time she gets near, all my worries seem to fade away. All I want to do is smile back. I hear Ari make a comment from my left side. Now this is how you treat guests. Draft beers with the rising sun. We should start all our mission like this. The loose braided hair of our red-headed waitress bobs behind her as she sets our drinks down on the table. Leo speaks up the moment she does, the usual. A plate for all five of us. These four have a mission on the other side of the wall today. They need to be ready. She smirks, pushing a drink to each of us and letting her gaze wander up and down until her green eyes meet mine. You're the one Brutus told me to keep an eye on. No trouble until you leave. Got it? Leo shrugs while Maria and Abby giggle. I throw my hands in the air but graciously take the drink she pushes towards me while rolling my eye and responding. Great to meet you too. I'm Jay. She gives me a firm nod, matching my smile, then begins to turn around. I read up on each of you before you arrived, so save the intros. I know you better than you know yourselves. Leo smirks and whispers to us in a hinged tone. She's probably right. Charlotte is very perceptive. I squint, activating my inspect and appraisal skills as she walks behind the cluttered bar, yelling something through a door to what seems to be a small backroom kitchen. LV 243, active items, enchanted earrings, 55% mental strength, active skills, inspect, special grade, charm, special grade, underscore 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 underscore. I let out a light sign under my breath, relieved that she doesn't have any perception skills that are able to pick out any details I'm not looking to share. This is the second person I've met with a special grade inspect skill. Unfortunately, the first gave his up to me in the heat of battle back in my hometown. I know how it works because I have it. She can see all of our levels, that's about it. Charm, on the other hand, I've never heard of a skill like this. I can only imagine what it does. I deactivate my skills but continue to hold my tight gaze. Abby interrupts my concentration, posing a question to Leo. So, now that we've been blindly dragged halfway across the country, could you explain a bit about our mission? Gates? Sections? Why these dungeons are all breaking? I need some answers here. Ari tips the back of his mug to the ceiling as he finishes his drink in a single gulp. The archer places the mug back on the table firmly. Grinning, and crossing his arms without saying a word, Maria turns to the silver-haired man wide-eyed, ready to hear what he has to say. I do the same, but still, keep an eye on the redhead leaning up against the door of the backroom. Leo nods and replies, understandable. I think we can get into the details now. He leans forward, placing both hands on the wooden table with a light thud. Our drinks slosh and the room goes silent. The wall outside stretches across the entire dark continent. It was built after the Great War just 50 years ago. The association refers to the land inside this first wall as Gate 1. I bring my mug of cool liquid to my lips, chugging some, but immediately feel my passive poison resistance skill activate, nullifying its effects. Leo goes on, as you've probably inferred, the fact that the gate is labeled with a number means there are more inner gates. Our mission today has nothing to do with them. To make it easier on all of you, let's say the Dark Continent is a perfect circle. Clearly, it's not. It's more of a jagged sideways egg shape, but a circle will be good for a visual. My mind begins to wonder, piecing together all the information that's been given so far as the silver-haired artificer goes on. So, a circle. With the inner walls of Gate 2 cutting out the center, we're left with a donut-shaped landmass. It's cut into 4 sections pretty evenly, leaving us with 4 curved sections. We're on the lower east side of the continent. Section 4, the 4 of us at the table nod, thinking to ourselves as this all becomes a bit more clear. Then, Ari speaks up, what about the towns inside? I know the association doesn't care one bit to supply them with resources to survive, but I clearly remember back in our meeting we were told to protect them at all costs. You have anything to say about that? Leo tightens his lips and nods. They're human beings. Of course, we'll protect them. The government's allocation of resources is not my field of expertise, I just work here. I'm not exactly sure what you want me to say about this. A lot of the Dark Continent towns and cities were founded by rogues and runaways after the war. Even though the new generations may be innocent people, they still don't have a right to citizenship in our nation. They'd have to go through immigration just like any foreigner would. Ari lets out a light scoff, rolling his eyes, then shrugging it off. He raises his mug and makes eye contact with Charlotte in the back of the room. She shouts back, another round coming up, your meals are almost ready too. Ari turns back to Leo, I was just curious on your position, no hard feelings. Leo nods, none taken. He looks over to Abby, I believe you have the map that shows the rough positioning of each break. Also, you all know how to clear a dungeon, right? I assume you've done it before if you've gotten this far. Abby replies, yeah, all we have to do is take out the mutant boss and the dungeon will collapse. Even the monsters that escaped from the break will disappear from the surrounding area. Leo nods, perfect, after we eat and get your housing situated. I'll let Charlotte lead you to the gate so you can begin your mission. I grin excitedly. It's been ages since I got to witness a break firsthand. There's always much better loot from mutant drops, and even unique skills sometimes. This is going to be a fun mission. I hear the red-headed bartender come skipping over with 2 massive circular trays of steaming hot breakfast foods along with juices and water. Dig in, you all have a long day ahead of you. Chapter 202, Charlotte, the orange-haired bartender comes over to us with a bright smile across her face and 2 steaming hot circular trays of food, pitchers of juices and ice-cold water slosh around, making my mouth water at the sight of them. Dig in, you all have a long day ahead of you. We do as she says. After 30 minutes of a satisfying feast, the 5 of us sit back and enjoy the peace and quiet of a near-empty tavern in the middle of the open desert on a full stomach of good food. Charlotte watches from the back of the bar, keeping an eye on the door and other lingering guests. I'm too curious to wait any longer. I look over to her and our eyes meet as I speak up, hey. Great meal. I appreciate the hostility, but could I ask, what do you do for the association exactly? I'm just new around here, I didn't even know these walls existed yesterday, she replies in an excited tone as she makes her way over. Well, you're welcome, I'm glad you enjoyed it. If you must know, I'm the Gate 1, Section 4 lookout. There aren't many towns around here, so if anyone's looking to catch a ride on the train out, they'll have to stop by this town. I have a pretty good eye for troublemakers, and can get people to talk if I need them to. My gaze tightens. You can make people talk, Leo interrupts, charge the best the association's got. If you need questions answered, she'll get 'em for you. The orange-haired bartender turns to Leo, tightening her lips and letting high a half-nervous laugh before responding and hitting Leo on the shoulder with a playful slap. Hey, you know I like to keep that a secret before I get to know new guests. He rolls his eyes. Yeah. These 4 aren't your average hunters though, try it out. Let's see if your smooth talk can do anything to this bunch. She looks back over to me. Instantly, I feel that soothing sensation I experienced when I first walked in. The first time around it was nice, but now, I know something's up. My battle instincts kick in, and I activate my all-seeing eye. Something doesn't feel right. The woman begins walking over to me and speaks in a slower rhythmic tone. Sure, Leo, I'll give it a shot, but it's always more fun when they aren't suspicious. As my perception skill activates, I begin to see a light orange-colored mist surrounding her body. It spreads out and engulfs our entire table the second she gets close. I don't feel threatened, quite the opposite actually. The closer and closer she gets, the more I don't mind this odd invisible mist. My smile matches hers and my all-seeing eye deactivates once she puts her arm around my shoulder. So, tell me something about yourself, Jay. Something I wouldn't know. In a daze, I begin to speak. Something you wouldn't know? Well, there's Dash. I pause as I feel MP being drained from me. I tighten my jaw and lurch back, realizing exactly what's going on. My poison resistance passive skill has kicked in, and it's nullifying the effects of something. Everything clicks as I dart my eyes back and forth to see my teammates blissfully unaware of what's going on. Charlotte's eyes meet mine, sharper than before. I reactivate my all-seeing eye to watch the light orange mana-imbued fig retract back into her body. She takes her arm away from my shoulder and lets out a laugh. Well, I guess that answered my question, doesn't it? You are a unique bunch, aren't ya? They wouldn't choose you all as the next elites at such a young age without good reason, I guess. Leo smirks, and my teammates don't seem to realize what happened at all. I keep my eyes locked on her. She speaks up again. I won't use that ability on you or your teammates, I promise. Sorry for the intrusion, I thought it'd be fun. I turn to the silver-haired artificer and he shrugs. I knew you'd resist her charms. Well, I had a feeling at least, just wanted to see if you could. He laughs. I swallow hard, then reply with a long sigh, sitting back in my chair. They're just trying to have some fun. I guess I shouldn't overreact too much, but I have too much at stake to be goofing around like this. This was a good wake-up call. Although this little train ride and team reunion has been nice. Once we make it over that wall, our time for leisure will be over. There will be monsters trying to kill us at every turn. It's time to get serious. Ari speaks up. Alright, I'm just going to ignore whatever that was. Let's stop wasting time. I want to get over that wall. Maria chimes in. Me too. I want to test out my new skills on some real danger. Charlotte smiles, and I hear a train whistle blow in the background. She turns to Leo. That's your cue. There isn't another train for a few hours. You either take that one out of here or you're stranded in the bar with these fellas. She points at the near-lifeless drunks, scattered throughout the desolate bar. Leo gets up from his seat at that comment and begins walking to the door. Well, on that note I better be off. Char, be nice to them. You four, good luck, bring me back some good loot. He smirks and kicks open the tavern door to catch the incoming train. We're all left in silence. The bartender continues. So, you all want to take a look at the other side of the wall? I can take you there now. I stare at the swinging door as Leo walks away towards the train. Abby's voice snaps me out of it. Yeah, let's take a look. I've been itching to see what's on the other side since we got here. Char replies, perfect. Follow me, we're going for a short walk. It shouldn't take more than 10 minutes to get to the first viable entrance point, she yells out to the older man running the small mini-mart at the front entrance of the tavern. Hey Dan, take care of the place. I'm taking the hunters out for a walk. He gives her a firm nod but doesn't say a word. Charlotte begins walking at a brisk pace toward the front door. Let go, no time to waste. One of the breaks is nearby. Maybe you'll all be able to take that one out by lunchtime. I turn to all my teammate with a grin on my face. It seems like our monster hunting has about to begin. We all get up from the table and follow the red-headed woman out the front door. She takes a sharp left turn, following a small sandy dirt road away from town. Her steps are quick and nimble, much more agile and coordinated than she first lead on. No more than 3 minutes pass and we're already hundreds of meters away from the small settlement of wooden buildings. She calls out, almost there, don't you worry. I wipe sweat from my forehead and follow. Maria skips along by my side as Abby stares up at the high wall to our left side. Ari follows behind with his arms crossed. We're walking closer to the massive wall, but also making out way parallel to it. I don't see a gate or entrance in sight. All I can see for kilometers is an impossibly high stone wall. Something has been off ever since we left the small city. I can feel small vibrations in the air. I activate my all-seeing eye. The moment my skill activates, it all begins to make a bit more sense. The wall is mana imbued, just slightly. Not nearly enough to fully pick up without my precision skill. But clear as day with it activated, I whisper under my breath as my eyes follow the towering mana-shielded wall all the way to the horizon. How odd, shielding like this would cost a fortune, and this wall was made 50 years ago. I ponder the thought for a few minutes but give up on trying to figure it out once Charlotte's voice rings out from in front of us. Here we are. The entrance to Gate 1, Section 4. We all come to a halt, the desert air is dry, there's hardly a plant in sight, and the hot sun is beating down on the back of my neck is already burning my skin. I blink, staring blankly at rungs of thin dark metal that create a ladder jutting off from the side of the wall all the way up to the top. The corners of my mouth begin to curl and I let out a laugh followed by the chuckles of my teammates. This is the entrance to the wall. Ha! The orange-haired woman jumps up to grab one of the rungs and begins to climb quickly and gracefully. The real Section 4 entrance hasn't been touched in decades. This is one of the only non-shielded portions of the wall that we can climb. Other than here, you'd be fried to ash the moment you got close. Come on, no more questions, follow me. I smirk, then jump up to grab one of the metal rungs. The moment my hand touches it, my skin feels like it's being seared on a hot pan. I let go and curse under my breath, regenerating my hand behind my back. Char calls out again, "Oh yeah, and be careful." The bars are hot. I activate my body hardening crystals to cover my palms. This makes holding the rungs a lot easier. I follow the redhead upwards. Maria activates her ice magic to do the same and follows behind me. Abby similarly covers her hands with a layer of stone. Ori grabs a pair of work gloves from his item storage. I should have thought of that. It's a long climb upwards. Even at our fast pace, it still takes a few minutes to get to the top. I'm sweating and breathing heavily by the time we do. The five of us look over the edge, and I can't believe the sight before my eyes. Charlotte was right, the first dungeon break is nearby. It's right below us, in fact. Our mission in the Dark Continent has finally begun. Chapter 203. I peer down into the desolate landscape behind the stone wall that blocks the Dark Continent from the rest of the world. There are rolling hills or sand and jagged pillars of rock that stick out in seemingly random formations. Abandoned dirt roads lead off in all directions and the hint of civilization still lingers, barely. I can feel the slight buzzing vibrations of a strong mana shield not too far away both on my left and right sides. What Charlotte said about the wall earlier makes sense to keep monsters inside these walls. A very strong barrier needs to be built in place. I just don't understand how exactly this massive structure was made. That'll be a question for another time, I guess. Looking out into the desert before me, I see multiple plumes of smoke way off in the distance, and approaching are smaller clouds of dust and sand. Their movements are definitely not human. The amount of material being stirred up is way too large. They must be monsters, I whisper under my breath. There's at least half a dozen monsters coming our way right now. I smirk, looking down at the light golden brown dust clouds and swirling sand below. Activating my inspect and appraisal skills, I scope out the targets approaching right away. They're under 200 meters from us and incoming fast. LV 395, LV 395, LV 395, LV 395. LV 395, LV 395, underscore 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 underscore. Active items: enchanted sand golem's core, 88% mental strength. Active skills: combat magic, earth summoning, underscore 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 underscore. The closer I look, the clearer those 6 clouds of dust flying up into the air distinctively become. I smile, looking over at my teammates. I see their excited looks as well. Golems, I've never fought one of these before. Ori reaches into his item box to take out his bow. Maria's hands begin to glow light blue, while Abby's feet glow a deep emerald green. The orange-haired bartender that let us out here speaks up in a cheerful tone after she lets out a chuckle. Well, you 4 look ready for battle already. I assume the association received the copy of that map I sent over. Abby nods, and Char continues. This is the closest break to the wall. There are no towns or people nearby. It was all abandoned years ago. This one should be one of the easiest breaks. Golems may be tricky at first, but once you get used to them they aren't much trouble to take out. Well, that's what some of the elites that pass through have told me. I nod, trying to get a good view of one of them, but the 40-meter drop in long distance are making it difficult to see. Charlotte continues while pointing out into the desert. The break shouldn't be more than a kilometer or so that way. On a clear day, you can usually see the portal from atop the wall. This whole week the desert has been acting up. More sandstorms and dungeon breaks than ever before. The visibility has decreased a lot. I'm sure you'll all manage to find it though. She smiles, crossing her arms as the ominous dust clouds get closer and closer to the base of the wall that we're standing on. I look down, seeing no ladder on this side of the wall. I could float us all down with my wind magic, but I'm not looking to do that with the association's charming lookout right behind me. Abby speaks up. Well, what are we waiting for? Enough sitting around, let's go kill some monsters. She jumps off the side of the wall without a moment of hesitation and begins to glow bright green. My eyes widen as I watch stone materialize beneath her feet. A floating staircase leads downwards behind her as she gracefully jumps from step to step. Follow me, I've learned a few tricks since we all fought together. It's time to show off. Maria lets out a laugh and jumps off the high ledge as well. Following closer behind on Abby's staircase of stone, Ari smirks and jumps after them, making his way down to the desert floor too. I turn to Charlotte and she nods, giving me a word of goodbye. Best of luck down there. Come on back to the tavern whenever you all need a break. I'm sure there's lodging in some of the smaller towns deeper into the Dark Continent. Staying there will make your travels easier. But my bar is always open to ya if you need to come back. May your hunt be bountiful. I give her a firm nod, then jump off the wall to land on the first stone step made by Abby's advanced earth summoning. Appreciate it. We'll be back before you know it. I turn and follow my team downward while reaching into my item box and pulling out my flaming sword. I sense the stone staircase rumbling behind me. I turn my head to watch it begin disintegrating just a few meters from my steps, giving me just enough room for comfortable strides. I think to myself as I make my way down, materializing stairs like this is a neat trick. I'll have to test out something similar with my own earth magic soon. Bursting into flames, I run down the steps and make it all the way to the desert floor. Mere seconds later, the four of us land on the ground with a thud. I look forward, activating my enemy detection skill to scope out the monsters ahead. The wide grins can be found across all of our faces. It feels like forever since I've been in a real battle. This is going to be good. 60M, 60M, 100M, 100M, 150M, 170M, I call out. They'll be attacking in groups of 2. Let's split up and take them out. Then, we'll make a game plan for the actual break. A unanimous firm nod is my response as Maria and Abby start running towards the enemies without a moment of pause. I watch the green-haired healer take out 2 black daggers. Then they begin to glow to match her aura. Maria takes out a long thin silver sword, one I'd never seen before. It begins to glisten and glow a similar color to her ice magic. I use appraisal on the 2 items out of curiosity. Enchanted daggers, Q, Earth aspect, 89% strength, 81% agility, 81% speed. Enchanted long sword, Q, Ice aspect, 93% strength, 79% agility, 79% speed. I do a double take, but it's exactly as expected. They've managed to get element-imbued weapons, most likely a treat from the director. Their stats are pretty good, almost on par with some of my gear. The only thing that I'm unsure of is that Q marking on both of them. The girls' blue and green auras grow brighter and brighter as I watch the ground ripple beneath Abby's feet and the sand and air around Maria freeze solid. Leaving a 5M wide path of pure glistening ice behind her, Ari looks over to me, drawing his bow and creating a thin white arrow. I activate my all-seeing eye and am thoroughly surprised by the precision at which it is being summoned. His unique skill allows him to draw spirit-imbued mana just like my fire magic has fire or elemental-imbued mana. It's formed into a dense and thin arrow with similar qualities to the attacks I release from my sword and dagger. It's hard to tell its exact power from just a glance, but if I had to guess, it seems to be thin and dense enough to break through a berserker's shielding. This is most likely not his full power. Was he hiding his strength before? Was I too weak to tell? Or was his training that intense? Ari speaks up. Hey, you ready? I shake my head, then smirk, igniting my entire body into a dark ball of dark fire. As ready as I'll ever be. We both turn and run toward the approaching dust clouds with our eyes locked on the towering shadows of the approaching enemies. I know they're golems. I've even read about these creatures before, massive stone semi-humanoid creatures without a soul. The power within them must come from their cores. I'm betting on that being their weak spot. Other than that, this is completely new territory for me. I've never seen one before. I thought my first golem encounter would be in a dungeon, but I guess I'll be facing them out here in the real world. My battle-ready smile grows as I begin to hear and feel the rumbling sound of large beasts approaching. The first 2 massive monsters begin to finally come into my visual range. 18M, 20M, Maria and Abby lunge straight into battle. 10M ahead of us. My gaze begins to rise upwards as the monsters we're about to face finally come into full view. This is it, our first team battle in the Dark Continent is getting started. Chapter 204. Our first battle in the Dark Continent is getting started. The hard sand-covered ground feels like it's rumbling beneath my feet. The cloud of golden brown dust in front of us grows larger and larger until one of the monsters finally shows itself. My gaze lifts upwards as Abby and Maria charge at the beast that finally reveals its form. A pair of dark orange glowing eyes is the first thing that I see appear through the cloud of sand, then a 2-meter thick arm of stone reaches out to hit the ground by the two girls' feet with a ground-cracking thud. Unlike the armor of the behemoth I fought recently, the stone covering this beast's body is part of its being. I watch the rest of the monster come out from its veil of sand. A massive stone humanoid figure comes stomping out. The sound of stones scraping together fills my ears while I watch the 6-meter-tall monster let out a roar. It lunges forward, glowing lines of dark orange energy begin to shine brightly around its chest. They look like pulsing veins of mana that spread all throughout its body. Their energy frequency gets lighter and lighter the further from its midsection they travel. I whisper under my breath as I watch Abby create floating stone stairs upwards, gripping her daggers. The summoned rocks disintegrate the moment her feet leave them. My eyes are locked on the orange light within the golem. That must be its core. Maria runs around its left side and her sword begins to glow a much darker blue. The orange eyes of this monster track both of the girls at once. Its face shows a gruesome beast-like expression made out of sand and stone. It's an imitation of a human's face, but distorted and constantly shifting as it moves around the battlefield with slow yet powerful thrusts of its arms and legs. Abby jumps up at the monster with her black blades now glowing green, while Maria starts swinging her sword upwards from below. My eyes open wide as I watch 3 crescents of energy erupt from their weapons. 2 green beams of light come shooting from Abby's daggers while a thick blue blade of ice comes from Maria's sword. I grin, letting out an impressed laugh as the attacks hit the monster's shoulder and lower leg. An explosion of rock and ice fills my vision, then the sound of a familiar metallic clang fills my ears. Ari and I jump backward while watching the dust clouds erupt upwards, then slowly settle. The attacks they let loose were powerful, but far from refined at all. It seems Maria and Abby are in their brute force phase of mana control training. The roar of the first golem sounds out and I see the orange glow of its eyes shine brighter. The sand and rock residue in the air starts to fall back into the monster's injured arm and leg. Its limbs were completely blown off in the attack, but it's able to reform any part of its body at will. Abby and Maria are way ahead of the curve. Both of them have drank MP potions and are already charging up another attack. I watch the ground around the monster ripple. This is Abby's magic, not the golem's. Heavy mana-imbued stone holds its legs in place, and Maria launches an attack at its torso. A metallic twang and explosion of ice forces out a frustrated roar of agony from the massive monster stuck in place. Stone flies in all directions as Abby releases her own dual attack into its weakened torso. Another metallic twang of mana on mana followed by flying stone and a bright explosion of orange energy concludes this battle. It's over already. In a dazzling display of bright blue and green light, the mighty stone desert golem is blown to pieces. I watch a shattered black orb fall from the monster's midsection and its eyes fade from their fiery glowing orange hue to a pair of dull gray lifeless round stones. The remains of a fierce monster crumble to the ground, leaving nothing but sand and stone in its place. With no time to waste, an identical golem comes charging in from a nearby dust cloud and both Abby and Maria take it on without a moment to think. I stare in awe for a moment, then Ari elbows me in the side. They really have grown a lot already, haven't they? He smirks, and I nod. The archer points off to the other clouds of dust and sand approaching. 2 pairs of glowing orange eyes can be seen from a distance. Come on, those 2 are ours. Let's take them out. Without another word, the 2 of us begin running toward the pair of golems with our weapons drawn. Ari summons an arrow and I charge my sword. I'll only use 300 MP for this monster. With the density and control of my attacks, more would be overkill. Activating my all-seeing eye and we run closer to the beasts, letting our attacks fly. The monstrous slow-moving golems activate their shielding moments before impact. But my thin black crescent of flames glides right through its chest without any resistance. I watch the thin white arrow shot from Ares' bow glide through the brightest point of the golem's core right next to mine. Before we're even 15 meters away from the 2 colossal monsters of stone, their roars have stopped and their circular glowing cores have gone cold. Both creatures of golden brown sand and stone crumble to the ground. The dust clouds dissipate while Ari and I keep running forward. With eyes locked on the final 2 golems, the end of this battle is in sight. As I pass the rubble of the monsters we just took out, my eyes catch a glimpse of the leftover pieces of the glossy black core. Using my appraisal skill, I scan it as we pass. Shattered golem's core, its mental strength boosting stat is gone, along with that enchanted tag and its sand description, without a dungeon for the mana material to absorb back into. I wonder how drops will work out here. They may just completely dissolve once the break is cleared. Or maybe a percentage of them will stay in solid form. In time, I'll find out. Looking back up to the action, I see Maria and Abby both finish up their last golem and join us on our run toward the final 2. Each of us glows green, blue, white, and dark red as we charge at the monsters. Once within range, the orange eyes of the final 2 golems give us a clear target to strike. With wind in my hair and the excitement of a new adventure ahead, I let an attack fly. All of my teammates do the same, releasing a wave of mana at the 2 approaching golems. We all celebrate early, knowing these beasts never stood a chance. A moment later, after a flash of blue and green light, both of the golems are torn to shreds, then finished off by a thin white arrow and a dark crescent of flames. Before the monsters are even within full view, they crumble to the floor and the dust. Of our first team battle settles, I slow my run down to a light jog, then even more into a slow walk. Eventually, we all come to a halt and the swirling dust around us clears to reveal the wide open desert. Ari stops right beside me and throws his bow back into his item box. I do the same with my sword after sending out an enemy detection pulse to make sure we're all in the clear. There's not a single being within over 500 meters of us. We're safe for a while. I let out a sigh and take in the empty desert view as Abby and Maria approach. The blonde-haired ice magic user yells out in an excited tone, "That was awesome! More! Let's go find that break," I smile, responding as both of them slow down and come to a stop. I agree, moving on to the break next is a good plan. We've all improved a lot, but this is just the beginning. Abby nods firmly and chimes in, pulling out the roughly drawn map. You're right. This break is labeled number 1, the weakest of all 6. Let's collect these broken cores, then head out to clear the boss room. We all reply with a firm nod, then Ari points to the map. It looks like there's a small settlement we can visit afterward too. It's not far. I know this portion of desert like the back of my hand. We'll be entering the sun-scorched flats over the next few days. Our last break looks like it's near a city named Solara. He stares out into the rolling sandy hills. I guess all of you will get to see my hometown sooner than I thought. Chapter 205, the 4 of us backtrack and collect all the shattered black cores from the fallen golems. Their bodies of rock and sand have not disappeared at all, they're just laying in chunks and piles all over the desert floor. It's been close to 10 minutes now, so that confirms my theory that the monsters that die out here won't dissolve until the dungeon collapses. The cores from the monsters that Abby and Maria took on are blown to pieces. The 2 of that Ari and I face solo seem to still almost be in a fully salvageable state. They're made of a hard black glossy crystal-like material. It glistens in the midday sun as I pick one of them up to examine at a closer range. The core is palm-sized and about 3 kilograms. It's pretty heavy and feels like it's about to fall apart if I hold it any longer. I throw the fragments of one of the cores into my item box, and Air does the same with his. Abby and Maria collect the larger fragments of the other golems and store them in their item boxes as well. We might as well grab everything we can get. These fragments may be valuable if they don't dissolve once the dungeon collapses. Abby speaks up, "Alright, let's all head to the break." I activate enemy detection and start to sense more monsters in the direction Abby points. They're approaching fast, in groups of 3 to 6. I reach back into my item box to pull out my flaming sword, then think about throwing on my armor. It's not necessary for these battles yet, but it wouldn't hurt to be prepared for the boss if it's a high-level mutant. I speak up before we leave, pulling out my bonded set of lightweight armor. "Hey, 1 second. Let me throw this new armor on." Maria's eyes light up and she walks over while I fit the gear to my chest and arms. "These are nice. Where'd you buy them? The association shop? Or was it a rare drop?" Or, I smirk, clicking the last silver piece onto my forearm, letting a few hundred mana points flow through the entire bonded set. "It was a labyrinth drop. I got it in a boss room while training this week." Ari joins the conversion. "Nice set. You'll have to show me around the capital labyrinth when we get back." I nod, then he points to Abby already making her way into the open desert. "Come on, let's go." The 3 of us follow, continuing our trek through the desert. According to Abby's calculations, the break is about 1.5 kilometers northeast of us. The closer we get, the more enemies I spot on my radar. They can be tracked by once they come within 200 meters or so. The visibility was all right up on top of the wall, but the rising and falling hill of the desert landscape make it harder to see where we were headed. I'm relying on Abby's sense of direction and double-checking it by following the higher density areas of enemies nearby. We run into another few groups of golems on the way, but easily take them out. Every enemy ranges from levels 394 to 396. Even fighting one-on-one, all 4 of us can take the golems out on our own without a problem. By the time we reach the portal, I have 6 full cores worth of fragments in my item box. Maria calls out from beside Abby up front, "That's it." I see it, the break. We climb up a final sandy hill and I see it as clear as day. There's a large dark red swirling portal of mana-imbued transport magic. As we stare, more stone golems pour out. The sound of stone scraping stone fills my ears as they step into our world. The four of us jump down the hill and take out the final group in a matter of seconds, then jump through the blood-red gate. Once inside, I look around to notice the landscape of the golem dungeon. The ground is hard stone, the exact same light brown color as the monsters we've been fighting. There's a bright blue sky above and raised plateaus of rock walls and deep valleys for as far as the eye can see. What puts a smile on my face is the approaching hordes of golems, unaware that they'll soon meet their end. Using inspect and enemy detection, I scape out the area. My teammates get situated and take in the view as well. Just like the monsters outside, mostly all the golems in here seem to be around level 395. Although, closer to the back of the boss room, I sense two readings well over level 400. It's odd though. My inspect skill labels each of them with a singular level while my enemy detection skill refers to these monsters as multiple enemies. I'll have to face them and scan with my all-seeing eye to get a better sense of what's going on. The four of us make our way through the unique landscape for over an hour. For the large portions of deep valleys and canyons where it would take too long to walk down, Abby leads the way, creating her floating stairs that crumble behind us. I could give it a try myself, but she seems very content as the navigational leader right now. There's no need to show off just yet. I'm waiting eagerly for the mutants and boss to come. As we get closer and closer, the incoming golems get stronger. They're not powerful enough to put up a great fight yet, but their levels are nearing 400. Another oddity I've found is that these golems dissolve back into the stone ground after they're defeated, even the shattered cores. None of the 24 monsters that we've defeated so far have dropped a single item either. Finally, an hour into our trek, we make it to a point of very open flatland. There's a massive structure of orange-brown stone to our left and a ravine to our right, peering downward. I can't even see the bottom. We come to a halt and I take out some water to give to everyone in the group. Ari looks down into the darkness below with me, then turns around. We're about halfway there, right? Abby chimes in. Yep, I nod, picking up a few readings with my skills active in the background. 1200 m, LV of 409, LV of 408. The distance between us and these final enemies is about the same as the distance we've already traveled into this dungeon so far. Between us and the mutants, there are about 40 more golems coming our way. I kick a rock down into the empty pit below. After waiting a few seconds, and hearing no impact with any ground, I speak up. There's 2 mutants about a kilometer away. If I had to guess, they're in front of the boss room. We continue our short break and take out the golems that block our path. Not a single one of them drops an item. The 4 of us are definitely over-leveled for this break, but it's a good warm-up for what's to come. Finally, after nearly 2 hours in this mid-grade C-class dungeon, the action finally begins. 100 m, LV of 409, LV of 408. The flat ground we've been trekking on for over a kilometer makes a steep drop off and a cliff falls down below us. We peer over the edge, and the mutants I've been waiting for show their faces nearly 50 meters below. As we walk to the edge of the cliff, 2 sets of bright orange eyes lock onto us. These beasts are over 7 meters tall each and are made from much darker looking stone. It seems to be stained orange from the energy coming out of its core. The small cracks and gaps in their bodies of stone shine bright with mana-imbued energy. Their faces look even more gruesome than their minions, and I can hear the light buzz of mana in the air from here. Their shielding is already activated even though we haven't thrown a single attack. Right behind them is a dark gray swirling boss room portal. I activate my all-seeing eye, and everything begins to make a lot more sense. The reason my readings showed 2 enemies per mutant is because they each have 2 cores, clear as day. With my perception skill active, I can see a glowing orange core in each monster's forehead and chest. How interesting. Ari smirks and charges up an arrow, releasing it with great precision down at one of the golems below. I watch as it collides with the shielding in front of this golem's chest. There's a flash of white light and an explosion of stone that obliterates the core. Rock fragments are sent flying in all directions and a cloud of dust hides the 2 figures from view. He crosses his arms, but I watch attentively through the debris with my all-seeing eye on full blast. As the rock and dust clear from the air, the scattered stone begins to reform and the golem stands up to its feet without a scratch on its exterior. The monster is completely healed, despite its core being shattered to bits. I take a closer look to see the energy in its forehead's core pulse brightly. My gaze drops down to its chest and the pieces of dead black core fragments come back together. Its chest starts to glow orange again. Seconds later, both cores are as good as new. It lets out a murderous roar, taunting us to come down and face it. I let out a laugh, then turn to the archer. Good shot, but it looks like it's going to take a bit more than that to take out these mutants. as soon as I finish my sentence, the swirling mass of mana behind the two monsters pulses to let out an eerie wave of energy. It can only be picked up by my all-seeing eye. Soon after, the boss room portal turns a slightly darker shade of gray. Chapter 206. I watch the boss room portal turn a darker shade of gray after the eerie energy pulses out from it. I can't feel it, but my all-seeing eye picks up a reading of a nearly invisible mana shootout in all directions. More importantly, there are two mutant golems guarding the boss room portal with dual cores. The landscape below is less dry and flat than up here. Small green and yellow shrubs grow out from the bases of high orange rock structures scattered along the desert floor. A bright blue sky shines bright behind them in all directions. Ares' last shot just confirmed that if both cores and the mutants aren't broken, these monsters can regenerate back up to their full unaltered forms using just one. That's my best guess. I look over to my teammates, then ignite my sword into flames. The rest of them all activate their active battle skills and we all jump from the high ledge down into action. Both of the vicious-looking monsters watch us fall, and they let out roars that vibrate through the air. Abby activates her earth magic for Maria and Ari to use as stepping stones while I freefall with my eyes locked on the two now approaching golems, less than 5 meters from the ground. I decide to activate some of my untested combat magic. If necessary, I can use my wind magic to slow my descent, but I know it won't be a problem. Although I haven't used these skills much yet, I can feel what they're capable of. Activating my earth magic, along with mana manipulation, I easily liquefy the ground below me. In my perception, with my all-seeing eye skill active, the ground below me looks like a bright white and pink glowing malleable form of pure mana to shape into whatever my heart desires. To anyone looking from the outside, the orange rock below me rises up in the shape of two thin pillars to touch the soles of my boots. The mana-imbued stone collides with my feet and instantly begins to climb up my legs as I fall to the floor. Instead of a loud thud and the cracking of stone, my impact is silent. The energy from the fall disperses across the stone floor and it ripples as the orange rock melts off my legs back into the ground below. I deactivate my two combat skills, stomping on the ground with my right foot to make sure it's really solid. The dust and sand that flies up confirm my answer. I turn toward the two mutants to see they've already shortened the distance between us considerably. I use appraisal on the closest one. Active items: Enchanted Sand Golem's Core, 91% mental strength. Enchanted Sand Golem's Core, 91% mental strength. Active skills: Combat Magic, Earth Summoning. Above, Ari jumps in to join as I run at the monster charging in. Both of its cores glow brightly, the layer of shielding over its head and chest thickens as it makes the ground shake with every step. The glowing orange eyes match its core. Fragments of rock float in the air around it, shifting and reforming into its arms and legs as it gains more and more speed. I charge my sword and let out a 500 MP attack aimed at its chest. Ari charges this bow up for a few seconds, then lets a white arrow fly, shooting at the monster's forehead. The moment we release our shots, the mana shielding around the beast's weak points gets denser. The orange energy all throughout its body retracts to protect its power sources. The massive body of stone shrinks. Its arms and legs get shorter and chunks of rock fall away as it focuses its energy elsewhere. Both attacks make contact with its newly improved shielding. Mine glides through, being much too dense and thin to be bothered by the increased power of its defense. Ares' arrow collides just like before, letting off a bright white light and throwing stone chunks off in all directions before destroying the core. The golem's lifeless body crumbles to the floor and shatters into hundreds of smaller pieces by our feet. Two black shattered orbs roll to the ground as well. Behind the monster we just defeated, Abby and Maria take on the second mutant. I'm curious to see how their attacks will hold up against this slightly stronger shielding. They run in glowing bright, but don't go in straight for the offensive at first. Maria runs around the slow-moving golem's feet, summoning thick layers of cold magic to hold it in place. Large blue walls of ice grow larger and larger as the orange glow coming off the monster's head gets increasingly brighter. While holding the golem in place, she charges an attack up in her sword. Glowing darker blue and preparing for the best moment to strike, Abby runs in, jumping from summoned stone to stone, gracefully making her way through the air toward the beast. She activates her earth magic. I watch the face of the mutant totem begin to bend and shift. The shoulders and neck of the beast start to liquefy as Abby temporarily takes control of the monster made of stone. The dark orange creature made from stone strains its body to move, focusing its energy on the affected areas of Abby's magic. It's struggling to gain back control while the green-haired hunter exposes its weak points. Maria takes her opportunity to let out a dark blue crescent of ice-imbued mana straight at both of the glowing cores. Both of them jump backward to avoid the white and blue flash of light that follows. I cover my face with my left arm to shield myself from the incoming debris. Fragments of stone and shattered cores rain from the sky, while Abby and Maria walk out from the settling dust without a single scratch on them. The ice wielder speaks up while powering down her sword. Those mutants were pretty strong. I almost had to use my full power. Abby twirls her daggers and agrees. Yeah, I can tell they didn't have advanced earth magic from the start. Even so, their mana control compensates for it. I raise an eyebrow and the green-haired healer continues. A higher level of mana control can overpower any skill if it's strong enough. Even if it's an upgraded version of it, I nod slowly, as this makes sense, but I never really gave it much thought. Abby turns to the portal, then it pulses again. Another wave of mana comes out and runs through all of our bodies. It doesn't feel like anything, just like last time. It can't be perceived with any normal senses. The portal behind the approaching girls gets slightly darker. The four of us regroup and try to collect the fallen fragments of cores left behind by the two mutants. Unfortunately, they dissolve into the rocky dungeon floor. Still, no drops. I turn to the twisting gray boss room portal in the middle of the rocky desert, then back to my team. Ready to clear our first dungeon break? With a resounding yes from all of my teammates, we waste no more time and jump through. The four of us activate our active combat skills and charge our weapons, ready to fight. Once transported through the boss room portal, anything can happen. We'll be facing a mutant boss. Once through, a dry heat wave hits me and I activate my enemy detection, inspect, and appraisal skills while squinting to try and take in the view. The sky is bright white and the ground beneath my feet feels like it hasn't felt rain in years. My eyes adjust to the light, and I see the readings my skills have picked up in my mind's eye. 100M, LV of 443, active items, Enchanted Sand Golem's Core, 105% mental strength. Enchanted Sand Golem's Core, 105% mental strength. Enchanted Sand Golem's Core, 105% mental strength. Enchanted Sand Golem's Core, bonded, 120% mental strength. Active skills, combat magic, earth summoning. It has 4 cores. Chapter 207. It has 4 cores. My eyes adjust to the overly bright boss room light and see the readings my data collection skills have gathered. The final boss is 100 meters away. It's level 443 and it has 4 cores, one of which is bonded. I'm not entirely sure what this additional detail means, but I do know is we have a monster to defeat. This is our first of many boss rooms that I'm looking forward to this week. The four of us run forward into the blinding light ahead. I speak up as the landscape comes into view. The boss is straight ahead. It has 4 cores. Let's split up and take each one of them out together from all sides. Abby and Maria run off to my left and right while Ari trails behind me to take the rear. Even after my eyes adjust, the sky above is blindingly white, and the ground below my feet is made of dark orange rock and sand. There isn't a plant in sight. There are rolling hills and a few rock structures in the distance, but overall the room seems pretty plain. This makes finding the golem much easier. The boss monster in question shows its face immediately. Growing up from the orange stone glow below, I watch a towering 8-meter-tall beast materialize from the Dunnigan floor. The sound of rocks scraping together fills my ears and its lifeless eyes stare us down, filled with a desire to kill. I feel the air pressure shift all around us and the buzzing sensation of mana tickles my bones as an ear-shattering roar fills the room. The massive humanoid creature, made entirely of stone, charges forward, leaving mountains of stone in its wake. With every step it takes, the monster absorbs more dungeon material and leaves excess behind. I can clearly make out the 4 cores, even without my all-seeing eye activated. There's one at his forehead glowing bright orange, and 2 on the back of each hand matching its hue. The 4th one in its chest is much different than the others. It pulses light pink, emanating pure mana rather than the orange-imbued energy from the other 3. This must be the bonded core. Seconds later, the monster is less than 20 meters away and readying its first attack. The golem casts a dark shadow over us even from this distance. I charge up my sword with a 1000 MP strike. There's no reason to go easy on this beast. Overkill is the best option. With a swift swing of my sword, the black flaming crescent flies straight for its chest. My teammates let out their mana-imbued strikes as well. Abby and Maria aim for the monster's palms while Ari takes a clear shot at its forehead, as the monster takes its first right-handed swing at the 4 of us. Our strikes make an impact with its body of stone. Bright flashes of blue and green light expand quickly, and the sound of mana shielding being ripped to shreds fills my ears. I watch my attack slice the main core straight in 2 without a problem, and Ares' arrow pierces its forehead too. The massive beast crumbles to bits. Chunks of orange stone fly all over and I track its shattered cores with my all-seeing eye. Each one of them is broken into hundreds of tiny pieces and the once powerful desert golem boss is no more. It didn't even get a chance to follow through on its first swing. The dust clears and the 4 of us get a good look at the rubble. This monster was a much higher level than all of us. So I'm patiently waiting for some kind of level up notification, but one never comes. Something isn't right. We all slowly walk over to the pile of stone cautiously. Maria speaks up from 5 meters to my left. Time. We hit all of its cores right. I nod, creeping closer and scanning the area with my perception skill. It isn't picking up a single reading, but there's definitely something wrong here. We did. Abby starts moving stones around with her earth magic, finding pieces of some of the shattered black cores on the ground. They're definitely broken. What are we missing? I tighten my gaze, then begin to hear a light hum from a rock pile on my right side. I turn around and pick up a dense mana reading right before a massive stone arm forms from the ground and comes flying toward me with a dense white and pink mana shield surrounding it. Immediately, I raise my sword to block it. A loud twang of mana on mana echoes from our clash as I'm pushed backward by the sheer force of its blow. I plant my feet and hold it off as I watch the entire stone golem reform from the ground before my eyes. I burst back into flames and air step backward to face the beast again. I mutter under my breath as I focus on getting a safe distance away. I knew this wasn't going to be that easy. The white and pink core in its chest is sucking energy up from the dungeon floor, recharging and healing it back to its original form. Just like the mutants we faced earlier, the shattered cores nearby all begin to shift back to their sphere shapes and roll toward the body of the newly formed stone golem. The boss is as good as new and lets out another roar to prove it. Its eyes shine pink, tinted orange by the energy from its other reforming cores while swinging both of its arms around in a wide circle covered in a thin layer of mana shielding. All of my teammates go back into full attack mode again. I yell out, "We'll take it out again. I'll isolate its main core, that's its weak point. You all go for the other 3. I have an idea." Without a word of response, my teammates attack the rapidly growing golem. Its broken cores have all been entirely mended themselves and positioned back onto the monster's hands of stone in the center of its forehead above the glowing eyes filled with a murderous glare. I land on the rocky floor about 15 meters away and plant my feet while keeping my eyes locked on its main pink glowing core. While watching the blue, green, and white shots of energy collide with its body, I propelled myself forward using wind magic to gain more and more speed, aiming straight for the monster's chest. Instead of releasing an attack to destroy its final core, I replicate the style of magic Abby used on the mutants outside the boss room portal, activating my advanced earth summoning and focusing on the stone around the remaining pink core, separating the surrounding dark orange stone. The closer I get, the easier it is to control the rock surrounding it. I can feel a pull from the monster, trying to regain its dominance, but its mana control is far too weak to compete with my own, especially with its other 3 cores destroyed. A 2-meter wide hole in its now liquefied chest allows me to fly through to grab the pink glowing sphere, tearing it from the enormous stone body. It buzzes violently as I hit the ground and activate my plundering skill. Dense pink and white mana seeps out for the palm-sized crystal and fills my MP bar to full as the creature made from stone collapses to the ground. Level up. The familiar ringing sound in my head notifies me that it's staying down for good this time around. The golem's core is still in my left hand. It's mostly clear now, but is tinted orange and pink from the residual mana and artificial sunlight from above. Blue text floats above it. Use advanced mana manipulation. Advanced perk. Temporary minion. Enter desired level, 0 to 423, yes, and oh. My eyes open wide for a moment, then I look up to see my teammates running over to me. Abby is the first to call out, "Looks like you've picked up a few new tricks during your training too." I toss the clear crystal core up and down in my hand a few times, then decide using my temporary minion perk right now is not the best plan. I look up to the green-haired healer and reply, "Yeah, looks like we have a skill in common." Abby was the first hunter to ever learn about my unique skill. We haven't talked about it much since. It's kind of refreshing to hear someone say something about it out loud without accusing me of something. She gives me a firm nod and a light smile as both Maria and Ari come walking over. Fragments of the other 3 black and dead cores begin to dissolve into the dungeon floor, but the crystal ball in my hand remains. Bright white transfer magic light blinds us, and before we can react, the 4 of us are back in the middle of the open desert. Air is the first to speak up. "We've cleared the first break. That was easy enough. If I'm not mistaken, our next one is off in that direction." The dark-haired archer points deeper into the desert while Abby takes out the small map and tries to look for landmarks to pinpoint our location. She nods. "Yeah, it's pretty far out. This trek could take us all day," he responds, crossing his arms. "Perfect. It's not on that map, but there's a small village on our way if we take a quick detour. I recommend we stop there for the night." Chapter 208, Perfect. It's not on that map, but there's a small village on our way if we take a quick detour. I recommend we stop there for the night. While Ari speaks about this mysterious village, I stare down at the clear crystal ball in my left hand. The blue text from earlier still glows over it in my mind's eye. Use advanced mana manipulation, advanced perk, temporary minion, enter desired level, 0 to 423, yes, no. Maria looks over at me while my gaze stays glued to the palm-sized sphere gem. I finally raise my head as she speaks up. Looks like there was at least one item dropped from the boss. The blonde-haired ice user reaches into her item box, pulling out the black fragments of broken core from our earlier defeated golems. The moment they touch the air, the black crystal fragments begin dissolving into nothingness. I activate my perception skill to watch the tiny mana particles disperse into the air. I drop my sword into the sand and do the same, while my other teammates check their item boxes too. All of the black fragments of cores dissolve before our eyes. All that remains is the empty clear crystal core from the boss. I turn it over in my hand a few times, then look up to my teammates. Well, at least we got something out of the first break. Mind if I hold on to this core? I get a reply of 3 simultaneous nods, then Ari starts looking out into the desert again. 1 down, 5 to go. Let's start moving before it gets too late. I throw the core into my item storage while putting my sword and armor back into the item box around my waist. Later, I'll have to take a closer look at this new item. We venture further into the open desert wasteland. The mountains far off in the distance seem to get larger with every step we take. The further in we get, the farther away they seem. All of the abandoned twisting roads and remains of human-made structures are now non-existent this far out in the desert. They were much more common closer to the wall. We travel straight ahead for 2 full hours. Maria and I follow Abby and the archer as they take the lead up front. All of us continuously drink from my water supply, but with the heavy sun above forcing sweat from our pores, each new bottle never seems like enough. It's a good thing I have over a 60-day supply of food and water on me. For the 4 of us, it should be more than enough to last the week. Ari speaks up as we take another break under one of the few light brown rock structures left in the rapidly flattening desert plain we walk across. I know it's far, but we're almost a quarter of the way through. I choke on my water. Looking up at him while sitting on the sandy ground under a shady portion of cover, a quarter of the way through? We've been walking for hours dash, he smiles. They don't call these the sun-scorched flats for nothing. It'll get even hotter once we get to the center. Don't worry though, it'll be worth it. Once we continue, Abby and I take turns creating barriers of stone above the 4 of our heads to block out the incredibly hot sun. The MP used is minimal compared to the energy exertion it'd take to handle this heat. Even with my fire aptitude, natural heat from the sun still takes a toll on my skin and bodily systems. Even for awakened hunters like us, some things are still a challenge. We continue onward. As Ari warned us, the sand beneath our feet and the sun overhead does get much hotter. Drinking MP potions and chugging water, we make it through. The archer doesn't seem to be fazed by the heat one bit. Abby is toughing it out, and I am too. Maria starts to glow blue nearby, giving off a cool, refreshing aura. About 4 more hours pass and we've hit the hottest portion of the desert. The sun beats down on us from above, and it feels like the sky is on fire. Every time the blazing sun touches my skin, I swear I can feel it sizzle. Thankfully, by now we have our system all worked out. With shade from the rock above and the cool melting ice below from Maria's magic. Our traveling situation has actually become quite comfortable. Just a few hours left. This is the hottest it'll get. The village is nearby, I'm sure of it. Although, the landscape has changed out here a bit, I look ahead, seeing the rippling waves of heat distort my view of the desert ahead, so I activate my all-seeing eye to get an unaltered view. As soon as I do, I sense an approaching mass of pure mana coming our way. It isn't very close, but it's not what I expected to pick up on my radar. I activate my enemy detection skill along with inspect and appraisal, reaching them as far out as they can all go. The abilities pick up a reading. That puzzles me at first glance. 1100 M, LV, 256, active items, none, active skills, combat magic, fire summoning, something or someone is approaching fast. From what I can tell, it seems like this is a monster, all the way out here. I speak up in a serious tone, hey. There's a monster approaching, and it has fire magic. Level 250 or so. There's nothing else in sight. It's just one. The archer nods while Abby holds our cover of stone magic overhead and Maria silently takes the rear. Ari responds, well, it's coming from where we're headed. So we'll have to take it out either way. Maybe the break has already gotten worse. We continue forward for a few minutes, and the reading I picked up comes closer and closer until I can see it with my unaided eyes. The creature kicks up dust as it charges toward us. With light red skin and beady black eyes, waving its long flaming tail back and forth, I watch a 3-meter-long salamander run straight at us with a look of determination on its face. I go to grab my sword but stop as I hear Ari laugh. This far out? One of these. Really, the archer pulls back his bow and lets a barely charged thin white arrow fly out at the fast-approaching beast. It glides directly through its head and the monster collapses, skidding to a halt at our feet. The flame on its tail flickers out and the lifeless body of a unique-looking monster sits still in the middle of the open desert. We wait for a few minutes, confirming that the monster isn't going to dissolve anytime soon. We leave it on the desert floor. Once this next break is taken care of, it'll disappear anyways. We continue to walk deeper and deeper into the hot wavering air of the desert for 2 more hours, until finally, I see green. I rub my eyes a few times to make sure I'm not hallucinating. Through the wavering heat waves of the desert, I really do see green. Every time I blink and refocus my vision, it's still there, activating my enemy detection and expanding its range. I'm in for another surprise as I pick up on over 100 readings. They range from single-digit levels to triple digits, rivaling my own. This must be it. There's a village ahead, and a lot of people too. Maria peeks out from behind me to squint and take a look too. Oh. I see trees. And is that? People. And buildings. We made it, Ari smirks while Abby takes in the view ahead, making a comment as well. I guess it was worth the wait. You were right. As we walk forward, a small desert town comes into full view. With kids playing on the sandy roads and vendors with tents and tables set up leading all the way to the center of the village, there's a whole community of people living out here in the desert. High dome-shaped buildings can be seen in the background, maybe 2 to 3 stories tall with orange and blue painted markings on their roofs. Most of the houses that surround these larger buildings are small and made from desert stone with minimal wood and orange fabrics. There aren't more than 3 dozen buildings in total. Off to the backside of the town, there's a small stone well with shrubbery and trees nearby. It has a crowd of villagers and children around it patiently waiting their turn for water. No one has noticed us approaching just yet. Ari turns to us. First impressions are everything in places like this. Follow me, and don't do or say anything stupid. Chapter 209. We approach the desert village and my eyes widen as I take in the view. This place looks so alive. There are kids playing and villagers buying and selling goods in the streets. Mana crystals, potions, food, handmade clothing, and all kinds of other magical items fill the tables and tents that line the streets. As soon as we approach, an older man greets us. He's no more than 160 centimeters tall, wearing a pale red robe, and sporting a wide smile across his wrinkled face. I use inspect and appraisal as he gets closer. LV 271, active items, robe of protection, 100 defense, enchanted silver ring, 40% mental strength, enchanted salamander leather boots, 30% speed, 50% fire resistance. Active skills, appraisal. Once I see his appraisal skill, I activate conceal to hide the majority of my abilities and rare items. The man speaks up. Welcome outsiders. Please, do state your business. With a kind look remaining on his face after the initial greeting, the old man's gaze scans over each of us. I watch his left eye twitch, but he keeps a cool and collected expression even after seeing some of my teammates' gear. The man doesn't seem overly impressed. He is a pretty high level, after all. Maybe he was a hunter in his younger years. Ari speaks up. I'm a native, from a village right outside Solara. Just a few days from here by foot. These 3 are from outside the walls. But they're with me. We're just stopping by for the night on our way to visit my hometown. If you'll allow it, of course, the dark-haired archer bows slightly, and the old man nods while clasping his hands together. Very well. If you're from inside the walls, you know the rules. Whatever trouble you make is on you. He points off to one of the larger buildings in the town and continues to speak. I'm sure the mercenary guild has a few rooms available for you if need be. A hot meal too. If you can't afford it, there's work available for hunters of your caliber. Ari raises his head and thanks the old man. Maria, Abby, and I walk by giving him polite nods, but not saying a word. I whisper under my breath as we get further away. That went well. I look to my left and right, seeing the vendors at closer range. There are all kinds of E and D class gear lining the tables and shelves of the wooden, fabric, and stone stalls. It looks like excellent quality. There are large mana crystals glimmering bright pink out on wooden tables, and the rings, potions, and unique-looking artifacts are polished to look as good as new. It doesn't exactly match the rugged handmade quality of the town around us. What's even more concerning is the lack of people buying this premium gear. The sellers all eye us as we walk by. I speak up louder, so Ari can hear. Hey, where do all these items come from? Are there dungeons out here? Or special trade routes? All this gear looks brand new, it's nicer than some of the stuff in the capital. The archer looks back at me, with a puzzled look on his face. Honestly, I have no idea. There are dungeons and some traveling merchants, sure, but the last time I stopped by this village was on my way to take the C-class exams. There weren't nearly as many people, and that was only a few weeks ago. It's more crowded than I've ever seen it. He looks to both sides, matching the friendly expressions of the villagers. The further in we approach the center of town, the more crowded it gets. More and more people, dressed in all different kinds of clothing, selling very different styles of gear and items. Something is definitely out of place. Ari's assessment of the village seems to be spot on. I'm not sure how or when, but recently there's been a large influx of new villagers. I wonder why. We make it to the front of the dome-shaped mercenary guide to see a large man standing out in front of wooden tavern-style doors. He wears a full set of lightweight leather armor and carries a large silver axe. The man has dark sun-baked skin and short dirty blonde hair. He's muscular and easily 190 centimeters tall. Ari and I stand up front while Maria and Abby follow. He speaks, "You four new to town? What brings you by the guild? If you're looking for some decent work around here, you better be strong. Competition is tough." The archer nods and answers, "That's fine, we're not looking for work anyways. Just hoping to buy a few rooms for the night, that's all." The brute grins. "Outsiders with deep pockets, huh?" How could I refuse? He steps aside from the front door, and we walk inside. There are rows of crowded tables with rougher-looking hunters making a ruckus. The clean, well-dressed vendors and children lining the streets are nothing like the men and women inside here. Laughter, conversation, and the occasional sound of metal on metal from armor and weapons clinking fill my ears. This is where rogues and traveling hunters congregate to make their money. We walk in and I feel the gaze of a few too many eyes on me. Over 24 ruffians turn to see who came in the front door from their tables filled with drinks, food, silver, and stacks of paper. There's a massive pinboard to my left side. It's one of the first things I notice when entering the room. Some of the quests posted immediately catch my eye. They're made of the same tough paper material that is resting on many of the tables in the bar. Salamander skin, X60, for silver, mana crystals, 5,000 MU, 6 silver, escort, 50 kilometers travel, 8 silver, element stone, fire, X1, 27 silver, mana crystals, 10,000 MU, 11 silver, escort, 120 kilometers travel, 15 silver, salamander skin, X100, 10 silver. On it, there are dozens of quests and jobs with payment details. At the top of the list, there seem to only be items relating to pure mana crystals, escort protection through the desert, and some drops from salamanders. Coincidentally, that's the same mob that came running at us in the desert before we got here. The payment offers seem very low. I can get almost 10x the same rate for mana crystals back in the capital. Plus, I've never even seen an element stone for sale. I'd assume they're worth many gold. Not 27 silver, it is a bidding system, so the only offers are from people in town that need certain items or services. There's no set price, it just depends on what people are willing to pay. Many other quests are buried below the current ones with lower bounties and more obscure items. My gaze finally leaves the pile of papers pinned to the wall when the bright flaming magic enters my field of view. I swiftly turn my body around and hear the raspy voice of an arrogant-sounding desert rogue. "How about this old man?" "Another one in the books, hand over the 27 silver, haha." It only took me a few hours to take that beast down. A good day's work indeed. A tall hunter with black slicked back hair, a tight white shirt, golden jewelry, and very tan skin turns to show the room a toothy grin while he holds up a flickering firestone in his right hand. I use inspect and appraisal on him and the item in his hand. LV 326, active items, element stone, fire aspect, enchanted boots, 35% speed. Enchanted gold ring, 50% mental strength, gold necklace of protection, 45% defense, enchanted gold bracelet, 45% mental strength, active skills, combat magic, fire summoning. An old white-haired man at the long wooden counter in the back of the guild room quickly rummages through items on the floor until he takes out a small humming containment tray. The rugged hunter drops the flaming stone into the tray and it rattles, throwing sparks up in the air. The tray is clearly an old one and isn't doing a perfect job of keeping all the element-imbued mana contained. I activate my all-seeing eye to watch large amounts of blood-red magic seep out. The man at the back table begins to count out silver coins with his head down. Not making eye contact with the rude hunter, the moment he stops counting, the fiery user grabs the coins and turns around to leave. "Thanks, I'll be back to clear the highest bounty tomorrow too." Hopefully, there's another request for those firestones, they're easy pickings. A great workout too. With a confident look across his face, the man puffs out his chest and starts walking through the crowd of wondering eyes. A thin, younger-looking light blonde-haired man speaks up. I can feel the tension in the room as he raises a hand and jumps in front of the large fire-wielding rogue's path. Hey sir, how much would it cost for you to clear the break? Why, you seem to be strong enough to do so. Our village, a small one off to the east about 1 kilometer, has been dash. He cuts off the frail man, not for sale. This break is a cash cow. Ha, he smirks, pushing the scrawny man out of the way as he passes, paying him no mind. I have 50, number 100 silver. Everything I have. Think of the children in dash. The fire user swings open the guild's wooden doors and leaves without hearing another word. There's an awkward silence in the air for a moment. The blonde-haired man looks down at the ground with a frown across his face. I feel bad for the guy for a moment, but the mood in the room quickly changes. The chatter and laughter of other rogues and mercenaries starts to pick up again. I watch the older white-haired man at the front of the room wiping his forehead of sweat. Then he puts on a smile. The four of us take advantage of the situation and continue our walk through the guild. Now, with much less attention on us after that debacle, Chapter 210, all four of us walk toward the back of the crowded mercenary guild through the tables full of people, sloshing drinks, various colored coins, and magical items being traded. The situation with a presumably well-known fire-using grunt has distracted the crowd's attention from our entrance enough that we make it to the front counter without any trouble. The old white-haired guild manager shows us a professional smile as we approach and gives a nod before speaking up in a much more confident voice than earlier. Some new faces around here. Are you looking to fill a request? What difficulty level are you all looking for? We have plenty available, but for outsiders, the pricing may be rather low. Competition has been tough lately with all the new hunters coming through. People are willing to jump at lower and lower offers every day. Ari steps up and places a hand on the counter, leaning in and matching the gaze of the old man. We're looking to buy today, not get paid. Do you have a few rooms available? Just for the night, we'll be leaving to go further north in the morning. The old man raises an eyebrow at Ari's last comment. He begins to shuffle paper and small items under the desk. Then speaks, for the four of ya? The best I can do is a quad bunk room. There isn't enough space for single rooms in this town anymore, I'm afraid. He pulls out a small partially rusted key and places it on the counter. Ari turns back to us with both hands raised slightly to his sides. I shrug and reply while stepping up to the old man. If that's all you got, then we'll take it. I reach into my item box to grab a few silver coins. How much is it gonna run me? He nods. That'll be 40 bronze for the night. As the manager replies promptly, the grip on the coins in my item box loosens and my mouth hangs wide open. I swallow my next words before they come out, sifting through my item box. But not able to find any coins lower in value than the silver and gold I brought along, I gulp and place one of the shiny silver coins on the table. Maybe we could get a few drinks and some hot meals with that too. He quickly takes the silver coin, throwing it under the long table between us while I take the small key and put it in my item box. He replies, room 117. You're right down the hall. The white-haired man points to a hallway off on our left side that twists out of sight from the main guild's main room. He continues to speak. Drinks? We can fill ya up, for the extra coin you gave me. Even if it's not for now, I never forget a face, don't you worry. He winks. Food on the other hand. You'll need to go find a restaurant in town. This isn't a bed and breakfast. He lets out a chuckle. Then, seemingly out of nowhere, the scrawny man that stood up to the fire user earlier approaches. The guild manager takes notice. It was a good try earlier, Danny. Maybe the next crew of adventurers that roll in can help ya out. It could even be these fellas. The manager points over to us. You four are hunters, right? Just looking at the way you handle your money and wave that high-class gear around like it's nothing, I can tell you're probably pretty good ones too. As we confirm his suspicions with slight nods and momentary silence, the white-haired man turns to the younger thin blonde. It's always free to ask. Might as well show them around town. They're in need of some good food. The stick-thin villager looks over to me and puts out a hand. Hi, sorry about earlier. I didn't mean to cause a scene on your entrance. The name's Daniel, or Danny, whichever you prefer. He gives off a nervous laugh as I shake his hand. Nice to meet you too. The name's Jay. I pause, remembering back to what the man in front of me said to the arrogant grunt before he left. He wanted him to clear a dungeon of some sort to help people from his village. Or at least something along those lines. I put a kind smile on my face and speak again. Whatever it is, we'll hear ya out. Just find us a good place to eat and we'll happily listen to your problems. His eyes light up and his posture straightens. Amazing, I mean certainly, please, come this way. I'll bring you to the best hot meal in town. He turns to the exit of the guild, with a whole new attitude about him. I shrug, and my teammates do the same. Maria chimes in as we begin to walk towards the door. Works for me, I'm starving. Abby rolls her eyes but politely follows, and Ari crosses his arms, not saying much, just moving his gaze across the room. Most people ignore us as we thank the old manager and leave with the thin hunter back outside into the desert town streets. The sun is starting to set now, and it's beginning to cool off. Lantern lights pop up in the various shops as the small man, Danny, leads us to the far edge of the village. We pass a dozen small square-shaped one-story huts and smaller dome-style buildings on our way. Behind me, the light yellow glow of lanterns disappears as I peer out into the open desert. On this side of town, the sun sets far off in the distance and the starry night sky comes into full view. The world around me seems to fade away for a moment as a streak of light zips across the sky for a fraction of a second, a shooting star. The light echoes from the chatter of trade, children playing, and random villagers' laughter fills my ears. I let out a sigh, thinking about how simple life must be out here. After a brief moment of silence, the thin hunter's voice interrupts my thoughts as he points to one of the dome structures ahead. A steady flow of cooking smoke comes from a hole in the roof. There's a crowd outside, but not nearly as packed at the guild center we just left. Danny excitedly walks over. Here it is, the best food in the whole village. Come on, let's grab a table. We walk over, and the smell of rich fatty meats and spices takes over my senses. Peering into the hut, there are circular tables and many cheerful villagers eating steaming hot meals. The five of us sit down in a well-lit, cozy room with a view of the desert through an open window to my right side. We order our food from a kind woman and Danny begins to tell us his dilemma. Thanks again for hearing me out. I hope your travels through the sun-scorched flats so far have been uneventful. Ari nods and replies, since you already know what direction we came from, I'll tell you more. There's no harm in it. We made it from the Section 4 entrance wall in under a day. No bandits, no sandstorms, or any signs of trouble yet. Maria speaks up. Hey, that's not true. We ran into one of those weird-looking salamanders on the way here. Isn't that what all of this is about anyways? Daniel's eyes widen. You fought one of them on the way here? How terrifying. I mean, you must be pretty strong? I raise an eyebrow while using inspect and appraisal on the man to see he's level 134 with a dagger mastery skill. He's not exactly the cream of the crop, but still higher than expected. I interject, yeah, we handled it fine. I'm assuming all of this is about a dungeon break? Relating to those monsters, he nods. Then, the woman that took our orders earlier brings out trays of steaming hot food and drinks. We begin to eat as Danny tells us his problems. Well, it all started about a week ago. There's a large cave system in the center of the surrounding villages that has many of the dungeons we all mine resources from to survive out here. He pauses and takes a bite, chews. Then continues, last week, the most difficult dungeon in that cave system changed. The portal turned bright red and monsters started to pour out. The volcanic salamanders. Usually, our most proficient fighters are able to handle the heat and farm materials without a problem. Recently, those that have fire aptitudes are the only hunters able to get into that dungeon due to the extreme temperatures. Mutants that roam those caves are getting stronger and stronger by the day. We're not able to safely live in any of the nearby villages or even think about farming loot in the other dungeons. Danny lets out a sigh. I'd offer you everything I have, really. These creatures are drying up our last remaining water sources and forcing all of the surrounding villages to move out here. That's why it's so crowded. We don't have many options left. Is it possible that you four are strong enough to handle it? I look at all of my teammates and they reply with shrugs and nods. After placing my fork down on the half-finished plat in front of me, I point one finger in the air, and the tip ignites into a small dark flame. Sure, I think we can make a deal. Chapter 211. Sure, I think we can make a deal. I let the small dark red flame on my finger flicker out as the frail hunter replies, really? You'll help us out? What's your price? I don't have much at all, but I could get together 100 silver or 1 gold coins worth of silver and bronze that is. I'd have to collect it from everyone that's willing to pitch in. I turn to my teammates. What do you think? A small detour can't hurt as long as we're getting paid, can it? Abby frowns, then takes out our map. She begins studying it carefully before turning to Danny. where exactly is this cave filled with dungeons? He scratches his chin, then replies while looking at the ceiling, well, it's about half a day's walk, or a few hours by camel to the northwest of here. I can show you the way. There's a tall mountain peak off in the same direction. If you stay headed straight towards it, there's no way you'll miss the cave system on the way. Abby's left eyebrow raises, then she looks over to me and nods. We'll take the quest, we're headed in that direction tomorrow anyways. I want a different reward though, we don't need the money. I sit back and cross my arms, watching the green-haired hunter take the lead on our business dealings. She definitely found something worthwhile on that map moments ago, and I trust her judgment. I'd like to face a new dungeon at any chance I can get, and helping out nearby villages is already a bonus on top of any money or resources we'll get paid. If Abby can sweeten the deal, I'll leave her to it. Danny replies to her semi-cryptic statement, money isn't of value to you for? I am afraid I'm not sure what else there is to offer out here. We have food and water, but silver and gold are still the currency that's necessary for trade. It's the most I can really offer. Abby nods, taking a sip of her drink before replying. You said we can make it over to the dungeons tomorrow morning by camel ride, correct? Are those easy to come by around these parts? We're in need of a new ride moving forward on our journey through the desert. Are there any you're willing to part with? He pauses for a moment, and all that's heard is the clanking of silverware in the room along with conversation from the hunters and villagers at the surrounding tables. I take another bite of my food, enjoying the show. There are no major stakes on the line for me here. I'm fine with walking across the desert on foot if we really have to. A camel or two sure would make traveling easier though, he replies. I'm sure if I get the people from my home village to pitch in, they'll be able to spare some transportation in return for your kindness. Abby and Danny go back and forth, negotiating for a few minutes while Ari, Maria, and I strike up a conversation of our own. The food and drinks on our table disappear one by one until there's nothing but empty plates and dry mugs on the circular wooden table, as our server comes to collect our finished dishes. Danny and Abby shake on a deal. If that's your final offer, I'll get it taken care of. 2 camels in return for guaranteeing the dungeon in question gets cleared. You sure are a confident one. He stands up, bows, then turns to leave. As I said, I'll have to talk with the others before it gets too late to organize the arrangements tonight. I'll meet all 4 of you outside the mercenary guild tomorrow morning. Does that work for you? Abby turns to us. How about it? 2 camels to take care of their dungeon problem. Maria nods, Ari smirks, and I reply, sounds good to me. We're happy to help. Danny happily walks out the door in a half skip. Our server finishes collecting the dishes. Then Abby speaks up to the waitress in a cheerful tone. Another round of drinks. It's been a good day. She nods with a polite smile. Of course, miss. For more drinks coming up. As the server walks away, the green-haired hunter leans in with a grin across her face. That break we agreed to clear. We're not only heading in that direction anyways, it seems like our second break is in the same cave. Possibly, the same exact break, Ari replies. I had a feeling but didn't want to step in on your first Dark Continent deal. It's fair game out here, no judgment. He chuckles and shrugs. Maria chimes in, hey, so we were going to help him out anyways? That's no fair. I think we should do it for free. Or at least pay Danny for the camels. Abby starts to get defensive, but I step in before she can reply. Actually, I think it works out better for both parties if he helps us out for a fee. I turn to Ari. How would the villagers out here feel about the Hunters Association coming in and saving them from a break? He sighs, looking up at the ceiling, then back to me before replying, not very kindly. There's a massive grudge against most association hunters out here. It would probably not be in our best interest to tell them we're here on a mission ordered by the government that banished them to stay within the walls. Maria gulps, then I nod slowly before replying. So, if we clear the break and Danny gets the credit for finding a team of traveling adventurers that did so, it's a win-win. We might as well get paid for it. I mean, come on, I'm not the only one a bit tired of walking through the desert. Maria sits back in her chair while Abby smiles wide with a satisfied expression across her face. See, I knew exactly what I was doing. I give her a firm nod, then our second round of drinks arrives. I'm not sure if she really did think about the possibilities here, or if it was in her own self-interest, but I'm not too worried about any of this much now. It's time to enjoy the night. The 4 of us get a few more rounds of drinks, staying out for a couple hours until the bar closes and the sun fully sets. I'm still unaffected by the alcohol, but my teammates are having a good time. Another night with a full stomach and a happy team around me comes to a close. We make our way through the now quiet desert town back to the guild. After opening the front doors and walking through the much less crowded lobby, the 4 of us make our way down the winding wooden hallway at the back left corner of the room. With the turn of a key, the four of us collapse into our beds. The small rented room has a single window with a view of the starry night sky. It's been a long day, but a productive one. I drift off to sleep. Many hours of peaceful slumber pass. The next morning, my eyes open and I see Ari leaning up against the wall from across the room. Come on, rise and shine. We'll be late soon. Abby and Maria already got ready half an hour ago. I rub my eyes and hop out of the small bunk. Sunlight shines in from the window above my head and the small rented room looks even tinier than it was last night. Ari lets out a laugh at the confused look on my face. Get what you pay for. I nod, tightening my lips and standing to my feet. I guess you're right. We both walk out to meet the girls standing ready in the hallway, then head off through the main guild room. The white-haired manager waves us goodbye. Have a safe trip, you four. Come back anytime. I still owe each of you a drink, I reply as we make our way through the slowly growing crowd of hunters piling in to get out the new quests available on the pin board. Sounds good, old man. Until we meet again. On our way out the door, I happen to see the tall hunter with slicked back hair and a fire summoning skill that we saw yesterday. He's looking over the quest board. Many hunters are standing back behind him to wait their turn. As we walk out the tavern-style doors, he snatches one of the quests down from the wall and lets out an excited laugh. Another one, my lucky day. After I hear him blurt this out, the noises of the guild leave my ears. I'm nearly blinded by the sunlight from outside, but as my eyes adjust I see Danny standing no more than 10 meters away on the crowded village street. Next to him, there are two golden brown camels with light red cloth over their backs. The hunter turns to us as we walk over. I wave and call out, "Morning. Hope you weren't waiting too long." He smiles and waves back. "Not at all, I sure am happy to see you too. How do you like your new rides?" Chapter 212. Danny waves to us as we approach. "Not at all, I sure am happy to see you too. How do you like your new rides?" Today he's wearing a new long red robe with a light defense buff, just like the older man that greeted us on our way in here yesterday. The two golden brown camels have a similar colored cloth over their humps with comfortable but lightweight looking seating for two on each attached. He speaks again. "Hop on, I'll take you to the other side of town to fill up on water and gear." "My ride is over there too." Abby steps in. "Your ride? What do you mean by that? Who said we'd be bringing you along?" I let out a chuckle, then jump up onto the camel in front of me with an assist from some wind magic beneath my feet. Danny replies, "Well, hey. It's not that I don't trust you. The village elder just said it would be a good idea for me to go along, just to make sure the job gets done." Ari smirks, then hops up onto the second camel next to me. "Makes sense, I don't mind if you come." Maria nods happily, then jumps up onto the camel that I'm riding, hugging me from behind. "Works for me too." Abby lets out a long sigh, then nods. "Well, then it's fine by me. Where's this water stock-up station you were talking about?" "I'm pretty sure we're set for supplies." She turns to me. I nod in agreement. "I have more than enough food and water for all of us." Then Danny points off down the same road we came back from last night, just around this bend, "and the supplies aren't for you. Come on, follow me." He begins to skip happily down the street. Abby follows on foot as Ari and I get a hand of controlling the camels down the semi-crowded sandy backroads. Less than 2 minutes later we make it to the edge of the village, finding ourselves in front of a few small square-shaped huts that seem to be very recently built. There are a few children running inside and outside the huts playing while some women clean and craft items. An old man tends to a camel gulping down water at an alarmingly fast rate from a tub on the sandy floor. Danny waves and speaks up, "Elder. These are the hunters I was talking about. We're just about to head out. We'll be able to go back to our home village soon, maybe even tonight." The older man with a horribly slouched back and half-closed eyes looks up at us with a blank expression on his face. It turns into a rehearsed kind smile, then he gets back to refilling the camel's water tub. Danny turns back to us, now walking backwards and looking up at me as we approach. "The two you're riding on are already set for water, over 100 liters each. You should give them more as much as possible, but if worst comes to worst, they'll be fine for a few days. Even a week or more in the worst circumstances. Best to keep them happy though." He smiles, turning around to pet the large camel behind him as it finishes the tub of water. The happy creature licks its lips and raises its head with a satisfied glimmer in its eyes. I reply, Good to know." I look down at the short elderly man, then he finally talks in a low tone, "Best of luck on your travels, young ones. I appreciate you helping out my grandson." Abby hops up to sit behind Ari as Danny climbs up onto his ride. I reply to the old village elder, "You got it. The dungeon will be cleared and Danny will be back in one piece before the sun goes down." He smiles, giving me a nod of approval, then speaking to one of the older women behind him in a language I'm not familiar with. Danny puts up his red hood and turns his ride to the open desert, pointing to a large mountain peak off in the distance. Let's get moving. We should be able to make it there in under 3 hours if we hurry. On that note, we leave the village without looking back. It was a fun stay, but our mission onwards awaits. Not only this break, but all 5 of the remaining ones. The more I think about it, the more serious these situations become. The last break we faced got stronger while we were facing it. This one is supposedly drying up nearby water sources and forcing natives to move out of their home villages. I really wonder what other interesting dungeons this desert holds, as soon as we leave the cover of the desert town. The morning sun begins to rise higher and higher into the sky. My skin starts to feel the burn of Mother Nature yet again. Abby and I both activate our earth magic abilities to create sun cover overhead. Danny seems to be used to the heat and is also properly dressed for the occasion. Maria holds onto my midsection as we ride, and she activates a small amount of ice magic. The cool sensation covers my body, making it feel like we're not in the desert at all. I can hear Danny laughing up ahead of us. You for sure do travel in style. I grin and call back, yeah. We sure do. After about an hour of desert travel, our first visitor shows its face. A small dust cloud approaches. With my all-seeing eye, inspect, and appraisal skills active, I quickly deduce it's another one of those salamanders. A level 257. Before I can get a word out, I watch Ari charge his bow and release a thin white arrow into the approaching cloud. The attack pierces the monster's head and it tumbles out of our way before we get anywhere near it. I call out to him, 5 meters or so to my left side. I guess you're on salamander duty. He shrugs, sure, for now. Over the next hour, another half a dozen slimy redskin creatures come running toward us. They're all between levels 250 and 270. Ari takes them out with no problems at all. Another hour passes, and the base level mobs just keep coming. Over 20 more have come crawling our way. Danny speaks up as air shoots down another just 10 meters in front of us. I had no idea it had gotten this bad. The break is really getting out of hand. He gulps, then points ahead to a small rock structure about 500 meters ahead. It's barely visible, but I can see it. That's it, the cave entrance. We made it. I squint, looking forward, turning on my all-seeing eye. I'm hit with a blast of intense mana readings, then speak up to my group. There's at least 100 of them down there. No, maybe more. The corners of my lips start to curl up as I activate my inspect skill to scout out any potential mutants. To my delight, there are a few, but unfortunately, none are strong enough to put up a real fight. One of them even approaches us now. A level 312, this one is nearly 5 meters long, and I can see flames from its tails catch its whole back on fire. The monster's red skin glows with a yellow tint and its black beady eyes stare us down without a hint of remorse. Ari stretches his bow back, taking aim, then Danny yells out in a terrified tone. The archer releases an arrow. No, it's a mutant. Wait, dash. The wide-eyed expression across the scrawny hunter's face as he turns back at us waving his hands puts me into battle mode immediately. I know Ari is more than capable enough to take out this monster. And Danny knows that too. Why would he warn him to stop? I turn to Abby, to see she's already turned toward me. Both of us jump off the backs of our rides. I hand the reins to Maria in midair as I airstep over Danny in front of us. Abby follows on a floating staircase of stone. We both activate our earth magic and make a floating wall of desert sand mixed with summoned rock 5 meters in front of us. This allows air's arrow to pass, but blocks us from whatever danger Danny is warning us about. It's just a hunch, but the growing skin and intense flames of the mutant melt rock and sand beneath its feet. Combine that fact with the horrid expression on Danny's face as the archer let his shot loose. It makes me think we just ran over a landmine. Maybe we did. As Ari's arrow glides through the monster's head, a bright red flash of light fills the air. I feel an explosion of extreme heat, then rubble hit the opposite side of the summon wall. Ari, Maria, and Danny come to a halt on the camels behind us. A few seconds pass and the white and red lights fade. Dust in the air begins to settle and we let down the wall to reveal a massive 8-meter-wide crater in the desert floor. It's full of molten rock and sand. I let out a laugh, but Danny looks at it with widened eyes and a hunched posture. This is what happens every time one of those mutants is taken down. They destroy everything. My laugh quickly fades as I realize the seriousness of his tone, then reply, we can handle the heat. Don't worry. Maria points a finger down at the bubbling pit of molten rock and a stream of ice comes forth, consolidating the lava to stone instantly. She grins as I hop back on our ride. Maria whispers to me, yeah. They're hot, but their mana control is non-existent. These monsters won't be much trouble. Carefully, we make our way around the now ice and rock-filled crater. Then, head to the rock structure we set out to find. my only readings of any mutant-level monsters are underground now. There are none coming towards us on the surface. Only base-level mobs. Ari takes care of them. After a few more minutes, we finally make it. A jagged light orange-brown rock structure juts out of the desert sand. It doesn't look like it's supposed to be here at all. Over 20 meters wide, and about 7 meters tall, a mound of rock sits in the center of the desert. The buzz of mana emanates from it very strongly. We all stop a safe distance away and hop off our rides. I begin to walk forward, mesmerized by the circular 3-meter-wide cave entrance. Rubble lines the inner walls, but the main path looks flat enough to safely walk through. Many hunters must have traveled down here before us. I walk closer, staring in awe. A wave of heat hits me, but I keep moving forward. As far as I can see from the outside, this tunnel in the desert is most definitely not a normal one. Instead of getting darker further in, the cave seems to have a light source at the end of it. There's a bright yellow glow coming from deep inside. The orange stone walls reflected off each other, causing the entrance to hum and shine with a warm hue, beckoning us to enter. Chapter 213. I stare into the cave in front of me, and it stares back. The buzz of mana fills the air, even audible for those that don't have advanced mana detection abilities like myself. The yellow light from within the cave reflects off its orange walls, shining out with a warm, inviting hue. I take out my sword, and Maria follows behind me. Ari and Abby start to walk close behind. I peer into the open cave's mouth. Rubble lines the walls and steam fills the air, pushing out hot waves of energy even more uncomfortable than the desert sun. The bright light from the back of the cave gives off a denser mana signature than anything we've seen all day. As I begin to stretch my perception skill out even more, one of the base-level red-skinned creatures comes sprinting out toward me. I reflexively charge my blade up and slice it in half before it can even take a step out of the cave. I hear Danny's quivering voice speak up from behind me. Hey, you know, if you all go in there, I'm not so sure I can fend for myself. And, I told you all this before, but the only hunters that are even able to enter the dungeon break so far have been ones with the fire aptitude skills. Apparently, it's not a matter of how strong you are, just the heat can only be withstood by those that can wield it themselves. I think to myself for a moment, doubting that these creatures could produce enough molten rock or flames to actually defeat a hunter with higher mana control. Then again, the whole concept of mana control was alien to me until very recently. Most people never find out about it their entire lives. Danny is most likely clueless when it comes to the higher-ranking hunter's abilities. It's better I don't make too much of a big deal here. Ignorance is bliss. I speak up. Well, I have a fire summoning skill, so I'll be able to withstand their heat, no problem. Then turn to Maria, then back to Danny. She has an ice summoning skill. It's a fairly effective counter to lower-powered fire magic, especially with the extreme level gap. Maria nods proudly, putting both hands on her waist and responding, "Yeah, I can handle it." Danny turns to Ari and Abby. The archer is the first to reply to his worried gaze. I don't mind staying back. He turns to me. "Jay, you and Maria can handle this one. I don't think it'll be too tough anyways." I give him a firm nod. Abby wipes sweat from her forehead, backing up from the steam-spewing cave. "I'll agree with Air on this one. If you want to handle it, by all means, this dungeon is yours." I chuckle, then reply, "Great. You two take care of Danny outside. Maria and I will clear this break before you know it." I turn to Maria, watching her start to glow light blue while taking out her long silver sword. "Ready?" She nods, turning to the cave opening while the ground beneath her feet starts to become covered in ice. "Let's do this." We wave the three others off and walk towards the opening of the cave. The light from inside shines bright, but seems to be inching further away every step forward we take. It's almost like the cave itself is begging for us to walk deeper into it. Or maybe there's a creature inside controlling the light. I happily do as it wants, drinking an MP potion and expanding the range of my perception and detection skills. Once Maria and I cross the border and enter the mouth of the rocky tunnel, a lot becomes much more clear to me. At the same time, there's so much more that becomes unknown. My mind's eye starts to fill up with a mapped-out version of the cave system we've just entered. It's like the inside of a scattered and broken anthill. Twists and turns of narrow tunnels fill my vision. Some lead to dead ends, while others go dark before I can make out where they even lead. Portions of the twisting mazes are blinding me with dense mana readings while others are dead and cold. Out here in the real world, my all-seeing eye and detection skills have a much harder time mapping out my environment. They're efficient at detecting mana. In dungeons, everything is made from mana, so it's easy to see all of my surroundings. Out here in these caves, areas that are lacking mana all seem the same. Dark and undetectable. I whisper under my breath, "This may be a bit harder than I initially thought." There are three main large sources of energy that I'm sensing. These must be dungeon entrances. There are over 100 smaller slow-moving readings. They're most likely monsters that have escaped from the break. There's one, deepest in the cave, that is giving off an incredible amount of energy. This is most likely the heat source and epicenter of the break. I smirk as we come to a crossroads. One path is light while the other is as dark as night. Let's head this way, Maria, and I head off to the right, following the yellow-orange glow. Level 250 to 270 salamander mobs line the walls the further in we travel. Easily being able to cut them down with a single slice from our blades, this doesn't slow us down in the slightest. The only problem is, the small amount of light that comes off the base mob's tails is definitely not enough to make the large yellow glow that we're following. The denser mana that is creating it keeps moving further away the closer we get. Maria and I speed up, running through the cave and cutting down mobs at double the pace. The glow we've been following becomes brighter and brighter. Finally, we take a turn and find what we're looking for, another mutant, standing before us, glowing yellow and orange, reflecting light off the cave walls. Another mutant salamander stares us down. This one is level 314. Before I even have time to think, it lunges at us and I watch its back begin to glow a much deeper orange hue while dripping molten rock. Maria acts fast and creates a massive wall of ice. The moment the monster makes contact with the blue magic, it quickly encapsulates the entire mutant and smothers out its flame in a matter of seconds. The light that had been illuminating the cave dies down and we're left in near darkness. The only thing lighting the way is the dim glow of another yellow light at the far end of the tunnel before us. With a loud thud, the body of a frozen solid 4.5 meter long salamander falls to the floor, blocking our path. Maria hits it with the tip of her sword and it fractures into hundreds of tiny pieces. To my surprise, there's no fiery explosion. We're also outside of a dungeon, so there's no hope of any rare drops just yet. I speak up while igniting my sword into flames for a butt of light. While that makes things a lot easier, we continue forward, following the dim glow of the next mutant salamander. My mind begins to wander. One thing that troubles me as we walk and farm lower level mobs is the fact that the fire user at the guild yesterday brought in an element stone to sell. I assume he went diving here, but none of the mutants we've faced dropped a thing. Maybe he's strong enough to enter the dungeon. That would be the only explanation. It's the one I'm most hoping for. Actually, if that grunt can pull off farming a firestone, then we've struck gold. I wouldn't mind taking home a few stones home myself before we clear the whole break. A grin creeps across my face as we near the first hyperdense energy source on my radar. The tunnels are getting hotter, the light is getting dimmer, and the air is getting denser and denser with mana. Before we turn the next dark corner to see what it is, I turn my head back and call out, "Hey, Maria. How ya holding up?" Glowing bright with her magic, she gives me a bright smile. "Fine so far. I can tell it's getting hotter, but my ice is blocking it out fine." "Good. I think we're about a third of the way there. If I'm not mistaken, there's a dungeon around this bend. It's not the break, but it wouldn't hurt to check it out." We both step around a large pile of hot rubble and defeat 3 lower-level base mobs as we round the bend. My prediction was spot on. We both stop and stare, mesmerized by the sight of a large light blue twisting dungeon entrance portal. Chapter 214. The light blue spinning mass of energy shines bright against the rock wall of the cave. It lets off a barely audible hum. Maria shrugs when she sees it, letting out a sigh, then begins to walk off to where we were initially headed, not the break. "Let's keep going." I throw a hand in the air. Hey. Wait a second, don't you want to at least check it out? You never know what's in there. And well, I'd like to set a teleport point in this dungeon too. It's always good to have a backup plan. Maria turns, replying, "Yeah. I guess you're right." I didn't even think about that. After the simple agreement, we both jump through the portal. White transport magic brings us to a forest-like dungeon. The grass beneath our feet is thick and lush green. Maria deactivates her intense ice magic, as it's not necessary anymore. I do the same, turning off my flames and looking around curiously. I feel like I've seen a dungeon like this before, but it's been a while. The levels of mana my perception skill picks up tell me this is definitely a low-level dungeon. A mid-level E-class at best. Using enemy detection and inspect, I locate a few monsters between levels 30 and 40. This confirms my E-class suspicions. Before I can let out another word, a group of 4 large wolves comes running straight at us from a heavily wooded area. Maria takes care of them with ease, and I look up to the sky, taking in the beautiful view of trees and rocky hills raised off in the distance. It's so peaceful here. After recollecting our thoughts and cooling off, we exit back into the steamy cave. It was a nice little break, and I now have my dungeon walker spawn points fixed. So even if we destroy the break, I'll still be able to come back here if need be in the future. Maria reactivates her ice magic and I burst into a light flicker of dark flames. We walk forth into the twisting maze of tunnels, taking out another 20 base level mobs before facing another mutant. Again, Maria freezes it solid before the creature can explode like our incident outside. The level 317 breaks into 1,000 tiny pieces as we continue on our way to the next glowing blue portal. The air has already gotten significantly thicker with both hot steam and pure mana. It becomes much more difficult to see the yellow-orange light at the end of the tunnel, but I still have my perception skills to guide the way. After a few more slain mutants and about 5 minutes of walking, the next glowing blue portal comes into full view. We jump through, just to take another rest and get out of the heat. Once we do, I recognize this landscape too, rolling hills of maroon-colored turned-up dirt. Plus, the disgusting smell of rotten flesh. The sky is gray, and the air is still. It's silent, a rat dungeon. We both deactivate our elemental magic and take a breather. Maria is red in the face and breathing heavily. We both drink a bottle of water along with MP potions. I speak up after a few seconds. We're almost there. The only dungeon left after this one is the break. No more rest stops, it'll be a lot hotter in there than in the caves we've been trudging through. So be prepared. Maria nods, beginning to glow blue again and turning toward the exit portal. I'm ready. No point in wasting any more time. I pause, finishing a water bottle and throwing it into my item box. You're right, I begin to hear the scratching and clawing sound of teeth and nails digging into the upturned soil. A horde of a few dozen rat mobs, all between levels 120 and 140 approach. The massive disgusting creatures peek their heads over a nearby dirt mound and the two of us take it as our cue to leave. We fully activate our elemental magic and hop out of the exit portal nearby before the fight even starts. I whisper under my breath as we leave. 2 successful dungeon detours before the main event. My transport points are set, and we're fully prepared to face the boss. There aren't any crossroads moving forward. It's a single tunnel down to the final point. Light from mutant monsters leads the way as we continue into the twisting underground tunnel. The cave floor has a slight descent, bringing us deeper and deeper underground the further we go. After 5 more mutants and about 100 meters of elevation change further down into the rocky desert cavern, the heat starts to get even more intense. I'm wiping sweat from my arms and face every few seconds. Maria is blasting her ice magic with much more intensity as well. White steam makes it hard to see even 5 meters ahead and my lungs feel like they're being cooked from the inside out with every breath. I'm able to regenerate my minor injuries with ease, and there have been no complaints from the ice mage behind me yet, so we continue moving forward. Finally, the distant glow of yellow light from the mutants we slaughter one by one begins to turn red. The mana density also spikes drastically as we round another narrow bend. Finally, we found it. The cave walls around us start to vibrate the closer we get. The floor beneath my feet rumbles, sending vibrations through my whole body at the same frequency as the now pulsing red light that gets brighter and brighter with every step. The hot steam filling the air gets thicker, making full breaths close to impossible without breathing in fragments of burning cave matter. We continue forward until the anomaly I've been searching for comes into full view, a full-fledged dungeon break. I've never seen one quite like this. The cave floor rattles and shakes. I can physically see hot white steam pouring out of the blood-red mass of energy spinning in front of us. It's over 4 meters in diameter, and the edges flicker and pulse. The sour smell of sulfur fills the air and I hear Maria cough behind me while I stare into the twisting red void. My skin feels just like it did burning out in the hot desert sun, but all I feel is the excitement of a new adventure ahead. I turn back to the ice user as she tightens the grip on her sword, giving me a nod. Flickering with dark red flames I jump through and Maria follows. White transfer magic fills my vision, and I instantly feel the heat around me multiply many times over. What felt like an intense sunburn moments ago now turns into the distinct feeling of sizzling flesh. I immediately activate my self-regeneration skill while increasing the output of my mana to fuel my flames. Combating the invasive heat, as my vision attempts to come back into full focus, all I see is red. The hard rock floor below me shakes and rumbles much more violently while the buzz of mana in the air has not left my ears. Blinking a few times, the landscape eventually makes itself very clear. I raise my head to see a massive volcano before my eyes, over 2 kilometers high. It's the only thing visible in this entire dungeon. The monstrous structure is made of jet black rock, and behind it is an even darker ominous sky. The rock beneath my feet slopes upwards at a slight incline. The slope increases the further up the mountain I look, making it easy to stand here, but rather steep when taking into account the entire peak. The further up I look, the more outlandish the sight before me becomes. Portions of the sloped rock walls are cracked with magma flowing out, huge clouds of white steam fill the air, and the dungeon crawls with flaming salamanders eyeing us from the crevices of molten stone. Crimson lava trickles down from the top of the high volcanic structure, and tunnels are being carved out by the hot molten material flowing down. I sense a massive increase in mana output behind me, then turn to watch Maria putting out a new intense royal blue aura. I've never seen her use this level of magic before. Steam is coming off the ice she summons at an astounding rate, but the look of determination on her face tells me she's dead set on following me into this battlefield. As I look back up at the volcano above, 3 mutants come charging down at us. They're levels 322, 317, and 315. Their flaming tails and backs match the color of the lava flowing down from behind them. All 6 beady eyes, dark as night, are locked onto us with intent to kill. We respond by jumping into action as well. With a flash of white, blue, and red light, it's all over in an instant. Maria takes the 2 monsters that attack up front while I swerve off to the left side to take care of an irregular mutant that stays about 30 meters behind. Even in this extreme sweltering heat, Maria can still freeze the approaching monster solid before they're able to even think about a counter. Satisfied, knowing Maria can fend for herself, I focus on the mutant I've run off to face. From a safe distance, about 25 meters away now, I let a mana-imbued fire strike fly. On impact, just like before, the mutant explodes into a display of molten rock and flames. I use my earth summoning skill on the floor below me to create a black stone just in case, but the aftermath of its self-destruct feature doesn't reach me. It looks like 15 meters or so is its total blast radius. I walk over to the crater of molten rock left over by this mutant's defeat, and my eyes light up at item drop. Floating on the surface of the lava pool by my feet, a firestone, chapter 215. I use my telekinesis skill to lift the firestone from the bubbling pit of molten rock. It's crackling and flaming with intense heat, but not nearly as powerful as the 2 stones I've encountered in the past. There's also a bright pink mana crystal floating by its side. I've never tried melting one since I was a much lower level, but it appears they're heat resistant even to molten rock. I chuckle and lift it out of the small lava pool with my skill as well. I place the flaming stone along with the pink gem into my item storage, then turn to see Maria running my way. Her royal blue tint is giving on an intense low-pitched hum, and she drinks another MP potion on the run over. The ice mage is definitely exerting a lot of energy to combat this heat. I'm profusely sweating and the air burns my skin and lungs. But it's only mildly irritating. I'm used to the heat and have been through much worse. My mana-imbued flames ward off the natural heat in the air, pushing outside and fire magic residue away. The minor burns I'm receiving are healed with self-regeneration magic. I can handle this all day. Maria's mana-imbued protective layer of ice magic seems to be holding up fine in the meantime as well. We continue to climb the volcano, passing wide gaps in the stone floor that leads down to bubbling pits of lava and fire below. Many base-level and mutant mobs come at us, spewing flames and throwing hot and melted rocks from their bodies. Some even use the dungeon's surroundings as natural weapons. The level gap between us is too great. They're all taken down in an instant. We make our way upwards for about 30 minutes straight, winding through portions of the fiery mountain that aren't covered in lava. I airstep over larger pools that can't be avoided, while Maria freezes solid pathways to walk across when necessary. Her ice melts quickly, but it stays in a crystal state for long enough that she can make it across with ease. The air up here is thicker with hot steam, forcing me to use more of my fire magic to block out the heat. I even activate mana manipulation to imbue my own makeshift mana shielding. It's been something that's been itching at the back of my head for a while. And now is the perfect time to try it out. I let pure mana seep from my body, similar to the way I've watched monsters activate their shielding. In doing so, it creates a thin, yet dense layer of pink magic underneath my blanket of dark red flames. Instantly, the hot pressure from the outside world vanishes. I almost feel cool. The heat hardly makes it through. With a clearer mind, I activate my all-seeing eye to scope out the environment in much greater detail. Dense magic fills the entire dungeon, and it all seems to be coming from the top of the mountain. We continue towards the source of the power. Mobs aren't the problem at all. They're quite easy to fend off actually. I've collected 4 firestones in total so far. Every 20 seconds or so, I see Maria drinking another MP potion. Her ice is sizzling away into steam seconds after it's summoned. She doesn't have the advanced mana control and extra abilities that I do. This isn't sustainable long-term, but she isn't complaining. The tunnels from downward flowing lava streams have carved out tube-like paths down the mountainside, making oddly shaped winding trails down the volcanic rock face. Steam from above has a harder time settling in these crevices, but monsters love them. There are more item drops and less heat. It's the best of both worlds. We travel through these tunnels for the last portion of our trek. After another 30 minutes of climbing and farming monsters pass, I collect 3 more element stones and a large pile of mana crystals. We finally break through the thick layer of steam-filled clouds to reach the flaming mountain's peak. The sounds of crackling fire and bubbling molten rock pits are no more. The crumbling stones and slithering monsters are completely out of sight and mind. I step onto a narrow flat surface, then gaze down into a deep pit below. It looks as if it falls all the way to the dungeon floor. An incredibly large pool of liquid dungeon mass glows dark red below. Hot air flows up, making it hard to look over the edge for too long. We stand on a thin ring of black stone that stretches all the way around the mouth of a silent volcano. From edge to edge, the mouth of this volcanic mountain looks to be about 50 meters wide. On the far side, I can see exactly what we came for, the boss room portal. Spinning slowly on the far side of the massive gaping hole, I see a jet black portal. When my eyes meet with it, and my perception skill examines its contents, the mana density rating is much higher than it should be. Most boss rooms tend to be tinted light gray, and some breaks or mutant bosses have been darker gray in the past, but this one is as dark as night. It's black. The monster behind that portal is going to be a lot stronger than the monster out here. I was confused as to why this break was rated a higher danger level than the first. Now it's starting to make much more sense. I grip my blade and turn to the right, starting to carefully make my way along the narrow edge of the volcanic rim. Maria follows close behind. No steam or visible magic comes up from the hot pit of molten rock below. It just sits in silence. Every time I peer down into it, the entire dungeon feels like it's staring back at me. Magic fills the air, but I hardly hear a buzz. All I can really seem to focus on is the twisting black mass of mana at the other side of the volcano's mouth. We inch closer. The only sound that reaches my ears is Maria's footsteps a few paces behind me. We completely circle the entire volcano's pit without speaking a word and make it to the other side. The portal ominously spins, letting out waves of invisible, non-detectable magic by any normal sense. It's only perceivable to me. It doesn't let out a sound, and there's no dungeon matter being spewed from it like the entrance to this break. It's just a dense black hole of mass, waiting for us to step through. The closer we approach, the more I expect to feel extreme heat come off of the portal, but it never does. It just slowly spins and waits for us to enter. We come to a full stop 5 meters away. I speak up while strengthening my makeshift mana manipulation-fueled shielding and gripping my sword. You ready? The ice mage gulps behind me, responding in a low tone. I think so. There's only one way to find out. On that note, we both jump through. The eerie silence put us both on high alert, but there's no reason not to enter. We came here to face the mutant boss and clear the break, so that's what we'll do. The moment my hand touches the dark black portal, I feel the temperatures rise to an alarming degree, even through my shielding. Out of instinct, I instantly increase the output of my mana manipulation to nearly full blast, but continue to jump all the way through and let the white transfer magic light take me in without hesitating. The pressure of incredibly hot and dense fire magic fills all of my senses. I have to concentrate with a large portion of my mana control to keep this thin pink layer of mana around me beneath my flames. Heat seeps through, burning the skin on my arms and legs, but I adjust the thickness of the mana that seeps out to counteract the breaking points. The boss room finally comes into view as I get better control of my defenses. I look around and confirm it's just like most other boss rooms. A flat rocky surface with walls around the far edges a few hundred meters out in all directions. The only difference here is that it seems we're on a melting island of rock. The center is made of the same black stone material as the volcano we just left. The further out that I look onto our new battlefield, the lighter and lighter the rock's color becomes. It turns from black stone to red, then orange, and eventually melts completely yellow and white. All of the outer edges are melting away, slowly dissolving the platform we stand on. The floor rumbles. Then I see half a dozen 7-meter-long mutant salamanders crawl out from the bubbling pools of magma from all sides. Our boss room battle has begun. Chapter 2:16. I slowly turn around, taking in my surroundings from all directions. The air ripples and bends from the incredible heat, making it near impossible to see without the aid of my perception skills. The intense royal blue glow by my side from Maria shines brighter than I've ever seen before. Waves of fire-imbued magic force their way through her defenses, constantly inching closer to burn her skin, but the ice mage pushes onwards, digging deep into mana stores unused in any past battles. Even without the level of mana control I possess, or the mana manipulation skill, Maria manages to withstand the heat. She does have nearly double the natural mental strength attitude of a normal hunter. And she's about the same level as me. Considering her stat-boosting gear as well, her magic power may be stronger than mine right now. Although Maria is burning through a full MP potion every 10 seconds, it looks like she'll stand this boss room just fine. That's the least of our worries though. Coming up from the bubbling pit of lava on all sides, I watch half a dozen 7-meter-long mutant salamanders emerge all around us. I turn, now standing back to back with Maria. There's no exit portal in boss rooms like this, so we're all alone, standing on a black circled battlefield of stone. The two of us are about to face the final wave of mutants, then take on the master of this dungeon. The hard ground beneath my feet shakes as the group of flaming salamanders walks onto my side of the ring. There are 3 more that approach on the opposite end, eyeing Maria down with the same amount of pure killing intent. I scan the trio in front of me to see what exactly I'll be facing. I only let my gaze shift across their levels and skills: LV 395, LV 391, LV 389, active skills, combat magic, advanced fire summoning. I grip my sword, holding the mana control output of my makeshift shield steady, and increase the intensity of the dark flames that surround my body, then speak to Maria as the ground starts to shift and crack as the mutants approach. Whatever you do, do not get hit by their flames. It's an advanced version of the fire magic. It doesn't go out easily. One hit could be fatal. She nods. Understood. I wasn't planning on getting hit anyways. We both run forward, separating from each other, charging our blades, and getting ready to face the mutants that crawl towards us from nearly 70 meters away on both sides. This plan quickly turns sour. After taking just a few steps away from the center of the battlefield, my heart skips a beat. This can't be real. I swallow hard, gasping for air as the temperature drastically rises. I stop running forward at once. I've barely made it 10 meters and this heat has tripled its intensity. I feel the burning hot pressure on my forearms and shins where my mana shielding is the weakest. After a moment of hesitation, I take another step forward. The intense heat that's closing in on me breaks through my shielding, searing the top layer of my skin instantly. I let out a grunt and jump backward, meeting Maria breathing heavily while kneeling down on one knee. For a moment we stare at each other with the same concerned and disoriented look on our faces. My gaze immediately shifts to analyze our surroundings. There's no time for concern. She gulps. Impossible. It's too hot. I nod, looking around and healing my minor burns while salamanders continue to approach slowly. The hard black rock beneath their feet cracks and breaks away, so that every time they take a step more fragments of the small island we stand on fall into the molten pit of rock we float on. I close my eyes and think, then speak, stand up, and get ready. We may not be able to make it far out into the dungeons, but we can still fight them once they come into our territory. Maria nods, replying, I can withstand the heat until about 10 meters out from the center. Any further and I can't combat the heat. I nod, same, 10 meters is my comfort point. I could make it further out if I push myself, but we haven't even seen the boss yet. It's best not to put ourselves at risk until necessary. We'll let them come to us. The mutants waste no time in crawling across the hard rock, making their move. At nearly 50 meters away, I charge up my blade to roughly 1000 MP. An attack at nearly half my entire MP bar. The mutants outside weren't proficient in mana control in the slightest. These creatures are nearing level 400, so I wouldn't be surprised if they summon some kind of shielding. As my attack flies through the air, my prediction becomes a reality. I watch the first mutant up front activate a layer of shielding, but my thin blade of mana-imbued fire slices right through without a hint of resistance. A thin red line appears across the monster's neck as it's decapitated on the spot. Its entire body begins to glow yellow and orange while molten rock leaks from its back. The mana blade continues to fly, missing the second salamander entirely, but slicing an arm off the third without a sound. The blade is not disrupted at all, it just soars off into the distance. Before I can watch it make contact with the dungeon wall, the first mutant I beheaded explodes into a fiery molten display. It's much more impressive than the others outside, making a blast radius of nearly 30 meters. It covers its counterparts in hot molten rock. They don't seem to be affected, and continue to charge forward. Even the monster missing a limb runs at me like nothing happened, dripping with yellow and orange rock and staining the jet-black battlefield with their trails of liquid stone. The two monsters stare ahead at me and charge. I let out another attack, with the same amount of power, slicing the closet monster in two. It explodes just like the last, glowing bright yellow for a fraction of a second before its demise. Once the flames and molten debris clear, I let out another, defeating the final mutant before it gets any closer. It erupts into a display that shows my victory is final. With a grin, I turn to watch Maria. The approaching mutants aren't injured at all yet. She just stares ahead, with her eyes locked on the monsters. I think about asking if I should step in, but the determination on her face tells me otherwise. I watch intently, staying on high alert, ready to defend myself if necessary. She whispers under her breath, "Stand back, and shield yourself." I can handle them. I do as she wishes and take a few steps backward until the heat from the dunny gun becomes uncomfortable. I'm at the outer edge of our miniature safe zone. The three massive mutant mobs come charging at her in an erratic fashion while Maria stands completely still watching them crack the ground, flooding more and more lava onto the slowly sinking battlefield. Only 5 seconds pass, but it feels like minutes in my eyes. The ice mage glows darker and darker in the royal blue tone from before. Her sword glows and hums with mana-imbued ice magic. Finally, the three beasts come within the 10-meter radius that we can handle moving around in. Maria makes her move. The ground beneath the mage's feet starts to turn white and blue. The flames of the dungeon aren't strong enough to fend off the cold at the rate of her ice magic being summoned. The monsters come closer, all coming together with open mouths and heavy limbs reaching forward. Then, Maria lets out her full-powered attack, a massive thick crescent of white, baby blue, and dark royal blue energy all twist together to make a buzzing high-powered attack. It's not refined magic by any means, but it's more than enough power to get the job done. That's for sure. It impacts the first monster's head fractions of a second later. Exploding into a massive ball of mana, fire, rock, and ice, I activate my earth summoning skill to create a barrier imbued with mana to block out the incoming debris. Maria created a dome of ice around herself. I hear massive chunks of monster parts and molten rocks fall from the sky as I shield myself from the gore-filled mess above. After the distant cries of dying monsters fade, and the room falls silent again, I lift my cover. The ground is covered in flesh and red-hot rocks. Maria's dome of ice slowly melts away and she reveals herself to be unharmed. We both stare off into the burning abyss of black and red flames with smiles across our faces. I lean over to her with a whisper. Not bad at all." Immediately after these words leave my lips, I feel the floor beneath our feet rumble again. The edge of the island we stand on begins to crack and crumble away at an alarming rate. I watch one side of it begin to raise. It looks like an enormous ball is lifting out of the lava pool. Then, the rock fragments fall away to reveal what is really underneath. I see it. The head of an enormous beast peeks out of the lava pit below. Covered in jet black skin matching the color of the rock we stand on. With fiery red eyes leaking dense mana, it locks its gaze onto me from across the entire room. I feel a shock wave of energy hit me at once. It's a familiar feeling. I grit my teeth and bear the intrusive sensation while inspecting and appraising the monster that lurks deep beneath us. LV 449, active items, skin of the volcanic salamander, 80% mental strength, 80% fire magic resistance, active skills, intimidation, combat magic, advanced fire summoning. Chapter 217, the mutant boss peeks out from the bubbling lava pit that surrounds us. All that's visible are its bright red eyes, jagged white teeth, and scaly black skin. The island we stand on rumbles and shifts. Portions of the rocky floor begin to fracture and flood the island with even more molten rock. The cracks are inching closer, threatening to collapse the entire area we stand on at any given moment. As I stare into the lurking monster's deep red eyes, I feel the intense waves of its intimidation skill running through my body. Unlike its underlings, this boss monster has what seems like hard-scaled skin. It's shiny and as black as the rocks we stand on. I don't back down. With a steady grip on my sword, I keep my mana shielding activated on full blast, with a veil of dark flames around my full body. I stare back at the beast, sending a wave of intimidation back at it. The boss lifts its head completely out from the lava. Molten rock drips from its mouth and rolls off its scales. The monster looks terrifying. It wouldn't hesitate for a moment to end us if it gets the chance. I haven't been this excited in a while. The head of the beast keeps rising out from the pool of molten rock. Over 5 meters and still moving upward before it places its first front leg on the island with an earth-shaking stomp. A long fracturing line of broken stone moves straight at us. It looks like it'll crack the entire island in two. Thankfully, it stops about 20 meters from the monster's front leg, but another fracture appears once the monster lifts its second limb onto the island. Glowing hot molten mass spews off in all directions and the massive mutant salamander lets out a roar. The deep bellowing sound it lets out, followed by an ear-shattering shriek, fills the air. Echoing off the edges of the boss room and seemingly getting louder and louder, it fully climbs onto the arena we stand to show off its full form. A 12-meter-long dark as-night creature from hell, glowing with a murderous red aura. Its mouth leaks with hot molten rock and I can feel every step it takes as it sends shockwaves through the island floor. Without a second to waste, the monster opens its mouth and spews an attack full of flames. or at least, what I thought were flames. A long 3-meter wide beam of glowing dark red and orange light comes flying directly at us. As the wave of blood-red magic rockets toward us, I realize it's pure mana-imbued molten stone. Also, it's very fast. I turn, locking eyes with Maria and following her to my left side to jump out of the way and dodge. Overwhelming heat fills my senses and my mana shielding is fried straight through the moment the massive beam of red-orange mass comes whizzing by. The attack misses me by about 3 meters. It was only for a fraction of a second, but my entire right arm, side, and back are covered in severe burns. Maria was much further from the blast, but her arm and leg are severely injured too. Both of us fall to the floor, but quickly stand to get our footing again. We face the monster with no fear, about 60 meters away from us. Maria drinks an MP and HP potion while I heal my side and think of a plan. I try to take a few steps forward, but the heat is too much. Just when I thought it couldn't get any worse, I feel the ground shake. On the other side of the island, 6 more mutants between levels 385 and 400 appear. I reach into my item storage to grab a strengthening fragment out of instinct. I need more power, and I need it now. I grit my teeth and murmur under my breath, but there has to be another way. Although it may get the job done, there's a potential that I'll be out of commission for a few days if I try anything too rash here. Boosting my power once usually leads to doing it many times over without thinking about the consequences once I get started, if only. As the underlings of the boss step onto the platform behind me, I watch the boss charge up another one of its attacks. An idea clicks in my head. I let go of the shiny black fragment and grab the clear crystal core of the golem boss I defeated yesterday. This will work. I put my sword away into the item box around my waist, betting it all on my new plan. The crystal clear round orb glistens in the fiery light of the boss room dungeon as I hold it up between my line of sight and the mutant boss before me. I drink an MP potion and speak. Mana manipulation. Use advanced mana manipulation. Advanced perk. Temporary minion. Enter desired level. 0 to 423. Yes, no. Level 423. Yes. Pink strings of energy come off of my fingertips and begin to pour into the clear ball. I let go of it and stand back. Maria yells out, what's that? Can we take this boss on? I dash, I concentrate, cutting her off with a stern look while focusing on the intense amount of mana leaving my body to merge with the floating crystal ball. Still, I mutter out a reply, take out the approaching mutants and cover me from behind. I'll finish this boss and cover your back as well. Trust me, not another word needs to be spoken. I let my flames die down and solely focus mana on a thin layer of shielding around my body. The rest is channeled into the now brightly pink glowing orb. I grin as I feel the temporary minion perk fully activate. My mind's eye connects to the orb. I'm in full control. The rocky ground below begins to crack and mold into liquid stone. To come up and meet the floating pink orb in the air, it forms into a ball of rock that looks like a large black boulder levitating above the dungeon floor. Then, 2 arms and 2 legs form. The massive boulder grows and grows while the shape of a humanoid stone golem forms in its place. With 2 loud thuds, its feet hit the ground. A 6-meter-tall golem boss make of hot black stone stands in front of me like an ominous impenetrable barrier. Its eyes glow pink, and I control its every move. I make the marionette of a golem let out a battle cry and begin to charge forward. It effortlessly moves through the portion of boss room too hot for me to handle. The salamander boss reacts by releasing its charged-up attack of flames. I intend to take the brutal blow head-on, concentrating on creating a dense layer of shielding similar to the one on my actual body. I drink another MP potion to fuel my power. It's done with ease. The body of this golem was able to summon shielding when I fought it, meaning, so can its manipulated clone. Just, with my own personal twist, a buzzing pink layer of makeshift shielding appears over the entire front half of the golem as the spiraling molten rock attack comes rocketing at it. The golem and the fire collide. My minion doesn't budge. It keeps moving forward. The loud twang of mana on mana colliding rings out and lava spews off to both sides of the jet black golem. A magnificent sight follows. I watch molten stone splash off to both sides and settle into pools on the island floor. Portions of my rock golem are melted away where the shielding was weakest, but only 10% of its mass at most. I just concentrate harder and summon more rock from beneath its feet to heal the minor wounds. The golem took on its full powered attack head-on and didn't back down for a second. The salamander boss lets out an angry roar and finally makes its move. The beast takes a step toward us. I can hear the first clash of Maria and the mutants from behind me. I'm putting my full trust in her, as she's put her trust in me. The clash between my minion of stone and the dungeon's mutant boss has begun. Chapter 218. As the golem trudges forward, it takes hit after hit from the salamander's molten attacks. Hot lava spews out after every impact, staining the battlefield with hot red-orange mass. I continue to drink MP potions and heal its wounds, losing parts of an arm or a leg after every blow. The golem moves forward without flinching. It only costs me minor MP stores that can be restored with ease, while the salamander that's attacking is becoming more irritated by the second. The ground beneath the golem's feet is getting much hotter and more unstable with every new attack thrown. As it nears the outer edge of the island, more large cracks and lava pools become common in its path. Its feet land into hot molten mass with almost every step. This slows it down but also heats up the average temperature of the rock that forms its body. As my jet black minion takes in more mass from its environment, it starts to glow red hot the closer it gets to the mutant boss. Every hit the minion takes from the fiery blast, the less effective it becomes. Once over 40 meters away from me, and less than 30 meters from the boss, the golem is made almost entirely of molten stone. It's highly malleable and even easier to imbue mana into. This isn't what I planned for, but has turned out even better than I'd hoped. I see the eyes of the salamander boss widen as the molten golem approaches. It's visibly surprised, having never encountered lava that fights back. I smirk, shifting both of the golem's arms into bladed edges mimicking the form of a very fierce floor boss opponent I faced in the past. The glowing red-orange arms of the golem shine with a glossy finish as I cover them in the densest layer of mana shielding I can muster from this distance, less than 15 meters away now. I launch the golem into the air with both blades poised at the salamander's neck. Another blast of molten rock comes flying out to hit my minion head-on at full power, with dense pink mana shielding focused solely on the minion's bladed arms. This is enough to slice clean through the incoming attack without a problem. The golem's unguarded lower half is stripped away by hot debris and destroyed in the blast. It doesn't matter right now, I keep my eyes on the prize, not slowing down for a moment. The top half of my golem flies through the air, upwards, and lands 2 devastating hits on the monster's tough black-scaled neck. A white flash of light blinds me momentarily and is followed by the murderous roar of the heavily injured beast. It evolves into a loud shriek and the entire island shakes and rumbles. 2 deep slashes can be seen in its neck, cutting almost all the way through. If I just had a little more power, I would have killed it right then and there. It knows this too, ignoring the top half of the molten golem as it falls to the floor. The mutant shifts its glowing red gaze toward me. I feel another wave of intimidation, but it only makes me focus on the fight more. I'll end this here and now. Its mouth begins to glow red, orange, and yellow as it prepares to send a final desperate attack at me, its actual enemy. I can't let that happen. As the injured golem touches the floor, my strands of mana manipulation glow and hum. I channel all of my remaining MP into the body of stone as it rebuilds its lower half, making its full form able to fight again, forming a layer around its arms of blades again. I have the minion run forward, just like before. The boss lets out its attack. Well, it tries to. The dual gashes in its throat from earlier gush out with molten rock. Its attempts to shoot at me backfires, covering its black-scaled body in man-imbued lava. Simultaneously, my golem jumps for its neck, ignoring the flying debris of flaming stone and finishing the cut from its last attack. The monster's head is sliced clean off. It flies up in the air, spinning a few times before falling into the pit of lava behind it. The body of the mutant boss collapses to the cracked fiery floor with a loud thud. Then I start to see it glow bright yellow. The black scales, now growing brighter and brighter, expand outwards and my eyes open with shock. I know exactly what is about to happen next. While summoning a wall of rock to block the incoming blast, I hear Maria finishing off a final attack on the mutant mobs behind me. I hear explosions of fire and molten stone. They're followed by the wall of ice that protects me from the aftermath of her finishing blow. Then, the ear-shattering eruption of flames follows on my side of the battlefield. Our magic stone and ice combine together to form a dome. We both kneel on the floor, focusing on keeping our magic steady as the world around us explodes into chaos. Then, moments later, it all stops. We won. The room falls silent. The violent shaking beneath our feet and against the walls protecting us stops. I let out a long sigh, and a grin creeps across my face as a familiar ringing tone fills my ears. Level up, level up. I check my status to see I've hit level 425, then simultaneously hear Maria's cheerful voice behind me yell out, "Alright. Level 400, finally." We release our magic and the dome around us fades and crumbles. Before I can turn around to congratulate her, something else catches my eye. The fragments of black scales and molten mass that remain from the boss body start to dissolve away. Wanting to pick up the loot, I reflexively try to walk forward, but the air is still too thick and hot. My golem was torn to pieces in the blast, but I quickly reform it from the charged core. It picks through the hot rubble and I watch through its vision in my mind's eye until I see 2 items on the floor. there's a large pink stone and a dark red fabric. I reach down and pick them both up with the golem's hands and bring them over to us quickly, knowing the transfer magic could trigger at any moment. Seconds later, my golem approaches and drops the items to my feet. I deactivate the minion perk and the hot stone collapses to the floor. I grab the empty crystal core along with the mana crystal and the odd fabric, then white magic fills my vision. Just in time, the entire Dunigan fades away. Both Maria and I are left in a dark cave. Instantly, the walls and floor are covered with ice, and I activate my flames to counteract the extreme cold. Maria shouts out, Sorry. I laugh while she deactivates her magic and I keep a small flicker of flames activated to light up the cave. No problem. We made another break cleared. 2 down, 4 to go. I nod as Maria stares at me, then down to the fabric in my hands. Oh, a mutant drop? What is it? I lift up the heavy fabric, then activate appraisal. Salamander King's Cloak, 80% mental strength, 80% fire magic resistance. I grin and reply, 80% added mental strength and fire resistance. Pretty good drop. Along with the 7 firestones from mutants we farmed, that's one of the best loot dungeons we faced, probably ever. On that note, we begin walking back up the dark cave tunnels. It's much cooler now, some residue heat remains, but neither of us has to use any magic skills to block it out. We're back into the normal non-magical temperature range. We agree to divide the loot later, but I hold on to it for now. The walk back up to the surface takes about half an hour. After passing the 2 remaining stable dungeons, we finally make it to the surface. As we start to walk out from the mouth of the cave, I hear an oddly familiar voice arguing with my teammates. The fire-wielding hunter from the mercenary guild that we happened to pass by last night yells out in a stern tone. What are you outsiders doing messing with my dungeon? I don't want to see your kind around here anymore. Get lost before something bad happens to you. As soon as I hear him, I step out of the cave with Maria by my side. I see Ari standing in front of Danny and the camels with his arms crossed and a bored look on his face. Abby is butting heads with the arrogant grunt. She's grinning ear to ear, having a great time watching the fire user get red in the face. She's been antagonizing him for fun while waiting for us to return. The hunter notices our arrival and faces us as we step out of the cave. Oh great. There's more. Looks like I'm going to have to teach all of ya a lesson. Chapter 219, oh great. There's more. Looks like I'm going to have to teach all of ya a lesson. The hunter with a fire aptitude that I saw earlier in the mercenary guild is out here in the desert, most likely looking to get his hands on another firestone to sell. I walk closer to see him turn to me with a snide grin. His slicked back dark hair glimmers in the sunlight and muscles budge from his tight black shirt. He's taller than me by a few centimeters. This hunter may look strong, but all 4 of us outlevel him by a large amount. He has no idea what he's getting himself into, the man scoffs, rudely pushing Abby to the side and puffing out his chest to walk over, making steady eye contact and beginning to ignite his right hand on fire. Ag, it's you, from the guild. I remember you. You know what? I'll beat all of you so bad you'll never show your faces in town again. How would you like dash? Before he can finish his sentence, the fire user stops in place and bites his bottom lip. Hey, what the dash? The rocky sand around his ankles begins to twist and mold up his legs, making him unable to step any closer to me. I grin, as I see the angry earth magic wielder with bright green hair standing behind him. She has a stern expression across her face. The rock she's controlling slides up the man's legs and starts to cover his torso as well. His expression turns grim and sweat falls from his forehead as he bursts into flames while trying to escape. Abby walks over to the wide-eyed hunter, standing in front of the now half-petrified body of rock. The man yells out again, with a shakier, but still confident tone, what is all this? You're an element wielder? You dash, he pauses, gulps, then rolls his eyes while the corner of his lips begin to curl upwards. You all must be from the association, that's it. Right? Oh, you're in for it now, he squirms, trying to break free, but the stone keeps rising up his body. It's now covering half of his torso. Abby now stands in front of the man, looking him straight in the face. I don't like being pushed around. What was that you said earlier? You were going to teach us a lesson? She smirks, stopping the rising stone just before his neckline. He lets out an audible sigh of relief but also looks pale in the face. Abby steps forward. Come on, at least start with your name. Who are you? What are you doing farming these dungeons without even trying to clear the breaks? The villages around here are clearly suffering from your actions. He gulps. Hey. It's Isaac. This is just how it is around here. I didn't start the brakes, I'm just taking advantage of an opportunity given to me. And no harm done, he stutters at the last line, looking up in the air as Abby summons a thin spear of rock in her right hand. Also, what was that you said about the association? How'd you know we were from outside the walls? He smirks, then makes a facial expression like he's about to spit. Abby doesn't flinch for a second and kicks his left leg at the knee. I hear a loud crack and don't have to look down to realize it's not only the stone that broke. The fire user lets out a grunt, ignoring the pain and looking forward with the same dumb smirk on his face. I've got nothing to lose, girl. I either live another day out in these flats, or I meet my demise just like everyone else that was abandoned by your leaders. Abby squints, unhappy with his reaction. The grunt continues, ha. The four of you are heading north, aren't ya? You'll never make it into Dry Rock looking like that, and without a guide to get you in? Who do you think you are? Abby tightens her lips, then looks down at the cracks in the stone around his left leg that gushes blood. She replies while reaching her hand into the item box around her waist. Taking out our map, she shoves the paper in Isaac's face, pointing to the middle section, in between the next two breaks. There's a small town noted down with 3 black question marks scribbled around it. Is this where you're talking about? Is this Dry Rock? He goes quiet for a moment, then responds, it is. After, he lets out a laugh. Danny walks over, waving at the green-haired mage. If you're really going to Dry Rock, and if you're really association hunters, well, he's right. You'll never make it inside those walls. Or you may never even find the walls. I start to walk over now, curious to know what exactly is going on here. Maria follows and Ari takes a few steps forward as well. We all crowd around the captured fire hunter and he lets out another bellowing laugh. Oh, you four crack me up. The association has lower standards than I imagined. Sending out clueless uniformed scouts like yourselves to fix the problems they caused. I raise an eyebrow, then walk closer to stand face to face with the grunt. Well, if we can't get in without a guide, I guess you'll have to show us the way. He rolls his eyes and throws his head back. What's in it for me? I dash. He's cut off by Abby kicking his leg again. He grunts, gritting his teeth, staring straight ahead at me to continue after a slow inhale and exhale. There's no worse fate than being outed as an association's ally out here, you know. They have bounties on the heads of those who are known supporters of the association. It's even worse if you're an actual partner of the association like all of you. If you're big shots, they might even have your face on the most wanted lists. The further into the wall, the worse it gets. I tighten my gaze, then respond, sure. There are risks. But, you'll do it for a price. His arrogant grin gets wider as he nods. I like you, I nod. Not wasting a second, so, name it. What do you want? He pauses, looking up at the desert sky, then back down to me. Those 2 X's on the map around Dry Rock. They're breaks, aren't they? I don't respond, but he continues, let me collect the bounties on each of them. I heard one of the breaks is in the middle of the town, the other is further northeast. In return, I'll get you into the city. I'm well acquainted with one of the guards at the west gate. We do business. I give him a firm nod, then turn to the rest of my team. I shrug, letting out a sigh. I believe him. No reason for the guy to lie about something like this, while my teammates think of their responses. I turn to Danny. You won't say a word, will ya? I see the small hunter visibly gulp, then reply, of course not. I had my suspicions that you were from the association, but you all seem to be fine people. I have no qualms with the government outside the wall. I'm not one to judge. He looks over to Isaac, then back to me. As he said, many of us further from Solara are very open to the idea of association help. Or, well, not entirely opposed to it, I guess. Once you make it to Dry Rock and beyond, this desert turns into a much different place. Ari chimes in, it's a good idea. He walks closer. I was hoping the breaks were outside of the town, so we could camp out away from the site. It seems we'll need a guide if one of the breaks is really in the center of town. I vote yes. Maria nods. Seems this is the only way. It's a yes from me. I turn to Abby. She doesn't say a word, so I speak. I vote yes, and you can keep him in line if you'd like. Just heal that leg. There's no need to torture him. He was just doing what he felt was right. The way of the desert, I suppose. She rolls her eyes, but agrees, turning to Isaac. It's a yes from me. No funny business though, you're under my watch. He gives her a look of fear for a split second, then reverts to his tough and carefree state. Fine by me. Now get me out of this damn earth magic. I'll take the 4 of you to Dry Rock so I can get paid. Chapter 220, Fine by me. Now get me out of this damn earth magic. I'll take the 4 of you to dry rock so I can get paid. Abby nods at me, then turns to Isaac as the stone around his neck starts to melt away, revealing his torso, then flowing off his legs back into the sandy earth. The green-haired mage heals his leg, making it as good as new. I get a weird sensation as she activates her healing magic. It tingles throughout my body even from over 5 meters away and buzzes with an extremely high-pitched tone. It's definitely much different in its upgraded form. It is a legendary skill, after all. There must be something very special about it now. I think for a moment, but shrug it off as my thoughts are interrupted by the excited cry of the fire wielder. Hobo, it feels good to move again. He moves his arms and legs around while turning off his fire magic. You 4 really are association, what do they call them again? The special squads that are chosen every year. I forgot the name. Those are you guys, right? Maria proudly nods, MMMHMPH. That's us. The new elites. I flinch, as she just doubted and confirmed exactly who we are, but the ice wielder crosses her arms and beams with delight as the fire user looks down at his fully restored leg in awe. He's not paying much attention to Maria right now. I thought I'd be limping for weeks. He lets out a chuckle, but it turns into more of a nervous laugh as all 4 of us walk forward to surround him. I look the man in the eyes, then let out a sigh. All right, let's keep this all business. I know we may have started off on the wrong foot, but there's no hard feelings from me. You get us into dry rock, we take out the brakes, you collect the bounties, and we never speak of this again. I nod, it's that simple. You don't want to be associated with us, and we don't want to be associated with you. He looks up at me, perfect, just how I like it. We shake hands, then I turn to my teammates. Got it? I want to fight some monsters, get stronger, and find rare loot. That's it. There's no need for any unnecessary attention from locals in this next town. Let's keep our heads down and get the mission done. I get a unanimous agreement, then turn to Danny, putting out my right hand. Pleasure doing business with you too. I hope your people can return to the village unharmed. He smiles, shaking my hand. Most certainly. With this break gone, the water sources should come back within a few days. It may have just been a mission for you, but I'm very grateful. Please, come back to visit anytime. Your secret is safe with me. I give him a kind smile and the others bid him well as the scrawny hunter gets back on his camel with a cheerful skip in his step, then rides away into the desert sun back to the village to share the good news. I turn back to our group, now realizing there is a third camel tied to a portion of rock on the far side of the cave we just left. I point to it and turn to Isaac. That's your ride, he nods, slowly walking over to it as the 4 of us get on our 2 camels behind Ari. He makes his way over to us. Both Abby and I activate our earth magic to create shields for the sun over our heads, preparing for the long walk. I see his eyes go wide as he moves his camel through the middle of both of ours, but he doesn't say a word. The grunt knows to keep his mouth shut now. He may have sounded arrogant and hard-headed moments ago when we first met, but the second a business deal came up his true colors came out. Isaac seems to be a pretty smart guy, just down on his luck. He speaks up, waving a hand and pointing off to the north. All right, if we leave now we may be able to make it there before the sun sets. It's a long trek. You're all ready. I check my storage to make sure I'm stocked up on food and water, then give him the go-ahead. All set. We'll take your lead. I turn to Abby as we get moving, now less than 3 meters to my left, and mutter under my breath, watch the map. Make sure we're going in the right direction at all times. He knows better than to mess with us, but it never hurts to be cautious. She gives me a firm nod. We leave the rocky cave system just like that and head off to our next city. I hand out food and water to everyone and we share small talk on the way. Hours pass, but the desert terrain hardly changes at all. Rolling hills pass by on our sides with small yellow shrubbery begging for moisture. Rock structures occasionally peek out of the desert sand and white clouds float by through the blue sky. It's a beautiful day. We keep following Isaac straight into the blazing sun-scorched flats. It gets much hotter, but Maria's ice and my shade make it so this doesn't affect us at all. The small talk we share starts to become less frequent until we all settle into silence, just enjoying the rhythmic footsteps of the camel's feet on the hard sandy ground under the hot dry sun. I have a lot of time to think about my position in the world. To be honest, I think back to a few days ago before leaving on this new mission. Even after days have passed, I'm still a bit shaken up by the floor boss fight in the Vice City labyrinth. We've fought some strong monsters here, but none of them have come anywhere close to the immense levels of power that Beast possessed. It showed me what was possible. It forced me to push my limits and become much stronger myself. Battles like those are what give me the drive to keep pushing forward and create goals for myself to surpass. although this mission to the Dark Continent is just getting started, and I barely just recovered from another intense battle, I can't help but wonder what the toughest dungeon in this mysterious unofficial Section 4 capital Solara will be like. I grin, staring off into the rising and falling hills before me for hours on end, daydreaming of what adventurers are to come in the near future. Hours and hours pass, but the sun still shines bright in the sky. A range of red rocky mountains comes into view as I squint out into the horizon. Isaac speaks up. We've made it, in record time as well. I sit up straight, straining my eyes to look ahead, but I'm missing what the fire user is pointing to. All I can see are a few medium-sized mountains off in the distance, and a small tight-colored tent about 500 meters away that we're approaching on our left side. There's at least a kilometer worth of flat open sand between the tent and the mountain bases. Isaac points over to the small structure. That's our way in. The western gate. His eyes go wide for a moment as he turns back at us, then begins digging through an item box around his waist. He pulls out handfuls of red-colored fabric, then throws it at us without a second thought. Put these on, all of you. Quick, I use appraisal to see their red robes similar to what the villagers were wearing back in the small town we left. The skin of the base-level salamander mobs is made into protective gear. It must have been a common drop before the break. Each of us catches one and does as he says, then the grunt yells out again, and put away that earth magic. We need to blend in, not stand out. Sensing the seriousness of his tone, I nod and do as he says while turning to Abby to watch her do the same. We let the blazing sun shine down on us and walk forward on camelback. We get closer and closer to the small tent and I begin to see supplies underneath. There's a large green metal crate and a small wooden table along with a short old man walking over and waving us down. Isaac speaks up, hopping off his camel to shake the old man's hand, slipping him a few silver coins. I have another order to bring through, not the usual time of the month. I'm on special business this week. The old man smiles, accepting the bribe and throwing it behind his back while muttering words in a language I'm not familiar with. Then, Isaac nods, pointing off into the open desert before the mountains. Here we are. Welcome to Dry Rock. I feel the air shift as he says this, and the once barren desert changes in front of my eyes into a sight beyond what I ever expected to see. Chapter 221, here we are. Welcome to Dry Rock. Isaac turns to the open area of desolate sandy flatland in front of the Red Mountain Range. Immediately after he speaks these words, I feel the space around me begin to tingle and buzz. The air before my eyes waves and shifts, giving off a rainbow hue. Almost like the rippling sensation of a heat wave, but there's definitely some kind of mana-powered illusion at play here. I activate my all-seeing eye and everything becomes clear. Literally, a dome of transparent magic covers an entire city in the middle of the desert. It's nearly 1 kilometer wide, stretching all the way to the base of the mountains and completely hiding over 100 buildings in plain sight. Smaller huts similar to the ones in the last village we just left line the streets, but there are many taller buildings made from the same color stone as the mountains in the background. There are 3, 4, and even 5-story structures with modern windows and metal frames to them. There are flat stone streets that divide merchants from residential areas. People line the roads, buying and selling goods, while the occasional city guard walks by to keep order. This looks like a much more civilized city than I expected to see. Without my perception skill, this would have been invisible to the naked eye. I shut it off, then look at my teammates. They're all still staring in awe at the twisting rainbow light in front of us. It looks like a portal is opening, but I know that's not the case. The smaller man that Isaac talked to before we entered walks in front of us, toward the light as it begins to expand. He taps the source of the illusion with a silver object and a small gap in the transparent seal opens. The hole gets larger and larger until it stops to make a 5-meter wide gate in the illusion magic to show us the city with our unaided eyes. As we walk through on our camels, the gate monitor speaks up, as the wobbling entrance of rainbow-tinted magic slowly fades shut. Enjoy your stay at Dry Rock, hope your business dealings go well. The concealment magic completely closes, but we can still see the man standing outside behind it. He stares forward with a blank expression for a moment, then smiles to himself and turns away, walking back to his small tent like nothing happened. I look at him curiously for a moment, then Isaac turns to me. He can't see us now. I raise an eyebrow, but Isaac continues before I get a word in. If you were wondering, he can't see us anymore. This barrier is a one-way illusion. It's pretty heavily guarded. I've just known that guard since I was a young kind. He's one of the only exceptions to security. I nod slowly as I hear the camel's feet below me transfer from the soft sand onto a hard road beneath us. I reply while keeping my face hidden under the red clock, looking around the town. That makes sense. I got it. I activate my all-seeing eye again, but the only reading I pick up are the various collections of mana crystals in shops. The massive mana-imbued barrier around the city is the only high-density magic I can sense. I mutter under my breath, squinting at the fire user. There's no breaks anywhere near here. I quickly lock eyes with Abby, but she gives me a shrug while Ari also extends a confused but relaxed expression. The green-haired mage speaks up. Oh, we're definitely in their right place. He didn't lead us astray. There should be breaks here. I scratch my chin as I keep following Isaac through the emptier streets of the outer area of the town. Then what happened to them? Eventually, we hit a much busier street. The five of us begin leading our ride through one of the open market squares. There are all kinds of items being bought and sold, from level E class to high D and even low C class rated items. They're all mostly protection items and crafting materials. Combat items aren't too common out on these streets, but I still spot a few dozen shields and swords. Lush greens and ripe fruit along with glimmering potions and mana crystals fill my vision for over 200 meters as we walk through town. Kids playing by their parents' merchant carts look up at us, pausing their games to admire the camels that strut through town. No one has said a word yet, and most people ignore us just like regulars in the streets. There are other groups coming from other directions on camelback as well, so we're not too far out of place here. The four of us keep our heads down and faces covered anyways. Isaac leads without covering up. Finally, we come across one of the tallest buildings in the city. Isaac waves us down to stop about 1 block away from a 5-story tower. It's made of red bricks and blue glass windows. It looks newly built and of great quality. The base is nearly 20 meters wide. It stands out from all the buildings surrounding it. Alright, here's the quest office. Wait for me outside. I'll accept our 2 break quests and be right out in a minute. I grit my teeth and instantly combat his statement. Hey, we're still the ones in charge here. I'd like to see what all of this is about. He rolls his eyes and hops off his ride, tying it to a rock structure on the side of the road. I hop down too, giving Maria the reins, and walking over to the fire wielder. He stares me in the eyes and leans in, whispering in a low tone, "You know, this building is one of the Dark Continent's unofficial government hubs. It's like the association, but for the Wall's insiders. Basically, you're walking into enemy territory. It'd be unwise to show your face in here. Especially as one of these so-called elites. That's what you are, right?" I swallow hard, still staring at him with a stern expression, then begin to lighten up. I close my eyes for about a second, then open them to stare at Isaac with a calmer tone. That makes sense. I pause, then turn to my team. Stay back for a few minutes, out of sight. Isaac and I will return shortly. They all agree without a shred of doubt, but Isaac looks at me like I'm crazy. Struggling not to raise his voice, he speaks again through a clenched jaw as I start walking forward towards the quest office. Did you not hear a word I just said? I wait for the fire user to follow, keeping my head down and activating conceal. I turn my status into what looks like a mid-level D-class swordsman at level 220. Taking off all of my stat-boosting items as well, only to leave the red cloak of protection giving me a 100 defense boost. I use my special grade concealment attribute to disguise my face. I shift it to a generic tan-skinned, brown eyes, middle-aged, black-haired man. I look like I could be any villager picked off the street. The only thing I won't change is my voice, but I don't plan on doing much talking. I respond to Isaac with my head still down. Yeah. I heard you the first time. You make an excellent point. It'll be fine, I have a plan. The fire user catches up to me in silence, then we turn to face the front side of the tall building. He begins to say something to me but is cut off by one of the workers standing by the front door. He's a tall, very skinny, dark-skinned man in a professional-looking black suit. I see a bright smile from him as he speaks up, looking right past me. "Welcome back, Isaac. We haven't seen you here in Dry Rock in quite a while. Are you looking to pick up some new quests?" The grunt straightens his posture and takes a step back from me to greet this worker. "Oh, good to see you too. Long time no see. I was just passing through. I thought it'd be a good idea to check out the guest guild. Old habits die hard." He laughs, shaking the worker's hand and continuing, now in a much more confident tone. "You know, this is where I got my start. It's always nice to come back and see how much the place has grown. Are there any good new quests up for grabs? I'm looking for some tough ones before I leave in the morning." The tall man grins and nods slowly. "Of course, we always have new quests available." He turns to me. "And who might you be?" He stretched out his right hand, looking me in the eye. I stare tight back, using inspect and appraisal. I only glance at his level and skills before shaking his hand with a firm hold. LV 297, active skills, inspect, special grade. Body hardening, special grade. I clench my jaw and squeeze his hand a bit harder than I mean to when I see he has a special grade, inspect skill. The guard winces, and I reply as we both step back from each other. I'm sorry about that, I can't control my own excitement sometimes. Just looking forward to some quests, that's all. He lets out a nervous laugh, then stands up straight with a smile, flustered at my strength. No problem at all. Quite a firm handshake for a D class. You must have an extremely high natural strength aptitude. I'm impressed. He turns back to Isaac, giving him a firm nod, then opening the heavy brown wooden front door. Well, I see why you're heading off for some quests. I can't keep a man from his business for too long. Please don't let me keep you waiting. Isaac smirks, walking past the guard. Yep, appreciate it. Good to see ya. I follow quietly, speaking to the man in a suit in a low voice before Ether door shuts behind me. Nice to meet you. He waves us through, not saying another word. I gulp. That was awkward. Click, the door shuts and I step inside onto a smooth white floor. Immediately, the sound of abundant chatter fills my ears. There are hunters, businessmen, workers, and casual villagers going about their daily business. I lift my gaze, shifting my eyes left and right. There are quests on the walls, just like the mercenary guild. The ones here just seem to be a bit more ordered and much easier to read. There are basic mana crystal quests, various magic crafting items, escort missions, hunting gear, and even food and water requests. All of the prices are a bit more stable, not varying as much as the smaller towns' erratic pricing. I continue to scan the room, then my eyes land on a troubling sight. There's one bulletin board near the entrance that makes my stomach drop. It's a wall with large newspapers showing the faces of familiar-looking association hunters. Some look very old, like they've been on the wall for years, but sticking out like a sore thumb, I see 4 brand new papers. It's the newest Vice Region Association Elite Squad, in bold letters with all 4 of our mugshots posted and bounties labeled underneath them. It looks like our dealings in Dry Rock are not going to be as easy as I thought they'd be. Chapter 222, it's the newest Vice Region Association Elite Squad, in bold letters with all 4 of our mugshots posted and bounties labeled underneath them. Our time in Dry Rock is not going to be as easy as I thought it'd be. I turn to Isaac, now peeking my disguised face out from my hood. Hey, I need to check these out. He stares for a second but recognized my voice. The fire wielder looks me up and down, then mutters under his breath, "You really are full of surprises." I turn left to walk over to the wall with our posted bounties to take a closer look. Next to our pictures, there are notes and prices for our heads. Abigail Sotoro, 10 gold, dead or alive, known association associate. New Vice Region Elite Squad member, Healer Earth Magic user, Maria Cortez, 7 gold, dead or alive. New Vice Region Elite Squad member, Ice Magic user, Jay Soju, 7 gold, dead or alive. New Vice Region Elite Squad member, Swordsman/Dagger Wielder Fire Magic user, Ari, 8 gold, only alive. New Vice Region Elite Squad member, Bow/Dagger Wielder. I get a chuckle out of Abby's full name. Sometimes I forget she is usually referred to as Abigail in more professional settings, but it must have slipped my mind. She's the most wanted because she's been with the association the longest. Maria and I have lower rates and only have basic details that are noted in the association system. Most likely these are what have been publicly shared. Considering we're the new elites, I should get around to reading the paper again. It's a habit I broke once I started hunting more. Aries' poster stands out as well. He's marked down for 1 more gold than Maria and I, plus he's only wanted alive. The rest of us have no preference marked down. I scan the posters back and forth, taking in as much information as possible. Then I hear the fire user gulp behind me. He whispers in a low tone, "Can all your friends do that same trick with their faces? Because it looks like the bunch of you are going to need it." I pause, then finally look away from the posters and back to Isaac. They can't, it's a special item. I only have one. We'll just have to lay low and hope no one's examining us too carefully. I let out a sigh, knowing this is far from optimal in a time like this, but I'll just have to think of a better plan before we have to meet any people face to face. I get a nervous look from the grunt, but he just nods, then turns to the back of the room. Well, figure it out soon. This is getting way too complicated for me. Come on, let's accept the quests and get out of here. He starts to walk over and I follow. We approach a long wooden counter at the back of the room, polished beautifully, with 3 quest office workers standing behind it about 2 meters apart from each other. They're all smiling and keeping a professional aura about them. Then the one on the far right raises his hand. "I can help the 2 of you over here." I let Isaac take the lead, keeping myself right behind him to let the man more used to this place do the talking. It'd be pretty obvious I'm new to town if I tried to ask for the quests myself, so I decide not to say a word. Immediately, they begin to talk. The 2 of them babble on about some changes in the capital, then switch to that same language I'm unfamiliar with before the man behind the counter pulls out 2 sheets of paper. I peer over the counter as Isaac signs the bottoms and takes them, folding each in half before throwing them in his item box. Midtown Break, 7 gold, Red Mountain Break, 15 gold, each of the papers has crossed out numbers for their rewards. Each of them started out at 1 and 2 gold respectively, but it seems they've been raising the number over and over. My wandering eyes move back to the floor as the two of them continue talking. Isaac switches back to the language I can understand. Thanks. We'll head out tomorrow and clear them both. The quest office employee gives him a thin smile but replies professionally, best of luck, Isaac. We hope to see you soon. Both of us leave the office building immediately. I can see a look of concern on the fire user's face, but don't say anything until we walk out the door and make our way around the corner out of sight. The sun is starting to set, and the orange light from the sky is shining down on us, so we got the quests. What's with the look? What else did that guy say? His eyes shift back and forth, still not saying a word as we walk. I gulp and go along with his odd behavior. Both of us have quick, steady footsteps and controlled breathing. The taps of our boots on the stone road are all I hear as I ponder what exactly they talked about. He speaks up as my 3 teammates finally come into sight. He said, many hunters from surrounding towns have been trying to clear these breaks all week. That's why the reward for the quests has gone up so much. No one can clear them. I nod slowly. Alright, that's good, right? More money for you. He pauses, and the silent footsteps continue for a few seconds. He also mentioned a group of 2 elite hunters that came by a few days ago. A white-haired ice mage and a blue-haired water wielder. Apparently, they're fairly new elites. I raise an eyebrow as Isaac continues. They showed their faces here before heading off in the direction of Solara without clearing a single break. They caused a ruckus in town though. Those 2 your friends? I think for a moment, but he cuts me off before I can even begin to respond. Either way, it doesn't matter. All the hunters in town are on high alert for more association lackeys. The bounty rewards are sky high. I give Isaac a stern look as sweat rolls off his forehead. We have a deal, he replies. Hey, I know. I won't run. I'm sure I couldn't even if I tried on your watch. It's just be extra cautious. Alright, I nod as we come within 10 meters of my teammates. Got it. Appreciate the warning. Maria is the first to spot us, throwing her hands up in the air. I deactivate my conceal skill as we approach but keep my head down. Nothing has changed. We planned on not being seen at all in the first place. I'm just feeling a bit more paranoid now than before. There are dozens of posters up on the walls, and the Vice region is one of the furthest from the Dark Continent. So, it's doubtful anyone has our faces completely memorized. At the same time, it's not impossible. Both of us quickly walk over and hop back on our rides. Isaac starts to leave immediately and I motion for us to follow. We swiftly follow in silence. Ari whispers under his breath as we head toward the outskirts of town in the opposite direction we just came. What's with the change of tone? Did everything go okay? I give him a thumbs up, tightening my lips, then responding in a hushed voice, it's fine. Business as usual, just, they have our faces from the newspaper plastered all over. Each of us has a bounty. The archer's eyes widen and Abby clicks her tongue, cursing under her breath. Maria holds me tighter from behind, and I explain all the details in a low whisper as we ride through a new part of town. I relay everything that happened inside and enlighten them on their bounty prices and details. The larger buildings, merchant stands, and storefronts are getting less and less common as we continue forward off to the far side of town. The sun sets more and the natural light fades away too. Smaller homes and poorly built residential areas made of less modern materials become more abundant. Most passers-by seem friendly enough, but it's certainly a different vibe than the city center we just left. People are minding their own business even more out here, looking to the ground and staying out of trouble. I speak up to Isaac guiding the way. Hey, where are you taking us? He points straight ahead, then turns to respond. We're almost there, don't worry. I know a quiet place for us to crash for the night. Coincidentally, it's right near the break. Well, that's what the quest office worker told me at least. We're headed to Midtown. I immediately respond, the break's nearby? How? There would be monsters everywhere. No, Isaac shrugs and turns forward again. Your guess is as good as mine. All we can do is head over and find out. Chapter 223, your guess is as good as mine. All we can do is head over and find out. This is the response I get after asking Isaac how the dungeon break could possibly be nearby when there are no monsters in sight. I can't sense any mana disturbances at all. I'm pretty positive the barrier around this city isn't interfering with my senses either. It's a high-level D-class spell at best, there's no way it's messing with my mind. We continue through the underdeveloped section of town and I murmur to myself while watching the sun completely set over the horizon, impossible, this break is a mid-tier C-class break, minimum. The association wouldn't have sent us out here if it was any lower, and someone from the town would have surely taken it out themselves by now. So many things aren't adding up, the fatigue of our long travels today is catching up to me too. My mind is getting a bit foggy and my body is more tired than usual. I scratch my chin, thinking about it, but become distracted as troches begin to light our way and the buildings around us get much larger and shinier again. There are 2, 3, and even 4-story shops and guild centers that start to pop up, and the road beneath our camels' feet has a much more sturdy feel to it as we walk through this portion of the city. It's only been a few minutes and there's already a drastic change in architecture and neighborhood layouts. We approach a wide open square, with many people out on the streets continuing to go about their nights trading, cooking, laughing, and sharing conversation with one another, from what I can piece together in my fractured view of the city's layout. There are 3 sections to this 1-kilometer-wide circular city: the main square, where we entered today. That's the portion of the city with a high-density area of merchant shops, guilds, government buildings, and housing for those that work there. The portion of the city we just walked through seems to be a lower-income area. Not quite the slums, but much more independent housing and rogue hunters that make their money elsewhere or off a black market of sorts. That's my guess anyways. Now, lastly, the 3rd sector of this city is the one we've just entered. It looks much smaller than the other 2, but very clean, well-built, higher income, and there's not as much worry in these streets as the ones we just left. Buildings are mostly rectangular, made from either the same red brick that the office building in the main part of town was, or a lighter colored stone similar to the hue of the desert sand. Most of the cloth and clothing used for decorations and clothing are the same red as the cloaks we're wearing. My gaze shifts back and forth, taking in the view of the small town as Isaac takes us on a sharp right turn instead of walking through the center square. I catch a glimpse of a crowd, but can't make out what they're surrounding in the center of the courtyard like town center. He turns around as we make our way down a more narrow, but well-lit back road. This is Midtown. Believe it or not, I lived here for a few years back in the day. Come on, the inn I usually stay at is right over here. At this point in the day, my eyes are practically closing. The thought of a nice warm bed is slowly becoming much more important in my mind than the fact that there's a near B-class level threat somewhere nearby. We come across a generic red-bricked residential building with a man standing outside that takes our camels to the back of the inn. He hands us a small black token to fetch our rides whenever we'd like. They'll feed, water, and take care of them in our absence. I give Isaac a handful of silver to check us in using his name, and we all go to our rooms and pass out without much delay. Today was a long day. We took out an entire dungeon break, traveled tens of kilometers across the desert, and successfully infiltrated a town that we're wanted criminals in. The woman at the front desk pays us no mind and accepts the silver with a smile. She offers us a meal at the bar in the back. I decline and head off to my room as soon as Isaac tosses me a key. I'm too tired to even eat. Most of my teammates share the same thought and say no to the woman's kind offer for food and drinks. All 5 of us agree to meet each other in the lobby first thing in the morning. Right as the sun comes up, I make my way to my room, don't bother turning on a light, and drift off to sleep with a million things on my mind slowly fading away into peaceful darkness. Time passes, and the night turns into day. The hot morning sun wakes me up, causing the once cozy bed I'm lying in to make me break a sweat. I jump out of bed and throw my cloak back on to meet the others in the lobby. We decide to eat breakfast on the way from the supplies I've brought, not wanting to take any extra steps or human interactions. As we walk out the front door, Isaac takes a sharp left turn back to the center of Midtown, in the direction of the square we didn't get to face last night. Come on, let's walk. No need for those rides if you 4 are going into the break, right? I bite my bottom lip as I follow, not responding, just thinking to myself, this break in town is worth 7 gold. But the one out in the mountains is supposedly 15. It's probably much more powerful, hence the price difference. I'd like to head straight for the tougher break. If this one we face is anything like the others, there's a good chance I won't have a fun fight. I want a new skill or new information. Or another mana control breakthrough. That's why I came to the Dark Continent anyways, to find opponents that wouldn't be possible to find elsewhere. Also, of course, to appease the director and buy more time while I build my strength. There's no point in disagreeing with power magnitudes above mine. For now, I must continue training, then I'll have more options, I mutter under my breath. Gritting my teeth while thinking of Brutus' face, I need to get stronger. Isaac turns around, What was that? I look up to him with an unnecessarily stern look on my face. Nothing, I'm just ready to fight. He nods as we walk out of the small back road and the main town square comes into view. Great, it should be, right, about. As the fire welder looks around, I do the same, and my teammates follow my gaze. In the middle of the sandy crowded square, there's a large metal box with 4 guards all standing around it. The chatter of nearly 100 villagers fills my ears as I try to concentrate. After a quick inspection, I find that the guards are all over level 275 and have decent basic combat skills. These men are all the equivalent of basic low-level C-class hunters. I use my all-seeing eye on the massive mysterious box, but nothing can be found, nothing at all. There's an absence of space inside the box entirely. I didn't notice it yesterday because I wasn't fixated on it like I am now. I stare further, burning through a few hundred MP to boost my skills performance. Then, the hint of a dense mana signature deep within the box fills my mind's eye. I whisper under my breath, "The break is in there." Isaac responds without looking back, "That's what the quest office worker told me. He said just walk to the center of Midtown and you'll see it." I guess this is it. We walk forward, with our cloaks covering our faces, and Isaac taking the lead. To make us a bit less suspicious, I activate conceal and edit my status to that of a higher than average C-class swordsman, about level 350. My disguise of the middle-aged tan-skinned hunter returns as we walk up towards the supposed break. People move out of the way as we near to the massive silver box. The closer we get, the less crowded the square filled with merchants, hunters, and villagers gets. Seconds later, we're no more than 5 meters away, meeting the gaze of the nearest guard. He places a hand up in the air. "Hey now, this is Dryrock guarded property. Move along before you get yourselves hurt." Isaac rolls his eyes and reaches into his cloak pocket to pull out the signed bounty offer for the Midtown break. The guard's eyes tighten as he reads the paper, then looks up at both Isaac and me. "You sure? We've had 4 casualties this week already." "What level are you 2 dash?" He peers behind me to see the 3 figures covering their faces. "And who are they?" Isaac gulps and turns to me. Then I quickly respond, "Hired help. I'm just trying to get paid and save my village from a drought. I heard there were some bounties for breaks out here. It's either this or we starve." I show him a saddened stare, then end with a more lighthearted statement. "Wanted to see if I could snag a fight with an elite while I was at it. Looks like I just missed him." I let out a fake laugh and a grin, but it seems rather convincing to me. The guard smirks, giving me a chuckle. "Yeah, right. Those 2 elites walked through town without any fear. Guards that got close were blown away by some weird barrier. You wouldn't have stood a chance." I roll my eyes playfully. "I'm kidding, just a fantasy of mine," then pause before continuing. "Well, at least let us give this dungeon a shot. I hope to clear the one out in the mountains too." The guard crosses his arms, staring me in the eyes. "A confident one, aren't ya?" He sighs and gives me a nod, then calls out to the guard on his right side protecting another wall of the silver cube. "Hey, let's let him in. We have some new break challengers today." Chapter 224. "Hey, let's let him in. We have some new break challengers today." The second guard peeks his head around the corner of the box with a goofy grin across his face, making eye contact with me. This man is heavier set and has a body hardening skill. He's most likely a tank, is that right? "Are you all facing the Midtown break or the mountain break?" His silly grin turns into a more serious look as he walks from his post to stand by the other guard's side. I raise an eyebrow and respond, "Well, what's the difference? All I know is one's worth more than double the gold to clear than the other." Both of the guards turn to each other and can't help themselves from bursting into laughter. Eventually, they stop and the larger guard speaks up again. "Let me see your status. I don't feel comfortable sending you off on a death mission. You better be over level 300. I nod slowly, turning my concealed status towards the guard. It shows a level 351 swordsman with various stat boosting rings, but none of my actual powers. His eyes widen as he reads everything aloud. Both of the guards become much more serious. Then I reply, "See, I'm not just messing around here. My teammates here are all at similar levels. Tell me about these breaks, we can handle it. Also, I'm smart enough to run away if I can't." The guard that read my status aloud replies, "You know what, you may be the kind of guy we need for that mountain break I dash." His partner elbows him in the ribs, cutting him off. "The mountain break is where those 4 casualties came from that I mentioned earlier. There's also only been 4 challengers. No one that enters that break makes it out alive. We don't have much info on it." The other guard speaks, after clearing his throat from being elbowed in the gut. "Why, sorry, you just wanted info on both breaks. I can't tell you much about that one. The one we're guarding here is an old griffin dungeon. It used to be the perfect training ground for our higher level 200s hunters to break into the 300s after farming the boss, but now it's gone way out of control. He lets out a long sigh. No one has dared to face the mutant boss. Our teams of 5 have trouble with the regular dungeon spawned mutants. They have some nasty wind magic. According to a few of the break experts, the boss is rumored to be almost level 400. An audible gulp comes from the other guard as he agrees. I nod slowly, thinking this information over my head for a few seconds, then respond, I'd like to talk this over with my partners for a moment. I turn to Isaac, motioning for him to come back over to my 3 teammates. They're still standing together with their faces covered. Maria is the first to make a comment once I get closer. You want to go off and face that mountain break by yourself, don't you? I let out a chuckle. You read my mind. I turn to look at the mountain range made of orange-red stone towering over the village for a moment, then back to my team. You 3 handle this break. I want the one in the mountains. With a record of 4 attempts and 4 casualties? There's something fishy going on, and I want to figure out exactly what it is. I get a firm nod from Ari as he responds, finally, I'll get to solo a mutant boss. Abby slaps him on the shoulder. Hey, I'll be the one to take it out. Just watch. Maria looks at me with a serious stare. Meet back at the inn in 4 hours. If either of us doesn't show up, go in to help the other with their break. Deal. Isaac butts in. Hey, so what if you don't come out? Then he turns to me, and you're facing the mountain break by yourself? Are you deaf? I cut him off. It'll be fine. I turn away from my team and relay the news to the guards standing by. These 3 are going to handle this break. I'd like to take a crack at the one up in the mountains. Where is it? Not expecting these words to come out of my mouth, the tank chokes on his own breath before responding. Why, you're not serious, are you? We were joking. Do you even have a signed bounty for it? A level 350 soloing the mountain break, are you crazy? That's suicide. I roll my eyes and turn to Isaac. He understands and shows them the signed paper with a worried look on his face. The fire user holds a second sheet of very small paper under the signed bounty. The guard takes both of them, reads them carefully, then hands the bounty paper back to Isaac. The nervous gaze from Isaac now transfers to the guard. The one on my right gulps, then points to the highest mountain peak. Your paperwork checks out. See that middle mountain? I shift my feet to face the mountain and cross my arms. The corners of my lips begin to curl upwards. Yeah, I see it. He continues. There's a path all the way up to the top. You should see it about 3/4 of the way up. It's impossible to miss the break. I stare up at the peak, then reply, all right, then how do I get inside? Are there more guards like you up there? And another one of these shielding contraptions? He looks over at Isaac, then back at me. All of the guards were called down after yesterday's challengers didn't make it out. It's basically just left up to whoever wants an earlier death sentence. He pauses. As I said, there's no info on that break still. It shouldn't be anywhere near as dangerous as it is. We lost a level 385 rogue the other day that attempted to challenge it. He's known for taking about the toughest breaks. I didn't even know that man could bleed. I raise an eyebrow. Oh yeah? He didn't make it out? What kind of dungeon is this anyway? Isaac throws an arm around my shoulder and begins turning me away while whispering in my ear, enough talking. You sound like an outsider more and more every second you keep running your mouth. You'll blow your cover. I yell out. Hey, Isaac cuts me off, but I can sense some urgency in his tone now. He must be serious. I shift my gaze to see some wandering eyes and ears listening in, then shut my mouth. The fire user asks me another question. Your friends can handle themselves fine. I reply, yeah, a griffin break? They'll be fine. While turning away, I see Maria's lips mouth 4 hours. I say 4 hours back, confirming our deal, and wave the others off. I think to myself as both Isaac and I walk through the crowd of people in the Midtown Village Square, this break shouldn't be much harder than the one we just defeated. The 3 of them are more than competent enough to face a break on their own. If for whatever reason they're not up to the challenge, I'll be back in 4 hours to help. I'd be very surprised if they don't clear this dungeon without me. Isaac responds, breaking my train of thought. Whatever you say. The faster you clear these breaks, the faster I get paid and can leave you crazies. I'll be set for years off this payout, he murmurs under his breath as we make it through the crowd and head off toward the mountains. This will all be worth it in the end. The 2 of us walk in near silence again for what seems like a very long time. We make our way to the edge of town, step off the stone road, and begin walking on a much more sandy, rugged one as we stray from town. The wavering transparent barrier is easy to walk through without any resistance. When I look back, the town is completely gone. I let out a light gasp at the sight, but Isaac assures me we'll be able to get back in without a problem. The twisting sandy road winds up the side of the mountain, and after half an hour of walking I wish we brought those camels along. I can see it in the fire user's face too, he regrets leaving our rides behind. The hot sun is beating down on us overhead even though it's still very early in the morning. There is a slight breeze that comes through every few minutes, giving us a hint of cool air, but fading away before I'm fully satisfied every time. We're about halfway up the middle mountain, and I already see a glimmer of something up ahead on the trail. I squint my eyes and activate my all-seeing eye at the same time. To my surprise, I pick up a faint mana reading, then activate it even further and pick up the traces of an entire dungeon portal. The pulsing was too weak to sense from the town, but now that I'm focused on it, there's definitely something here. We trek upwards until it comes into full view. I see a light red glowing dungeon portal sitting up on a high rocky ledge. It's calmly swirling and completely unguarded. The entrance to my next break is about 200 meters away on the path ahead, I whisper under my breath. This all seems way too easy. Something doesn't feel right. Chapter 225. But something feels off. As the two of us make our way up the narrow sandy path up the mountainside, a light red glowing portal comes into full view. It gives off minuscule amounts of mana radiation compared to what I was expecting to see. The closer we get, the more I prepare for a wave of intense energy to come pulsing out, but it never comes. The two of us approach the portal in silence, then I finally speak up. This is giving off the mana signature of an E-class dungeon at best, Isaac responds as we come to a halt about 10 meters away from the light red spinning portal. Well, once you enter, I'll be waiting out here. You heard what that guard said. Not a single person has walked into that dungeon and made it out alive. There's no way it's an E-class. I tighten my gaze and burn through a few hundred MP to examine every millimeter of this calmly swirling break. I don't find anything different than the last time I scanned it. Nothing. It's just a normal E-class break. With a sigh, I begin walking straight toward the break while continuing to speak in a low tone. I'll be back in a few hours at most. See you soon. As I turn away, I catch a glimpse of his nervous expression turns into a slick grin. I don't think much of it as I'm mesmerized by the odd portal in front of me, but shake myself from its trance before going into full battle mode. I turn to the grunt, looking him straight in the eyes to watch sweat roll off his forehead in streams. Don't try anything stupid while I'm gone. I light the tip of my finger with a dark flame, then grab it with my other hand, putting it out in an instant. We have a deal, but I won't hesitate to make you disappear if you do anything to harm my teammates or put my mission at risk. Don't mess up this life-changing payout for yourself. He gulps, then shows me a slight bow, stuttering a reply. Oh, of course. I'll be right here when you return. He steps back. I reply to his bow with a firm nod, then face the portal again. Great. Now on to more important things. The light red mass of mana spins slowly and silently just above the rocky desert floor. It's almost eerie how little energy it's giving off. There's not much use in thinking about it anymore. I'll just need to jump through and figure out what the problem is from the inside. With a grin forming across my face, I jump through without a hint of hesitation. Instantly, white transfer magic brings me into the dungeon. My eyes open wide for a moment, then tighten and shift back and forth as I question what exactly is going on here. There's tall green grass, occasional patches of rocks and small trees, a bright blue sky with white clouds, and a cool breeze that pushes my hair up as I step into this new world. Goblin dungeon. Blinking a few times, I activate my enemy detection and inspect skills as I see three small green creatures come running towards me with their small black daggers held tight in their grips. 20M, LV is 16, LV is 13, LV 12. I squint more, unable to truly believe what I'm seeing in front of my eyes. Goblins, really? They're higher levels than normal goblins, but still, these are double-digit level mobs. I must have entered the wrong break. Maybe there is another one nearby that I missed on the way up? Or it's further up the mountain. I rack my brain for ideas as the three goblins continue to come charging my way. The group attacks, but I kick them to the side and incinerate the group with a small fireball from my right hand as I continue to ponder my predicament. The guard's description of the dungeon break matches the location of this one exactly. So what am I missing? I'm pretty frustrated, but decide to begin my trek forward into the dungeon anyways. It's still a break after all. Someone has to clear it. I open up my item storage and let Ember fly out. It's been a while since we've had some peace and quiet alone in a dungeon. The elegant glimmering black wings of my battle partner come out of my white twisting item storage portal. Then the crimson eyes of the large monster show themselves next. Instantly, I feel our telepathic link open up. We're a long way from home, and I've gained a few levels. It seems you've been busy. I smile and watch the magnificent beast flap its wings and fly up into the open sky of the dungeon. I air step upwards to climb on his back and respond, I have. You haven't missed any exciting fights yet. I'm hoping we'll come across one soon. Ember begins to fly his wings harder, bringing us higher up into the sky, then responds, maybe we'll get one here. What a peculiar break. I raise an eyebrow, activating my all-seeing eye and looking down from above. I'm not sure what you owe dash. I sense something odd on the far side of the dungeon that was definitely not there when I scanned for enemies upon entry. This is new. Just as I catch onto the odd disturbance in mana that's lurking back by what can only be the boss room portal, it disappears from my mind's eye. It's gone. Ember pauses for a moment before responding. Seems like it is. My guess is a dungeon intruder. Something with a teleport skill. I nod slowly, continuing to extend my perception skills range, but coming back with nothing at all over and over again. I did feel it, there was something there. It was strong too, very strong. Ember and I continue to soar through the sky for another 30 minutes. I catch him up on the whole Dark Continent situation, but the dragon doesn't seem to care much for our human issues. He's more focused on the breaks themselves, hoping to snag more levels wherever he can. We're only 75 away from his next rank up, so it seems like this is still the only thing on the forefront of his mind. It gives me more motivation to focus too. Leveling up and improving my skills is the only thing that matters. Let's find this intruder. The moment I speak these words, its presence comes backing my mind's eye. Ember seems to notice a disturbance in the mana around us too and immediately changes directions, beginning our descent. Whatever is down there is giving off mana levels similar to the salamander boss in full battle mode that I fought just yesterday. There's also an odd shielding around it blocking me from reading into its full potential. As we plummet down toward the floor at blinding speed, I begin to activate my other detection skills, then the presence vanishes again. It's completely gone, again. I grit my teeth as we break through the cloud line and the light gray spinning boss room portal comes into view below us in the middle of a wide open meadow of tall green grass. Both of us land to the ground with a thud and I hop off Ember's back with my hands at my sides, looking around with both curiosity and frustration. The portal slowly spins and gives off a light gray tint. Even for a dungeon break, it's hardly dark at all. The portal doesn't buzz one bit, and there aren't any goblin or hobgoblin mobs in sight. There is usually some kind of portal guardian or something. Nothing seems to be popping up. I reach into my item storage to cautiously take out my sword. It's way too silent. My eyes continue to dart back and forth, waiting for an ambush, but it never comes. Minutes pass, and nothing happens. The dense mana source that has appeared twice isn't showing its face. I don't understand why. Letting out a sigh, I walk back over to Ember, who has now made himself comfortable laying down in the soft green grass. Leaning against his cool black glossy scales, I open our link. Looks like it ran away. Whatever was here is definitely not here anymore, Ember replies. What a shame. I thought we'd get to meet a real archdemon dash. Ember's voice stops mid-sentence and the air pressure shifts. The dense mana readings begin to pop up on my radar again out of nowhere. I grip my sword and turn around to see the source of the energy. An unexpected guest has arrived. Chapter 226. I turn to see what the source of this overwhelming power is and my jaw drops at the sight of a full-blown demon with red horns, white eyes, dark skin, and pointed white teeth staring at me curiously. Dense white mana shielding covers its bulging muscles and I see the thin black line on its forearm stretch all the way up its nice shoulder and curl onto its chest just like mine. The monster doesn't have any armor or gear on other than tight black pants that hug its overly muscular legs. It looks very similar to the greater demon I faced in the past. The only difference is this monster looks much more compact, more muscular, and possesses the ability to control mana at a much higher level. Its skin is such a dark red color it almost looks jet black. The creature's white eyes wander back and forth from me to Ember, to the dungeon behind us, then back to me. Then, it speaks, breaking through my telepathic link's defenses immediately. I hear the deep voice of the 3-meter-tall entity invade my mind. A demon and a dragon, what a lucky surprise. Its eyes tighten on me like it's looking straight through my body. I gulp as the monster continues. Now how did the two of you get all the way out here? I don't say a word, cautiously gripping my sword tight by my side and activating Inspect and Appraisal. LV 450, active items, none, active skills, telepathy, legendary grade, body double, special grade, dungeon walker, no items, and it has a skill I've never seen before. The other two are common demon skills, but there's no core. Where is the archdemon's core? Ember stands up and begins to flicker with dark flames behind me. I put my left hand in the air as the dragon stares down the demon in front of us. Wait. Doesn't something feel off? Ember nods but keeps his eyes locked on the potential enemy. The demon smirks and continues to talk through our link like nothing has changed. Oh come on, don't be like that. I haven't had anyone to talk to face in years. I abandoned my labyrinth too, can't you tell? The demon takes a step forward, showing off its pearly white teeth, and stares deep into my eyes while continuing to speak through our link. You're an odd one, aren't you? A shape-shifting perk? Well, it doesn't matter. Whatever helps you blend in while outside the dungeons is none of my business. I look at the demon with a slightly confused look on my face, but pay close attention as it continues. I want to ask a million questions, but I'm better off just letting this monster continue doing the talking uninterrupted before it realizes what I really am. It takes another step forward. I really have been getting tired of guarding that place. Only in this recent surge have I been able to open my links to the dungeons that were formed during my creation. I squint my eyes as the monster continues its long strides, making the ground sink beneath its heavy feet with every slow step it takes in the tall green grass. You know, if neither of us reports each other to the king, we can each go our separate ways like this never happened. I stare forward with half pure astonishment and half mind-bending curiosity. The words that this demon says as it continues to walk toward me without changing its emotionless calm expression one bit are keeping me on the edge of my seat. A shape-shifting perk? It abandoned its labyrinth? Report to the king? So many things make my mind buzz with new thoughts. The shielding around its body is still blowing in the vision of my perception skill on full power. It's spewing unnecessary amounts of MP into the air. If anything, its defenses are getting stronger with every step closer it takes. My shielding isn't active at all, and Ember is hardly producing any flames. Either this demon is oddly confident that we're already allies, or it believes the two of us are so inexperienced that this is the peak of our power. It speaks up again, now less than 5 meters away. I heard there was a premature labyrinth collapse recently on one of the newer spawns. In a place humans called the Vice region, I believe. We were informed that you had perished in the defeat, but it seems this isn't the case. I know your core signature very well. You've gone rogue. I nod slowly, remembering back to the labyrinth that I collapsed following the C-class exams. It seems I've really been mistaken for a demon again. All these monsters see is my core and my dragon companion and believe everything they see. I let out a sigh and go along with its game. If it believes I'm its ally, this may be a positive, that's right. We've been laying low. Looking for others to team with, the demon takes another step, then its demeanor changes entirely in an instant. The calm eyes turn fierce, its kind grin shifts to a devious smirk. And it begins to swing its left hand of sharp claws directly at my neck without hesitating for a moment. I hear it say a final line. Too bad you've decided to betray us. I'll make this quick. I activate my mana manipulation to create a bright pink barrier of energy between my neck and the demon's incoming clawed fingers. I use nearly half my MP stores on the shielding while activating my stat boosting skills simultaneously. I'm not taking any chances. It forms fractions of a second before impact, and I watch the crimson-red claws fracture into dozens of pieces on my dense shielding. The demon's eyes widen with fear, and a spinning black and purple portal opens up behind it. I lift my sword, instantly charge it with 1000 MP, and swiftly slice the monster's head clean off before it can take a step backward to blip away using its teleportation magic. I expected it to counter or fight back in some way, but the battle is over in an instant. As the head of the demon slides off its body, the portal behind it fades and a few final words come into my telepathic link. How interesting. Its eyes close and the head drops toward the ground. The demon's body falls backward. It whispers out a final line through our link before hitting the grassy floor. Come see me in Solara. I'll be waiting for you. Thud, its head and body hit the ground at the same time. Then the entire dungeon falls silent. I look up at the gray spinning portal in front of me, then turn back to Ember, then finally back at the corpse on the ground. In just mere seconds, its body dissolves into thin air, not leaving a single thing behind. A body double. That skill I'd never seen before. This is the only explanation. I turn to Ember again. He speaks up before I can get another word in. That was far too easy to be the real thing. You're thinking I'm most likely correct. A body double skill. Possibly similar to your advanced mana manipulation perk. Archdemons aren't easily fooled. I nod, so it probably knew I was a human all along? Or maybe it was just testing my strength. And how does it know all of these city names from outside the dungeons? It wants me to meet it in Solara. I gulp. then my facial expression slowly morphs into a grin. That means there's a labyrinth in the capital, right? Or, maybe it's just in another dungeon like this. I scratch my chin, looking up at Ember while standing in place and thinking about our new situation for quite a while. So many things just got much more complicated than they were just a few hours ago. I'll deal with this threat once I get to Solara. For now, one thing at a time, let's clear this break. I open up my item storage to let Ember hop back inside. The last thing I need is to have Isaac see my 7-meter-long fire-breathing companion when I leave the dungeon. That grunt already knows one too many things about me. After entering the boss room, a mutant hobgoblin appears at level 41. I take it out in a single swing of my sword and wait for the white transfer magic to take me back out to the surface. Putting away my weapons and powering down my skills, the white light takes over and the break is cleared. I mutter to myself as I feel the earth under my feet shift from soft grass to hard smooth flooring that does not feel like the rocky desert. That went well. Easy enough. Wait dash. While transporting back to the real world, I begin to feel a very odd humming sensation. As my vision comes back, I see white walls surround me on all sides and the buzzing sound of man-made mana shielding fills my ears. I'm in a box. It seems to be about the same size as the metal contraption I saw in the village square earlier this morning. Activating my all-seeing eye reveals that it is in fact exactly the same as the box from Dryrock. What have I gotten myself into this time? Chapter 227. What have I gotten myself into this time? There are 6 white walls, including the ceiling and floor all around me, buzzing with the strong sensation of high-grade mana shielding in the air. My perception skills reveal the level of shielding to be more than enough to keep most C-class monsters at bay. It seems as though the outside is made of a strong metal alloy while the inside is coated in dense white mana shielding. It's similar to the kind used in the Vice City Capital training rooms. Well, the public ones. How did I manage to get stuck inside one of these? I walk over to one of the walls and begin banging on it with a fisted hand. Hey. Hello? Anybody there? I've kinda stuck inside here. The pounding sounds of my fist against the impenetrable shielding fade instantly, not even leaving me with an echo. These are some hard walls. No one replies. I can't hear anything but the low hum of mana now that I think about it. I gulp, then begin to pace around the small white room in circles thinking about my options here. It makes no sense as to why I'm in a box like this. It's only been 2 hours at most since I left the city. Maybe it was some kind of weird link dungeon that brought me back to the town center? Or, was I set up? Is this some kind of trap? I activate my plunderer skill and begin sucking the MP out of the floor beneath my feet while fully activating my all-seeing eye to look through the walls around me. The moment I do, I catch onto the faint sensation of magic items in my near vicinity. Not many, and not strong ones, but there's definitely some mana-imbued gear lingering nearby. A few cloaks, swords, and item boxes are moving slowly in the open area all around me. I activate enemy detection 2 and find that all of the people around are between levels 275 and 330. I mutter under my breath. Guards, this was a setup. All signs only point toward one person. I roll my eyes and reach into my item box to pull out my sword. Using the excess mana from the shielding I'm standing on, I power up my own version of shielding using mana manipulation. I cover my entire blade in a thick pink layer of mana while coating my body in a thinner layer of it as well. This may be overkill. If my calculations are correct, none of the guards outside have a clue what mana control even is. But there's one that I'd like to teach a lesson. One of their levels matches Isaac's exactly. After activating appraisal and doing a full sweep, his fire magic confirms his position as well. He's cowering behind them. I grit my teeth and swing the mana-shielded blade at the dense white walls. It slices through like butter, not even making a sound, leaving the full wall entirely intact. I hear the chatter of guards come through the white walls the instant the shielding is fractured. A raspy voice fills my ears. It's only us 4, we're the only ones that know about this elite. The bounty on his head is all ours, we'll kill him the second we get a chance. He's a crafty one too, he can change his face to look like anyone. So don't let that fool ya. Another guard responds, yeah, and he wields 2 elements. Fire and earth, this box better hold him. Ready when you are to set off the trap. There's a pause. 3, 2, 1 dash. Without wanting to know what exactly will happen at the end of this countdown, I kick the triangular sliced metal shielding in to open the hole just large enough for me to hop through onto the rocky mountain path overlooking the city. The 4 rougher-looking men in guards' uniforms stop counting down and stare at me wide-eyed with shields, swords, and daggers pointed straight ahead. One of them in the back speaks up, Hey, how'd he get out of there? That shielding is graded for up to level 400 monsters. I thought you said he was a level 351. The guard turns to a nearby rock pile and I follow his gaze to see the back of Isaac's head running away down the path without saying a word to reply. My eyes shift back to the 4 guards as they begin to run at me with their weapons raised, yelling death threats and bearing angry expressions. The world around me seems to slow down. I take a deep breath in, then let it out. Watching the sand beneath the backs of Isaac's feet fly up in the air and the shining silver weapons of the guards before me slowly close in on my location, I think to myself, it's a shame you ratted me out. Once a crook, always a crook, I guess. I haven't killed anyone in a while, unfortunately. Today I'll break my clean streak. I'm not mad about it, just disappointed. Disappointed that even with common interests in mind and what I thought was some mutual respect, it still wasn't enough to tame human greed, including my own. This will be quick. I lift my sword, still covered in a layer of pink mana, and run forward while charging its core with fire-imbued MP. In the blink of an eye, I slice through every last one of them. All 4 guards freeze in place, unable to comprehend what's happening. I run through them without batting an eye, slicing while keeping my eyes focused on the man that revealed my secrets to these 4 grunts. Isaac calls out, begging for something, but I don't give him the time of day to say a single word. The backstabber is finished before he can even meet my gaze. I fly past him with a swift swing of my sword, then come to a halt using a hint of wind magic to stop my feet from sliding down the trail any further. My perception of reality speeds back up to normal, then the 5 astonished men all burst into balls of hot black flames. In less than a second upon leaving that mana-shielded box, every last one of them has been completely incinerated. One of the rare cool mountain breezes comes through, making the black flames waver on all of my targets for a moment. There's a slight whistle in the air. I'm left in near silence. All that remains now are piles of sizzling ash and the inconsistent buzzing of a broken metal mana shielding contraption. I curse under my breath, realizing the seriousness of what I've just done, but don't regret it for a moment. They were going to kill me if I gave them the chance. And letting them run free would have endangered me even more in the future. That was the right thing to do. Well, that's all I can tell myself now. What's done is done. After looking over both my shoulders, confirming there are no other wandering eyes, I throw all of their low-level gear into my item storage. Using my earth summoning skill, their blackened remains are mixed into the sandy dirt below my feet. Then, I stare at the massive metal contraption with a triangle-shaped hole in the side of it. Now how did they even manage to get this thing up here? It's enormous. There's no way I'm moving this thing in one piece, with a few swift swings of my mana-shielded sword. The metal box is sliced into 8 smaller pieces that conveniently fit in my item storage without a problem. Each fragment buzzes and vibrates, giving off absurd and uneven amounts of mana. They rattle and shake the ground if not handled with my telekinesis skill. Even while flowing in the air, they aren't very easy to hold. It won't be containing any monsters or people any time in the near future, but I'm sure these parts will come in handy at some point in the future. I let out a long sigh, confirming that all of the evidence has been scrubbed. Looking down at the city below, my heart skips a beat as I remember my teammates clearing the break in the town center. I wonder if more guards have set up a similar trap while waiting for their return. Chapter 228. I stare down at the city below, wondering how my teammates are faring against a potential ambush. Remembering back to when we showed the guards in the middle of town our bounty to clear the break, Isaac slipped him a second piece of paper. I grit my teeth and curse under my breath again. How could I have been so careless? Well, trusting is a better word. How could I have been so trusting of a grunt that would turn his back on his own townspeople for some gold? Of course, he'd turn his back on me once he got a better offer. I swallow hard, rolling my eyes, then tighten the grip on my blade for reassurance while staring down the mountain trail that leads back to the town. Think, it's been a little over 2 hours. Even if the 3 of them ran the hole, there's a low chance they've defeated the entire break already. I still have time to scope out the center of town and prepare for what happens next. Thinking back to what the guards that attacked me said, they were the only ones that knew of my whereabouts and hidden abilities. Hidden in a much more private setting, they were going to cash out on my bounty alone. My teammates will reappear in a much more populated area. It'll be much harder to keep a secret, so I can only assume they have a lot more guards on the job. No one else has to die. If I can just get us out of the city quickly and quietly, that would be the best case scenario here. I'm sure, given enough time, they'll figure out where their missing guards went. However, our immediate concern is to escape this city. All 4 of us have a bounty on our heads. I begin walking down the mountain at a quick pace while reactivating conceal and throwing on a new generic villager disguise while covering my face with my long red robe just to make sure no one identifies me. It takes nearly half an hour to get down the mountain. The sun has risen higher in the sky, making its hot rays much stronger, pulling moisture from my skin with every step. The city is still invisible to me too. the odd magic barrier shields any visuals from making it through. Maybe that's it. I walk up to the invisible magical wall. Using my all-seeing eye, it appears as a rainbow pink-tinted wavering wall of light-imbued magic. In the silence of the desert, I look over both my shoulders but see no one to my left, right, or back. There isn't even anyone from the village past the wall looking at me. It is a more unpopulated portion of town with residential buildings facing away from the open desert. I slowly bring my finger forward and tap the wall of glimmering transparent magic 2 times. To my surprise, it sends rippling waves all throughout the barrier and actually stops my finger from pushing through it. Well, this is unexpected. I tap it again with my outstretched pointer finger, but the vibrations just show up in my mind's eye and flow throughout the entire town-sized curved dome. The waves look like the result of throwing a rock into a pond, so odd. There's a good chance that if I hit it hard enough, this barrier will most likely break. As I gauged it before, it's a high-grade D-class spell. I'm sure it does well at keeping most intruders out. I'm not exactly sure how it's maintained or operated, so I don't really want to break it beyond repair if the caster isn't in town to fix it. I activate my mana manipulation skill and coat my finger in a layer of pink shielding, then try my tapping again. To my amusement, my finger slips right through. Tiny fragments of clear shimmering energy fly off of the area my finger touches and dissolve into thin air. It looks like paper-thin glass being shattered. It only affects a small area that is touched with mana and disappears within seconds. The ripples don't carry throughout the entire barrier like before. With a smirk, I coat the rest of my body in mana and take a few steps forward to walk all the way through. More small rainbow shimmering, transparent fragments burst from the spell as I slip through and dissolve into the air. I do a final scan once I get to the other side, making sure that I've left the wall completely unharmed and remain totally unscathed myself. Powering down my perception skill, the city is visible to me without any outside aid. I made it back inside immediately. I head toward the inn we stayed at last night while using my special grade conceal perk to shift my appearance around to something that'd help me out a bit more at a time like this. With long black slick back hair, a beefier build, and a smug look on my face, I take on the appearance of the fire-wielding grunt that crossed me and head for the camel stand at the back of the town, without even batting an eye. The kind old man taking care of the animals in the back gives me the reins for 2 of the 3 camels he was taking care of. I mention if we're not back by nightfall, the third one, Isaac's old ride, is his to keep, a token of my gratification. It may be better off with this caretaker anyway. He looks at me with an astonished stare, but graciously accepts as I walk off with our 2 rides toward the town square. My heart beats faster and faster as I walk through the narrow alleyways holding the reins of both camels tight, leading them behind me. There's a cool shade near the walls of the buildings that line both sides of the street. Every step forward I take makes me more jittery about the sight I'm about to see. Finally, making it to an opening that leads out into the bustling crowds of people, I tie the 2 camels up in the last bit of shade and slowly walk forward into the mass of people going about their everyday lives. The top of the massive metal box is visible, reflecting the midday sun right back at me, still in full disguise, looking exactly like the fire-using thug that tried to have our heads sold off to the highest bidder. I wade through dozens of people, making my way closer and closer to the metal box. The laughter and conversations all around me fade away. All I can hear is my own breathing and my slow footsteps on the hard ground. The mana shielding contraptions gets closer while the crowd of villagers gets thinner. I activate my all-seeing eye and stay hidden by the horde of people all around me and begin to walk around the open courtyard in slow circles while examining the mana in my close vicinity. There are tons of mana crystals and mana-imbued items being traded all around. Some wear item boxes while others are holding goods on their person. The 4 guards that stand around the large metal box are all stacked up with lower-level C-grade gear. There are another 8 guards stationed all around the square, armed with similar gear. I continue to walk around in a slow circle, stopping at random shops and switching directions every once in a while with the crowd's natural flow for a full 10 minutes, keeping my head down and out of sight, only using my perception skill. I completely blend in with every other merchant and villager that passes through. It's been just over 3 hours now, so my teammates still have plenty of time before our decided meeting time, but I would have guessed that they beat this break by now. My breathing slows, and my eyes grow sharp as I continue to watch the box from all angles and wait. Finally, I feel something. The strong magic within the portal ceases to spin and I feel an intense wave of familiar earth and ice magic hit my mind's eye seeping through the heavily shielded metal box. One of the guards takes out a glowing silver contraption from his pocket and yells out with a fearful tone to the guard next to them, "They're here." Get into positions. Just like before, moments prior to when I cut through the magic box up on the mountainside, I hear one of the nearby guards counting down. 3. The 4 guards scatter, running away from the box while yelling at villagers in the crowd to stay back. One of the other guards continues to yell, "It's a break. Get back. Everybody get back." The containment is failing, my eyes dart back and forth while I watch everything go down in real time. The men are clearly lying, they're collapsing the box from the outside. At least they're getting the innocent citizens away, that's good. The surrounding 8 guards begin to walk closer from all sides. 2. The villagers and merchants all around me start to scream and smaller children in the streets cry in fear, but I run forward, making my way straight at the metal box. I pass one of the guards on my way through, locking eyes with him for a moment to see that it's the same one that Isaac handed the small piece of paper off to this morning. I get a surprised look from him, but pay it no mind. I'm still in full disguise. 1. I lunge forward, then the countdown hits its final number. 0. There's a loud bang, and everything glows bright white. Chapter 229, 3, 2, 1. I hear a nearby guard count these numbers down as I run toward the metal box in the middle of the square. All of the villagers and merchants run in the opposite direction, following the orders of the screaming guards that are lying to them all about a collapse in their containment tech. In reality, whatever is about to happen is all they're doing. It was triggered by that small silver contraption in the hands of one of the escaping guards. 0. The countdown hits 0. I'm close to taking out my sword and slicing through the metal box myself, but I feel energy building up inside it, the district dense mana for Ares' bow, Maria's new royal blue ice, and I feel the ground begin to shake and ripple, sending waves of earth magic all throughout the courtyard. I grin and tuck my sword back into storage, realizing they have this all under control. There's an incredibly loud bang that's quickly overpowered by the humming and buzzing sounds of excess mana shielding. Flying out into the air, a bright white flash of white light engulfs the entire square. To anyone without extreme perception awareness like mine, it'd be impossible to tell what is going on. So, in other words, I'm the only one that has a clue of what's going on for the next 1 to 2 seconds. Metal fragments from the contraptions begin to burst out in all directions, and my 3 team members jump out of the mana-spewing box with angry expressions on their faces. They'd busted out at the last minute without my help. Ares' arrow blew a hole right through the shielding, and Maria's ice took advantage by freezing the whole box solid in fractions of a second. Abby finished the job by forcing the desert floor beneath the box to shoot spears of rock into the brittle outside layer, shattering it into thousands of pieces. This chain of events releases massive amounts of built-up energy into the atmosphere. I summon walls of rock to shield the innocent townspeople that may be caught in the blast radius. Massive 5-meter-tall walls of stone make a 20-meter-wide circle around the inner part of the town square. While doing so, I activate my telepathy skill and aim it directly at my teammates. It's been used on intelligent monsters before, but never on other humans. In theory, it should work just fine. Can you hear me? About a second passes, shards of metal and broken mana shielding collide with my walls of stone, blocking them from hitting the villagers, but I conveniently let a few pass in the direction of the 12 guards, now all running away in fear of the blast. Maria's voice echoes in my mind. JJ? How dash? Then Abby cuts her off with a confused echoing voice. Hello, Ari is the last to talk through my telepathic link as Abby's voice fades off. He's more calm and collected. What happened? I reply while shooting a dark ball of fire in the air, heading off in the direction of the camels I parked in the shadows of the narrow alley. The black-crimson ball of flames shines through all of the dust and mana-imbued white and silver-colored debris. It was all a setup. Isaac betrayed us. Follow the flames, we're getting out of here, Abby butts in with a sarcastic tone. Who would have thought? Isaac betrayed us. I cut her off with a serious reply, tease me later. For now, our only goal is to leave this square. I activate stealth to zip through and hop over the crowd with ease as the dust begins to settle all around. The display of earth magic and metal fragments is revealed. The bow wielder, blonde, and green-haired mages follow close behind me. I deactivate my concealment and stealth skill and hop on one of the camels while unhooking them from where I previously tied them up. My other 3 teammates hop on and we ride away through the empty alleyway before the screaming crowd can escape the square. We leave the village center in shambles, with bloodied guards cursing the elites they let slip through their fingers and yelling out words about the association. We're leaving this town just like the other 2 hunters from a few days earlier. Although, the turned-up earth, and a completely destroyed mana-shielding contraption, this is a surefire way to get our bounties raised. We probably left a bigger impression on this city than we should have. I can't help but to laugh at the chaos all around. A few small fires start in the confusion, but hunters and guards put them out before they spread too far. Clouds of smoke fill the air behind us. We twist and turn through the backroads until finally making it to the outer edge of town. Then we go straight through the shimmering invisible wall without hesitating for a moment. Camels are surprisingly fast when pushed to run. I thought they were just lazy, slow-moving creatures all this time. Learn something new, these animals are quick. The four of us, on 2 rides, make our way straight for the mountains in the direction I just came from. Abby is the first to yell out, "Hoo! Now that's how you leave in style." She turns to me and changes her tone. "So, you finally got rid of that fire user, I take it?" I nod, staring forward. "Yeah. He's gone. A few guards were taken out in the crossfire too. Deserved. Just wish I got a skill or something out of it. I'll sift through the gear another time." "Oh, what about you all? How'd the actual break go?" Ari replies, "It was a good boss fight. The 3 of us nearly had to go all out." "Maria, want to show what we got?" She nods and reaches into her item box behind me, pulling out a few random items. The only one that stands out is a long curved white talon with a 70% mental strength buff. I look at it curiously for a moment, then feel a buzzing sensation come from Maria's lap, followed by a white glowing light. Her eyes open wide and she reaches down to pick up the transmission tablet that came out of her item box and is now vibrating like crazy. With a tap of one of the crystals, we all hear a loud voice come out. "It's the director. I've been trying to reach the lot of you for almost a full day now. What are you doing out there? Give me a full mission status report right now." Just hearing his voice makes me sick. I'm not sure why. Maria chuckles and responds while my stomach drops to the floor. "Oh, we just cleared the 4th break, only 2 more to go." There's a pause on the other end of the transmission tablet as Maria's cheerful voice echoes in my mind and the clomping sounds of camels' footsteps fill my ears while we begin to enter an alcove between 2 mountains. Instead of climbing up the path from earlier, we head off to the right side of the middle mountain. Red walls of rockline and narrow valley-like path cutting straight through the 2 mountains. A cool breeze even drifts through, whistling past the tall rock cliffs on both sides as we continue forward. Finally, the director's voice returns as we all wait in anticipation. "Good. Good. So you didn't run into any trouble. This has gone much more smoothly than I expected. So you'll be staying the night in Dry Rock before heading off to Solara, I'd assume." Maria giggles again. "Well, actually we dash." Ari reaches over to grab the tablet. "We'll be heading off to Solara soon." "Yes. Why?" "There was no mention of giving mission updates until we finished the job. What's come up? Cut to the chase here." "Why are you calling?" There's another long pause. Maria is a bit annoyed that she didn't get to finish her sentence but stares at the glowing tablet waiting for a response just like the rest of us. Not saying a word, the director replies, "You have less than 2 days to clear the final break in Solara. If by any chance you fail, there will be a major catastrophe." Chapter 230, "You have less than 2 days to clear the final break in Solara. If by any chance you fail, there will be a major catastrophe." The sick feeling in my stomach slowly fades as the conversation carries out, turning into pure anger rather than dread. I stare at the glowing transmission tablet in Aries' hand and clench my jaw tight. I want to give the director a piece of my mind, but there's no use. It'd only be detrimental to this mission and there's no clear reason for why I'm really that mad at him. It would be pointless to antagonize that man right now. I want to face the stronger dungeons to come, and he wants us to clear them. Even if we want the same job done for different reasons, there's no use in sabotaging him or myself. Ari replies as I take a deep breath and stare forward, still not saying a word. "You're going to need to give us a few more details than that. At the rate we're traveling, 2 days should be just enough time to take it to the big city. Even without calling, we would have made it in time, so don't worry, director. We'll be well on our way soon." There's a pause. The 4 of us travel further into the shade-filled valley between 2 mountains. The sudden lack of direct sunlight cools my skin, making it a bit easier for me to think straight. The director's voice rings out from the tablet again. Instead of his slow and stone-cold usual self, he speaks fast with a hint of emotion in every word. "My apologies for being rash. There was just a minor delay. The scouting party we sent out 3 days before you gave us details of the final break. It seems to be a multi-level dungeon break. A labyrinth with over 20 floors actually. There hasn't been a break like this in Section 4 in years, and one to this magnitude would be devastating. There will be C and possibly B-class monsters scattered across the continent. Worst case scenario, we'd have to create another abyss to contain them." There's another click and the transmitter goes silent. Abby, Maria, and I are all left confused by his final line. Another abyss. Even with that, I can't help but think about what the director said beforehand. A multi-level dungeon break. Aries' eyes go wide, then tighten immediately on the small silver box in his hand. He stays silent. I finally speak up. A labyrinth break? I didn't know that was even possible. How do we go about clearing one of those? We all sit in silence waiting for a response as the camels continue to make their way forward at a much slower pace through the sandy valley. Any traces of the city we just left are completely out of sight, and from what I can tell, no one is following us. A light chuckle comes through the glowing tablet before hearing a response. Good to hear you're going all right, Jay. I assume you're looking forward to a good fight in the capital. I wish I could say I planned this, but that isn't the case. You may meet your training partner while you're there. Fisher is the one who called and asked for backup after all. There's another pause and I begin to think about all the details in the news he just dumped on us. Fisher called for backup, meaning he wasn't able to beat the labyrinth's final floor. Then again, once you enter boss rooms, there is no way out unless you die or defeat the opponent. So the fact that Fisher called for help probably means he didn't even try to face the boss himself yet. Now that it's been mentioned, a labyrinth being in Solara does make total sense. This must be where that body double demon is residing. One thing doesn't make sense though. I grit my teeth and speak up again. Then why'd you send us? Our party is much weaker than that seasoned elite. If he can't beat it, then why would you put your faith in us? This makes no sense. Ari butts in and speaks before there's any response. Hey. You understood, director. It doesn't matter. If it's vital to collapse this break before it decimates Solara, we'll do everything in our power to stop it. Abby sighs and Maria nods happily. I was going to agree anyways, and it seems like Ari knows something I don't. So, I just shrug. Brutus' voice rings out again. This time, in an even softer tone, we've sent a team of B-class elites your way from Section 3. They're finishing up a series of their own urgent breaks in the meantime. We didn't intend for you all to be facing a labyrinth mission at the start of this outing. This is just the way things turned out. As stated before, doubled credit rewards will be provided and you may keep all drops from the labyrinth. No questions asked. I think to myself for a moment, it does all seem very out of the blue, and he wouldn't ask for us to try this near impossible task unless very desperate. Usually, interactions with this man end in me being forced to do something I don't want to. Or him trying to pry some info out of me that I don't want to tell. Neither of these are happening right now. Something else may be amiss, but it doesn't concern me much. This seems like a great place to end the conversation. I speak up in a positive tone. Great. The pay rise and item drops are perfect. We're on it. That fifth break will be taken out on our way and the four of us will face the labyrinth break as soon as we get to Solara. After a final pause, he responds, very good. I'll let them know you're on your way. Remember, 2 days remain. If it's not cleared, millions may die. Best of luck. Click. The tablet stops glowing and there's no way to respond back. Our transmission has ended. He left us on an unnecessarily ominous line there. Abby pulls out the map from her item box and speaks up. Well, this doesn't change any of our plans. I'd assume we're not exactly welcome back into Dry Rock anytime soon, and I don't want to go back to check. The only towns nearby are way out of the way. It'd only make our journey to Solara even longer. Maria responds, agreed. We were headed this way anyways, now we just get an extra reward. Ari replies while turning backward to look at the map. Yeah, but now we have a reason to step on it. He wouldn't have called if it wasn't serious. Looks like the fifth break is in this mountain range anyways, there's no point in taking any other path. We may have to camp out overnight in the desert. I nod, remembering the map earlier this week, but not being able to picture this mountain range. I wasn't sure if all of those tiny poorly drawn triangles were an exaggeration for this mountain range or not. As we begin to walk out from the small valley area and re-enter the rays of the scorching hot sun, I see the vast mountain range before us that stretches off as far as the eye can see. There have to be hundreds of them, for as far as the eye can see stretching out into the deep blue sky in front of us. Sandy paths twist and turn throughout the Rocky Mountains guiding us onward. Ari speaks again. If we travel non-stop, we may be able to find this fifth break by nightfall. I've heard of a powerful dungeon out in this mountain range, but never had the chance to face it myself. They're rumored to be blue ogres. Chapter 231. They're rumored to be blue ogres. Ari turns to me. Maybe they'll put up a good fight for you. Huh, I nod slowly while thinking about what these new monsters could really be like. The director didn't feel it necessary to mention them, confident that we'd clear it without a problem on our way to Solara, so I'll just have to wait and see. Before I can even look up to respond, Ari continues, "Oh right, how was the dungeon breakout here in the mountains? Seems like you cleared it pretty quickly. I never asked you how it went." Catching me a bit off guard with this question, I look up to the sky before answering. The Dunnigan break I cleared was so quick because... Well, I stopped myself from continuing for a moment. There's no reason to lie to my team here, but it may be for their own good. I faced a floor boss on the 20th floor of a perfectly stable labyrinth and had to use every dirty trick in my book to beat it. I believe in my team, but there are some things I just know are impossible right now. It's best that they don't get involved with my future dealings involving that archdemon. I gulp. It was nothing really, I didn't even get any drops. The strongest monster in there was about as powerful as the salamander boss we faced yesterday. Someone must have marked that thing wrong. I'm not sure what all the fuss was about. There's a pause from my teammates for a moment. Abby finally cuts through the silence. Well, I don't care if you don't want to spill the details. As long as the break is cleared, that's all that really matters. We'll just have to keep moving forward. I give her a firm nod, then turn away and grip the reins of my camel tighter. She lets out a sigh, poking Ari in the back. Blue orgs? I read about a potential monster type like this in the Association Advanced Quest text a few months back. They were described to use strong energy shielding and possess strength and defense buffs. Maria responds, so what? They're just super strong ogres? What's the big deal about these things? Abby shrugs, then smirks. I believe on occasion they drop very rare crafting items. There aren't any of these dungeons in the Vice region. The only mention of it I've seen in the files has been extraction missions to this exact mountain range. Every time there is a surge, I turn my head back to her, now interested. Really? Just here? And what kind of crafting items? Like element stones? Or Abby clicks her tongue. It was a while ago when I read all of these details. Plus, they send extraction teams out to a lot of dungeons. It may not be that special. I don't believe they wield any elemental magic. We'll just have to fight them and see what they actually drop. This is the extent of my knowledge. On that note, we continue to venture off into the desert, switching the topic of conversation to what's for dinner instead of the life-threatening battles ahead. The further we travel forward, the more spread out the mountains all begin to be. The tight Rocky Mountain range is now a wide-open desert plain, with mountains becoming much further apart and valleys that dip much deeper than before. The earthy sand beneath our feet gets denser with stones and green shrubbery. The occasional small desert tree pops up and the hint of water nearby seems more and more real. Although we're stocked up on more than enough water for our travels, it's always nice to have a more lively ecosystem around. We head further north for over 6 hours at a very steady pace. Intermittently, I activate my enemy detection and inspect skills to see if anyone is tracking us from the town we left in shambles. After a few hours, a few parties of level 250 to 300 hunters are sent out, but they don't make it very far into the mountains before turning back. It seems they're just making sure we're gone rather than trying to catch us. I'm sure they know what happened with the missing 4 guards up on the hill by now. The one guard in the village that saw my face while disgusted as Isaac may have even conjured up some wacky story by now too. If anything, it may seem like they were double-crossed. Whatever works. I'm just glad we've left. Out of habit, I continue to check our surroundings in a few kilometer radius every 20 minutes or so, just in case any stragglers or oddities pop up. As the sun begins to set, an oddly high level pops up about 3 kilometers ahead of us on the mountain trail. I use appraisal and inspect. LVO 440, active items, Blue Ogre's armor set, 1400 defense, Blue Ogre's club, 1250 strength, active skills, body hardening, extreme strength. The orange rays of sunlight are beginning to disappear over the horizon behind the rising and falling mountains off in the distance. No one has said a word for at least an hour now. We've all gotten used to the footsteps of our rides and are just now enjoying the cool air that's started to fill the valley. But there's a boss-level monster up ahead. Our moment of peace needs to be interrupted. I let out a sigh and speak up in a low tone. Sorry to ruin the mood, but we have company up ahead. Everyone begins to perk up, and I turn to Ari. You were right. Looks like we made it to the Blue Ogre dungeon by nightfall. The archer sits up straight, taking his bow out of the item box around his waist, and looks forward with a focused stare, moving his eyes left and right before responding. How far out? I can't see a thing. I point straight ahead. At this rate, 20 to 30 minutes until we face the first one. It's level 440. An ogre outside the dungeon is higher than some of the bosses we've faced so far this trip. My blank stare forward twists into the sliver of an excited grin. Their mana output is off the charts. Maria chimes in, "Oh yeah? Just 20 minutes? Is it really that strong? What's it look like?" I chuckle. "I don't know everything. We'll just have to go face it and find out." I don't sense any others in the area, or even a portal nearby, so this may just be a lone stray. It's a good start though. Abby takes out her map and looks it up and down in the remaining sunlight. Yep, checks out. Considering our pace, we should be nearby the portal within an hour or so. We continue forward, now more on guard. Everything around us is silent. As we get closer, I continue steering us in the right direction. The mana this beast we're approaching only gets stronger in my mind's eye with every minute that passes. It feels dense and cool. Certain high-level creatures give off emotions with their mana auras. This one seems to be in a very calm state. We twist and turn through open plains and narrow valleys until we're less than 500 meters away. Still, there's no sound. All of my skills show that it's just standing in one place. The monster isn't moving at all. Before we know it, the final turn is made and we see it right in front of our eyes, a 5-meter-tall beast with pale blue skin. Its overgrown teeth stick out of its mouth like white tusks, leaning against its massive wooden mana-imbued club. The monster stands facing a massive red rock wall, swinging its body back and forth, slowly biding its time. The curved rock wall stretches out to make a circular flat area about 100 meters wide. There are small piles of rock scattered about, and partial areas of rock wall that dip lower than others, letting in more of the final rays of the sun. There's a slight shimmer of silver armor on the beast's arms and legs, reflecting light from its armor. This gives my teammates a clear visual of the ogre. Activating my all-seeing eye from a distance, its power is incredible. There's mana shielding activated around its whole body already. Thin, dense, and bright white, a strong shield of energy swirls around every millimeter of this beast. There isn't a single weak point. I'm certain it hasn't sensed our presence, but for some reason, it's already prepared for battle. I speak up in a hushed tone while putting a hand in the air to stop my teammates from saying a word or moving forward. It hasn't noticed us yet. Let's take it out before it does. We tie up the camels on a small nearby tree with thick twisting branches. The sun is almost completely set now. It's cool and dark in the desert, but a tiny golden-orange hint of sun lights up our battlefield, threatening to flicker out any minute now. The four of us split up, planning to surround the monster. Maria takes the right side while both Abby and Ari take the left. I take out my sword, activate stealth, and run straight ahead. Chapter 232, activating stealth and gripping my sword, I run straight toward the light blue monster that's less than 200 meters away now. My teammates have spread out on both sides of the circular sandy battlefield. High red stone walls surround the makeshift desert arena. Fragments of golden sunlight glimmer off my fellow hunters' weapons as they charge forward. I watch the swaying monster before glowing blue and white with an ominous, slightly confusing aura. It stares straight ahead at the red rocky wall with its back facing me. Each step closer I take, the cool and collected mana radiating off the beast invades my perception skill. At under 100 meters away, I can finally hear the ground shift under its feet as it moves back and forth. Still, the monster hasn't noticed us at all. Its shielding feels much different than anything I've faced before. Not strength-wise though, that's not what perplexes me. Usually, the shielding around monsters is thin and solid, like a skin-tight bodysuit, fractions of a millimeter above their body's surface. This monster's aura twists and swirls around, protruding multiple centimeters outwards on some portions of its body. Even so, there isn't a single area that I can detect a weakness. The swirling energy makes for a much greater volume of shielding, but the amount of MP stored in it is incredibly high. Astronomically high, actually. To put a rough estimate on it, over 50k MP is somehow swirling around this beast's body. This makes the density on par with the thinner shielding of other monsters I've faced at its equivalent level. It is odd, but this is not the most important detail for me. I'm almost positive I can take its head off in a single blow. I'm more curious about how my teammates would fare against it. This will be a solid test monster. What the trials ahead. I'll let each of them land a hit before I go in for the kill. I watch the three of them veer in from my left and right side, beginning to glow with their respective skills. We're less than 30 meters away now and the monster hasn't changed its movement patterns at all. It really hasn't noticed us. Aries' bow glows bright white while Maria and Abby glow blue and green with their weapons at the ready. The archer is the first to release his shot. A thin white spirit arrow glides towards the backside of the light blue ogre's head, timing the trajectory of the slowly swaying movements. Actually didn't notice. The arrow pierces the outer layer of swirling mana shielding with ease. Then, everything changes. On impact, the shielding begins to waver and ripple. I even see the white and blue edgy react with the sensation of a miniature splash. It pushes out a shock wave of light blue mana followed by an impressive explosion of light, for the fraction of a second that we're blinded. I feel the odd wave of energy pass through me. Then hear a ferocious roar. It doesn't hurt, but it's a very familiar sensation. One that I haven't felt in quite a while. It feels like my LCI. The wave of dense mana expands outwards in a dome shape, surrounding the entire arena for 50 meters in all directions with a light blue tint. This monster is using some kind of mana pulsing ability for a makeshift perception skill. I grin through a clenched jaw and keep running forward, now charging my sword up and watching Maria and Abby both release their attacks. 2 green crescents of energy come out of Abby's daggers while a royal blue shimmering light comes from Maria's sword. The Orge's mid-turn as it's hit at point-blank range with these 3 attacks. There's another loud bang and flash of white, blue, and green light as another dome-like shockwave is forced through all of us. I run forward to make my move. The shelling around the monster is still vibrating and rippling from its last barrage. It seems all 3 of my teammates' attacks made it through, but this monster recovers its footing quickly. I see a chunk of flesh missing in the back of its head from Ares' arrow, and multiple gash wounds in its torso from the mages. Not bad, but not good enough. It would take another 5 or so attacks from each of them to take this monster out. Those were cheap shots too. Totally unguarded, the monster is in full battle mode now, but its level of shielding hasn't changed at all. It seems it's always on full blast. The blue ogre begins to raise its heavy club as I run forward, still using my stealth ability. I watch its eyes dart back and forth quickly, then lock onto my exact location. The massive monster lifts its club to block even before I release my attack. I charge up 1500 MP and let a dense wave of fire fly straight for its neck. Even with this odd perception ability, it's a bit too slow. The black crescent of mana glides just half a meter over the rising club and approaches its unguarded neck. On impact with its shielding, instead of gliding straight through, it ripples like water, sending out another shock wave. I hear a sharp and concise buzz as the blade moves all the way through its body. As it comes out the other side, I hear a familiar ringing in my inner ear. Level up, instant kill. Just like that, it's dead. All 4 of us land to the ground and the dust settles. We're left in the silence of night and the sun finally falls below the horizon like it was waiting for us to finish. That wasn't a hard fight, but there are a lot of unanswered questions I'd like to figure out once we enter the real break. What's with that thick shielding, and the shock waves? Maybe I'll have an easier time examining it once I face more. This was just the first one outside the dungeon. It's better to kill the first few quickly to make sure they don't have any more hidden moves or special lethal abilities. In mid-thought, the corpse of the massive blue ogre falls backward with a thud and its head rolls to my feet. Maria is the first to shout out, staring to me. I didn't know that thing was so strong. Let me face one alone next round. Will ya? I place my sword into my storage and cross my arms. As a team, they'll be no problem. Solo, they will be tougher, but worth it for the levels and data we can collect. I'm really curious about these beasts, to be honest. I'd like to see each of you fight one. Ari nods and butts in. Yeah, that monster took a direct hit the other back of the head from me and survived. I'd like to watch them in action to find a weak spot too. Abby powers down her skills. Yeah, but we should face them in the dungeon. The more of these we can actually get item drops from, the better. Those rare crafting items I read about, the association paid multiple gold for every one of them. They must be really valuable. I'd like to see what exactly they are. I nod, me too. So let's conserve our energy for the real fights in the break. We'll avoid any that are lurking in the mountains. There aren't any villages out here to protect, so it doesn't really matter if they roam free. All of them will dissolve once we take out the boss. There's a unanimous agreement, and we leave the dead ogre corpse to rot out in the desert. It'll also dissolve instantly once the break is taken care of, so there's no point in lugging it around if we don't have to. The 4 of us get back on our camels and continue into the night. I keep a small flame ignited to light up the night as we move forward, and Ari points a half-charged arrow to light up the path before him as well. The stars are beginning to shine from the black sky and the moon lets off a low white glow, but extra light is more comfortable for our travels right now. I expand my all-seeing eye out to a much greater range to find exactly what we're looking for. The further into this portion of mountains we travel, the more common these blue ogres become. They are rather spread out though. Over the next few kilometers only half a dozen of them show up. Each one of them is level 435 to 445. So, either these are all mutants or this break is much higher level than any of us first expected it to be. Every mob we pass is calmly minding their own business in the cool night, swaying back and forth while emanating an odd blue glow. about 45 more minutes of quick-paced writing passes, and we successfully weave our way through a portion of mountains to avoid every monster. Using my perception and enemy detection skills, I locate the final mountain we've been looking for. Pointing forward with a flaming hand, I speak up. The dungeon is less than a kilometer ahead now, it's just up this last mountain path. We have a clear shot, there's no monsters in sight. It may sound too good to be true, but we've made it to the break. Chapter 233, we venture up the nearest mountain, following the large mana reading focused on a single area. I'm picking up on my perception skill. All of the enemy blue ogres that we pass don't seem to care much for us at all. They don't turn our way when we get nearby and hardly make a sound. My first guess is it's night. Possibly, they're sensitive to the changes in light, so they become inactive when it's dark out. Then again, there's no difference between night and day in a dungeon, so this theory doesn't add up. It must have something to do with its peculiar shielding. But we'll have to enter the break and see for ourselves. After a final 20-minute trek up this rocky mountainside with the dim light of black flames and a white arrow to guide our way, we finally make it. Up on a flat sandy rock ledge, a violently spinning crimson-red portal spews mana out in all directions. The low-pitched hum can be heard from about 100 meters away, and the vibrations it's sending through the air can be felt from almost 3 times that distance. It's similar to the salamander break that Maria and I faced in the cave system. The break is spitting out dungeon mass from within it. Light blue energy flickers out and dissolves into the open air, escaping the blood-red portal. We tie our camels to a nearby tree and I leave food by their feet in case we're gone for too long. The 4 of us walk toward the portal and draw our weapons. I take off the red cloak and switch it with my armor set from my item storage. I'm not sure what we'll face in this break. I'm sure I can handle it, but there's no reason to take any unnecessary chances. Moments later, after a short walk, we all jump through. After being teleported into this new break, the bright white light of transfer magic fades. When I open my eyes, everything is tinted light blue. There are small shrubs and light green trees on the rising and falling high rocky walls, and curving natural pathways. Mountains and valleys are all made of incredibly light-colored stone. The trickling sound of water fills my ears and I see a gentle waterfall on my left side. The rock color underneath the crystal-clear water is so light, it may even be white. I can't tell for sure with this odd blue tint skewing my vision. There's a deep canyon off to my right side and tall mountains straight ahead. They're all made of the same white rock, like all the pigment has been sucked out of it. The humming noise from the portal we jumped through hasn't gone away. It feels like everything in this dungeon is slightly vibrating. The mana density in the air is astronomically high, but it doesn't seem threatening at all. I'm getting the same cool and calm feeling from the surrounding mana particle in the air as I do when passing the ogres outside. We all stare at our surrounding for a few seconds, then, we're interrupted by a loud roar and stomping sounds approaching from a nearby downward-facing slope on our right side. I activate enemy detection and inspect to pick up a level 441 and level 440 enemy coming towards us less than 300 meters away. Ari turns to me. Looks like they're a little more lively in here. I point my sword down into a canyon of white stone, then see the outlines of 2 blue ogres coming straight at us. Yeah, that was fast. 2 of them, about the same level as the one we faced outside. Who wants to fight them first? Abby and Maria both light up with magic, but the green-haired Earthwielder speaks up. We'll handle these 2. Only step in if absolutely necessary. Our fight will be a good gauge for their actual power. I nod. I was thinking the same thing. Maria and Abby run forward, down the wide sloping canyon towards the 2 5-meter-tall monsters approaching. Ari and I follow close behind. I active my all-seeing eye and curiously watch the battle commence. Both of the blue ogres carry large wooden clubs covered in mana shielding just like the previous one did. They're identical in appearance, but their shielding is much different. Instead of being completely contained to a few centimeter barrier like the monster outside, the white and blue energy that surrounds these ogres extends outwards a few meters. My eyes dart back and forth at both of the creatures as they come closer and closer, trying to figure out what exactly is so unique about them. The mages let off 3 high-powered attacks. 2 green blades from Abby's daggers head toward the ogre to my left, while 1 ice-imbued crescent heads straight at the ogre to my right. The blue-tinted light around us wavers slightly as the mana attacks slice through it. I whisper under my breath, watching the air react with their attacks. It really slices through it. I tighten my gaze, watching the energy slashes collide with the outer layer of shielding on their intended targets, only to be struck with an even more confusing sight. The monsters don't even try to block the incoming strikes with their clubs, they just let them hit, point blank in the chest. Instead of sending out a pulsing shockwave like expected, the shielding around these monsters compresses towards the ogres' bodies as the attacks get closer. They're compressing inwards at the same rate as the incoming mana blades. I can't believe my eyes at first. It seems like an incredibly intricate technique. The humming twang of mana fills the air and a bright white light flashes. To my teammates, it's unknown what really happened, but I saw the whole thing and mutter to myself with a smirk, I need to learn how to do that. My eyes stay locked on the beautiful sight in front of me. The closer the slashes got to their flesh, the denser these creatures made their mana shielding. Using the minimum amount of energy necessary to whittle down the incoming blows to the maximum amount they could, some of the attacks still made its way through, but hardly enough to amount to any real damage. The mana residue and white light of a reaction clear to reveal barely noticeable slashes across each of the Org's torsos. At this rate, it'd take 40 slashes to do any fatal damage. The ogres don't slow down for a moment, swinging their clubs at Abby and Maria as they jump out of the way wide-eyed, but already charging up more attacks. Maria calls out to Abby, "We'll go full power again." As many times as it takes, Ari and I jump backward and let the two of them handle it. Their attacks don't do much damage, but it's as clear as day the two mages have nearly double the speed and agility of these meatheads. Another flash of light blinds us and I hear the grunts of now partially annoyed ogres sporting a new scar across their chests. Maria and Abby both drink an MP potion and weave around the attacking beasts to release another attack. I track all of their movements from a distance with Ari by my side. Every time attacks are thrown at these monsters, they prepare their shielding as the attacks come at them from multiple meters out. It's like the blue-tinted energy all around us is part of their mana supplies. It's much denser around them, but the air is definitely directly connected to their shielding. How? I don't see any hidden abilities or special skills on their appraised status, so it must be some kind of mana control technique that I'm not aware of just yet. Both Abby and Maria are letting out very powerful attacks, using MP potions every 2 or so strikes. It's no wonder these monsters were rumored to be so powerful. Ari was right, the girls keep weaving in and out of the monsters releasing attacks and the ogres get increasingly agitated. Blood begins to drip from their wounds and their movements get slower and slower, making it easier for vital point hits. The battle is over in less than 3 minutes. It takes 9 MP potions each, so I'm not sure how profitable money-wise this hunting session will be, but the level ups will be very good. At this rate, all of us will reach level 440 before we clear the dungeon. It may take a lot of wasted MP potions to do so, but it will be worth it. As I'm thinking this, Abby and Maria both send out a final blow on the mutilated creatures. The ogres both fall to the ground with loud thuds and I hear Maria shout out, "I gained 2 levels?" Alright, Abby spins her daggers around, then checks her status nodding, "Me too, not bad." She puts both daggers into her item box then starts glowing bright green and places both of her open palms on her upper chest. Abby closes her eyes, then glows bright white and green, exerting hundreds of MP in an instant. This looks like her restore skill. I don't remember her ever getting hit during this battle, so I'm unsure why she's healing. I turn to Ari, then back to the girls, and shrug. We walk over as the corpses begin to dissolve. The moment we make it to the group, I hear the sound of something very light hitting the stone. 2 small white gems giving off blue energy fall onto the ground at Maria and Abby's feet. Those aren't mana crystals. Chapter 234. 2 gems no more than 3 centimeters wide fall to the floor where the massive blue ogres were defeated. They're both pale white, semi-transparent, with a glossy finish, and radiate with light blue energy just like the mana shielding from the monsters that were just killed. Instantly I activate appraisal to see what these odd-looking gems are. I've never seen anything like this. Blue ogre's essence, shard, blue ogre's essence, shard. I look closer and activate my all-seeing eye. The eye icon shows up next to each shard on their appraisal text. I open the new information tab as all my teammates stand around the 2 crystals not daring to touch them just yet. Blue ogre's essence, shard. Info, a shard of the blue ogre's essence. Excess mana from a blue ogre dungeon has been contained in crystal form. Class, C, type, consumable, durability, MP output, 50.2k per 50.2k, blue ogre's essence, shard. Info, a shard of the blue ogre's essence. Excess mana from a blue ogre dungeon has been contained in crystal form. Class, C, type, consumable, durability, MP output, 49.7k per 49.7k. My eyes dart over the text that hovers above the 2 small white crystals, then I read every line out for my teammates to hear as well. Abby gulps, then picks one of the shards up in the air, keeping the glossy white gem at eye level. So they're mana-based consumables. Basically, overpowered and uncontrollable MP potions. So, 50k MP means they're 20 times stronger than a C-class mana potion. She smirks, then turns to Maria. The blonde-haired hunter lifts the other white gem and stares down at it in her open palm. I speak up, "So, we can potentially use them for mana control training. Ari comes over with his arms crossed. That's exactly what I was thinking. If it takes Abby and Maria under 10 potions each to farm these gems, that's a 2 times MP profit multiplier. It'll most likely take me less, and near 0 I'd assume. If we stock up, we could have enough for months worth of training after this mission. Maria's eyes widen as she continues to look down at the white gem, but 50,000 MP. Won't that be painful, or dangerous? The recovery time for using that much mana so quickly would take days, no, maybe weeks. I nod slowly but don't say a word yet. Maria is right, these shards must work similarly to the strengthening fragments I've harvested from Titans. Although, by the sound of it, these shards are much less intense. A strengthening fragment allows the user to release as much MP as possible from an endless void of energy. In my experience, the more it's used, the more it releases until an unknown timer finishes. Without an incredibly high mana tolerance, strengthening fragments can easily be fatal for the wrong user. I have a feeling these shards work in a similar fashion. But cap out at around 50k MP. Before I get a chance to voice my point, Abby does in my place, making eye contact with each of us, then looking back down at the shard. I'll try one. Ari and Maria look at her with surprised expressions. I keep a blank face while trying to figure out why she'd say such a thing. Abby continues to talk while rubbing the small white gem between her thumb and index finger. 50,000 MP will be a lot, but I can handle it. I have my restore skill if anything goes wrong. Maria replies, are you sure that's a good idea? We should focus on collecting more shards before we do any tests, and more importantly, clear this break while we're all at full strength. You could put yourself out of commission for a long time by exerting mana like that. Didn't your elite guide teach you about these things last week? Abby nods slowly. Yeah, I learned a lot. Especially about my newly upgraded legendary restore skill. None of us answer as the green-haired woman looks down at the small white crystal in her palm with a grin. The light trickle of water fills my ears from the small streams behind us, and the low buzzing sensation of the blue-tinted mana all around us still flows through me. Other than that, all I'm focused on is my heart beating slowly while watching Abby raise the small white gem to her eye level. She speaks up again. On average, I'm able to comfortably consume about 100k worth of MP per day in training. I can push myself to use closer to 200k. But the fatigue that follows after passing the 100k mark is very detrimental to the days that follow. Maria turns to her. Hey, but we used up over 15k in that ogre battle alone, and probably close to 50k each in the Griffin dungeon earlier today. If you use that now, you'll already be nearing your upper limit. Will you be able to keep fighting today? Or tomorrow? Are you thinking straight? She nods. I'll be fine. Trust me. If this works, we're all getting a lot more powerful than we could have ever imagined. Then right in front of all of us without a hint of hesitation, the green-haired healer throws the small white gem into her mouth and shallows it whole. I immediately reactivate my all-seeing eye. Abby isn't stupid, she definitely has some kind of plan here, but I'm not sure what it is. Maria, Ari, and I all quickly jump back as the gem disappears from sight. Almost immediately, my perception skill begins to pick up increased mana output. In the center of Abby's chest, a bright white glow starts to leak out excess MP just like a strengthening fragment would. It's happening much slower, and the mana looks pure white instead of the black swirling abyss of unstable energy I'm used to seeing with consumables. Over the next 10 seconds, the white glow in her chest grows to take over her whole midsection and starts creeping down her arms. Abby is just standing upright with her eyes closed. Breathing heavily, and holding a very stable stance, more and more mana is radiating outwards. After 10 more seconds pass, the outline of her full body is completely white. It's blinding to the naked eye. Instead of staying completely contained, mana particles start leaving in the same slow and controlled fashion. The white energy around the healer begins to fade and is completely gone after another 10 seconds pass, just half a minute, and it's already over. She didn't even let out a single attack. The mana just flowed right through her body. Abby falls to her knees, sweating and breathing heavier than I've ever seen her before. Her skin looks pale and her MP remaining is nearly non-existent to my perception skill. Maria runs over with a wavering tone in her voice. Hey Abby, why? Why'd you do this? The green-haired hunter reaches into her item box with a shaky hand to pull out an MP potion while slowly standing to her feet. Before Maria can reach her, she's already drinking the potion and using her restore skill just like after the battle against the ogres. Green and white lights flash, outlining her body with mana for a split second once again. Once the energy fades, she looks as good as new. Still covered in sweat, but her breathing is normal and her skin is back to its tan healthy coloring. I blink a few times, then realize what she just did. My eyes go wide as Abby speaks. My restore skill is able to erase the effects of mana fatigue. As long as we have MP to continue training, I believe I can heal us indefinitely. Maria stops in place just a few meters in front of Abby. That's great. But you could have told us that first. Ari lets out a laugh. I was wondering what kind of upgrade that skill got. Legendary upgrades are no joke. I would know. Maria pouts as I walk over, mumbling something under her breath. I wish I had a legendary skill. Ari continues. It looks like we have another secret to keep between the four of us. I make it over to the group after this line and we all nod in unison. I reply, this also means we have a lot more farming to do before we clear this break. We've stumbled into a gold mine. And we're not going to waste this opportunity for a minute. Chapter 235. We've stumbled into a gold mine, and we're not going to waste this opportunity for a minute. We really have. After witnessing Abby restore her exhaustion in a matter of seconds with her new legendary skill, I can't help but feel obligated to continue training as soon as possible. This whole mission to the Dark Continent has been interesting so far, but I haven't made any real progress. This ability to restore mana fatigue indefinitely sounds like a dream come true. My past training in the Titan's domain was very useful but takes a toll on my sanity, and wears my body out a lot. If I can do the same action quickly and efficiently outside the dungeon, this could lead to a very intense power-up in the near future. Not just for me, this is an opportunity for my entire team to get much stronger. It's not definite just yet, we'll need to do more testing to confirm its limits. Either way, there's potential for all of us to become multiple times stronger than we already are in just a matter of hours. Maria looks down at the glowing white shard in her hand as light blue energy seeps from it, then lifts her gaze to meet Abby's. I'll try it too. I can handle 50 kmp, I'll just need a full restore immediately afterward. Abby nods and grins. Let's do this. I turn to Ari and we both shrug while jumping backward again, letting her give it a shot. Maria nervously tosses the white gem into her mouth and swallows it whole in a quick and concise movement. Then, widens her stance and braces for the reaction to take place. The four of us are silent for a full 2 seconds, staring at the blonde-haired mage with her eyes shut. Finally, the bright white light from the shard appears in her chest just like before. Just under 30 seconds go by as the light expands to cover her entire body. Then, the bright white mana disperses out into the open dungeon air. Maria falls to the ground covered in sweat, with pale skin, and breathing heavily just like Abby did before. She has a thin smile across her face as she catches herself from hitting the ground with an open palm. The green-haired healer runs over, placing both hands on Maria's back and activating her restore skill. Another flash of green and white light appears, fading quickly to reveal both of the girls standing upright and giggling to each other less than a second later. Maria is completely healed. After a sigh of relief, I whisper under my breath, incredible. Abby stretches her arms and speaks directly to Maria. So how do you feel? Maria looks down at her hands, then back up at all of us before replying. It's like I've slept a full night after a good day of training. I'm fully healed, and if anything feel even stronger. I nod slowly, confirming to myself that the mana output of the shards does in fact move through the user's body, adding to their overall mana control capabilities. Ari speaks up, alright. So what are we waiting for? We need to go farm as many of these beasts as possible. At this rate, we could get a year's worth of mana control training done in just a few hours. I nod in agreement. If we split up and head in opposite directions, we can cover more ground. Eventually, I'll be able to teleport us to each new target so we can spawn kill these ogres, Abby replies, taking out her daggers and twirling them around her fingers. I say we forget about sleeping tonight, this whole mission is on a time crunch. We need to get to Solara in under 2 days, so we need to make every hour count. Ari looks up at the light blue tinted sky, thinking to himself for a moment. From here, the capital is still over 18 hours away if I remember correctly. We have time, we'll just need to take turns resting on the way over. It'll be close, but this will be worth I smirk, taking my sword out and letting a small black flame flicker on the tip of it. Perfect, let's get to work. Without wasting any more time, I activate my enemy detection skill and locate 6 ogres between 900 m and 1300 m away deeper into the canyon. Turning to my left, I sense another 3 wandering up on a nearby portion of the mountain we passed earlier about 1500 m away. Up the rocky ledge covered in streams of crystal clear water, I sense an opponent much different than the rest, actually. The more I search, the more peculiar readings pop up on my radar further into the dungeon. I turn back to the canyon and point my sword down the wide stone trail. There are 6 more, at similar levels, all within about a kilometer straight ahead. You take those out, and I'll take care of a few up on the mountain. I turn to point at the towering white and green peak, then continue. I'll get it done quickly and meet down there once you've finished those monsters off. By then, I'll have some teleport points set up for my skill to make farming a lot faster. It's the perfect plan, everyone agrees and we immediately part ways. I activate my wind magic and start airstepping into the sky towards the 3 blue ogres up on the mountaintop while my teammates turn to face their fights down below. Less than 10 minutes pass as I fly through the light shrubbery and jagged rock walls to make my way up the mountainside. Before I know it, a large natural pool of shallow water appears in my vision below as I float carefree through the cool dungeon air. There's a flat portion of a mountainside that opens up to a nature-dense clearing, including a crystal-clear pond. 2 5-meter-tall blue ogres carrying heavy clubs just happen to be standing in the middle of this beautiful sight. Both of them stare at me with bright blue glowing eyes, ankle-deep in the still water. Everything changes the moment I airstep into range, splashing water around them and grunting aggressively while keeping their eyes locked on me. The 2 monsters begin to mindlessly run toward me. Dense mana shielding leaks off of both of them. Swirling blue and white patterns of energy trail the beasts as one makes its way in front of the other. I begin to make my ascent while charging my sword and inspecting them both. LV of 442, LV of 439, with a 1500 MP strike at the ready. I release it just before landing on the ground with a thud. It glides forward in silence and hits the first ogres at point-blank range in the chest. The swirling shielding around it wavers and reacts, but there's nothing it can do. The slightest buzz can be heard as the densest part of its defenses scrapes the outer layer of my energy blade, but does little to slow it down. Without any clear visual resistance, the black blade of flame slices both ogres in half in an instant. Loud splashes and thuds follow as their bodies fall into the shallow pond, staining the water bright red. Level up, level up. I let out a sigh, then slowly walk over to the 2 dissolving bodies, igniting my lower body with flames to evaporate the water around my feet before every step. Well, that was easy. I find 2 identical white gems and use appraisal before placing them in the item box around my waist. Blue Ogre's Essence, Shard, Blue Ogre's Essence, Shard. They're both 50k MP shards, but these 2 base level mobs aren't the reason for coming all the way up here in such a hurry. I turn further up the rocky mountainside while activating my Inspect, Appraisal, and Enemy Detection skills. 450M, LV of 478, active items, Blue Ogre's Armor Set, 1800 Defense, Blue Ogre's Axe, 1550 Strength, active skills, Body Hardening, Extreme Strength. The mutant up ahead is what I came to see. Chapter 236, 450M, LV. 478, active items, Blue Ogre's Armor Set, 1800 Defense, Blue Ogre's Axe, 1550 Strength, active skills, Body Hardening, Extreme Strength. The mutant up ahead is what I came to see. Activating my all-seeing eye, the mana radiating off this new monster is almost double that of the ones that were just defeated. I airstep faster and faster up the mountainside, whizzing past small trees and pools of water, clearing rock faces in a matter of seconds. I accelerate upwards, even faster through the thick mana-dense air until reaching another clearing, now over halfway up the entire mountain. The creature I'm searching for is already in mid-sprint, running at me with a glistening silver axe between both of its hands and thick armor to match it. This ogre seems to be almost exactly the same size as the previous ones I faced, but with a few major differences. Firstly, its color. The blue skin covering the mutant's body is incredibly dark. From a distance, it almost looks black. The mana swirling around its body is much brighter white, and using my perception skill, I can tell the shielding that's layering this monster is on a level magnitudes above the base mobs. Its shining metallic axe reflects the blue glow from its eyes while running at me on a flat section of the mountain trail. I glide down to the ground and grip my sword. The white stone and green shrubbery beneath its feet fly off to the sides, uprooting small trees and causing craters to be left behind after every step. Thin wisps of blue magic residue are left in its tracks. The air pressure around me shifts and I burst into flames, activating all of my buffs and creating a thin pink layer of mana shielding around my body and sword, realizing that this opponent is definitely a class above the rest. I haven't even let out a strike yet, but I don't think a single hit will be all it takes to defeat the mutant before me. Both my feet hit the hard rocky surface and I start ruining at the approaching monster with a grin plastered across my face. There are less than 30 meters between us, and all I can see or think about is the fight that's about to take place. It lets out a roar, swinging its axe downward while swirling blue and white magic flows from its arms to cover the silver blade. I do the same, shifting some of my bright pink MP to cover my sword while jumping up and swinging my blade. I charge the center with 1500 MP worth of dark black flames. Both of our weapons stop in midair, less than a meter away from each other as the dense blue and pink layers of mana collide. An ear-shattering twang is released that echoes all the way down the mountainside, sending a light purple shockwave through my body, and the ogres, fractions of a second later, there's a bright white flash of light and I feel my sword make contact with the monster's axe. I let out a loud laugh, then grit my teeth as the monster roars back at me. My eyes meet its stone-cold gaze. I feel my muscles straining to hold my sword steady, digging deeper, activating my plunderer skill. I use the blue mana all around me to charge up more of my own. More and more black fire leaks from my blade. It starts to cover the axe that I push against. Air stepping forward for more force, clenching my jaw, and pushing the massive metal axe backward 1 millimeter at a time. Victory is right before my eyes. As I begin to get the upper hand, the blue ogre starts to glow with a gold tint and pushes its axe back down toward me. I'm losing ground all of a sudden because of its extreme strength skill. Our level gap isn't that large. This monster must have some insanely high natural strength stats. At this revelation I jump back, air stepping up into the air to take in the sight before me. The monster carries through, thrusting the massive axe into the ground below where I previously stood. Rock breaks and fragments of light blue aura fly around the scene, leaving residue on everything it touches. Almost immediately, the monster turns back toward me to show off its white overgrown fangs and keeps its gaze laser-focused upwards, waiting for me to fall. I nod slowly. Not bad. It was a pretty strong clash and felt good to actually be countered by a monster for once. Unfortunately, I'll still have to wait a bit longer for a fight that really pushes my limits. It may be strong, but the monster's speed and agility are horribly low. Dungeon Walker, using its own plundered mana, I concentrate nearly my full MP bard into a concise attack. Channeling all of my energy into the tip of my sword, then teleport down to the backside of the ogre to thrust my sword deep into the gap in its armor right above the neck. There's an explosion of white and blue light, followed by red and black flames erupting from the beast's body that finishes with an agonizing roar, as the monster turns in anger, swinging its axe around to swat me away, but I teleport out of its range to drink an MP potion and wait for the fiery debris to clear. As it does, I see a furious flaming ogre with blood gushing down its armored body with blue eyes glowing brighter and brighter. It mimics the style of mana control I just used on it, moving the swirling energy around its legs, torso, and arms into its axe. This leaves its body exposed, but creates a weapon of mass destruction. I can hear the loud buzz of dense energy coming my way and estimate that there's over 70k MP being wielded carelessly in its blade. The rest swirls around its body in weak spirals, with crimson liquid draining from its neck at an alarming rate. The ogre makes an effort to take me out without wasting any more time. I respect its attempt, but it's going to need to be a bit more intelligent to pull a feat like this off. Dungeon Walker, I blip behind the charging monster and let over 2000 MP worth of mana-imbued flames into the back of the bleeding monster's already injured point to finish it off once and for all. Fire, flesh, and swirling magic fill the air as I teleport backward again to get clear of the impact zone. A final cry from the mutant can be heard until it's snuffed out and interrupted by the ringing sound in my ears. Level up, I grin, deactivating my skills while barely watching the massive cloud of debris settle to the dungeon floor, all of my strength buffs and 2 nearly full power strikes to take it out. If this monster was any smarter, it probably would have taken a lot more. I walk over as the pieces of scattered flesh disappear from the white rock, small pools of blood-stained water, and lush green plants. Then, right in front of me, less than 10 meters away, another white gem sits on the dungeon floor. It feels just like the other 2 shards I collected from the ogres on the mountainside opening below, but it's almost twice the weight. It glows brighter white and the blue magic that seeps from it is much darker. Blue Ogre's Essence, Shard, Blue Ogre's Essence, Shard, Info, a shard of the Blue Ogre's Essence. Excess mana from a Blue Ogre dungeon has been contained in crystal form, class, B-, type, consumable, durability, MP output, 99.4k per 99.4k, I expected as much, but it's still surprising to see such an increase in the MP output in a single crystal. This one is getting on borderline dangerous levels, and may not be safe for consumption just yet. I throw it into my item storage for safekeeping though. It could possibly be used for some kind of crafting recipe in the future. That's what Abby's intel from the association said before we got here. It could have just been a cover-up in the report to keep anyone snooping from coming out here. But I'd like to check with an experienced crafter to make sure. I shrug, then turn back to the canyon down below me. Activating my enemy detection skill, I can see that my teammates are just about to meet their targets. I have a bit more time. Perfect, air stepping away, I make my way up to the top of the mountain to set more valid teleport points for my Dungeon Walker skill to travel. Over the next 15 minutes, I take out 2 more sets of base-level blue ogres while making my way down the other side of the mountain, collecting their 4 shards and placing them in my item box. The new EXP I gain from these new fights brings me up to level 432. With 6 shards ready for consumption. And one mutant's shard in my storage. I teleport back to the edge of the canyon to start flying down the smooth sloping path. My teammates are waiting for me down below and their enemies have all been defeated. We have less than 2 days to make it to the capital. It's time to make the most of our time left. This farming session is about to get serious. Chapter 237, I run down the canyon stone path using wind magic to accelerate my movements. High white stone walls fly by on my sides and the reading on my enemy detection skill of my teammates nearby gets closer and closer. Soon, I see the 3 of them waiting beneath a small stone overhang on a very flat section of rocky ground. Each of them holds 2 glowing crystals in their open palms. I wave while making my way over, then take the 6 base level gems from my item box as well. Ari is the first to speak as I glide to a halt. Anything interesting out there? I shake my head, handing each of them a shard, to make it even for all of us to have 3, 1 mutant, but it wasn't an issue. I have its shard saved in my storage. It's a bit more powerful than the others. Then I pause. Well, it may be an issue. If any of you want to be able to face one of those, I think you'll need to consume at least. I look up at the sky doing a few calculations. Well, you'll have to each consume at least 300 of these shards. Ari nods, replying almost immediately without a shred of doubt. That's what I was thinking as well. If they're much more powerful than these base levels, I'd have to agree. 300 shards equals about 15 million MP. If I consume that much, my control will nearly double. Abby speaks up. If I take in 15 million more MP, I'll be over 3 times as powerful as I am now. Maria chimes in last, same. 3 times for me too. I nod slowly, thinking to myself about my past training sessions in the Titan's domain. On my last trial, I gained over 25 million MP, bringing my own controlled accumulated MP to around 50 million. For me to add 15 million, it would be a nice boost, but not a 2-3x addition like my teammates. There must be a way to get more, I speak up. Well, let's see how much we can handle. 1 shard at a time until we know for sure there's no side effects. Plus we have to see if Abby can actually use her skill indefinitely. There has to be a limit. Right, we all nod in agreement, then look down at the glowing white gems in our hands. I turn to the archer. Well, I think it's our turn. How about it? He smirks, placing 2 gems in an item box and tossing the other in his mouth without hesitating for a second. After a gulp, he responds while taking a step back. I was thinking exactly the same thing. Maria and Abby jump backward as I laugh, throwing 2 of my gems into my item box and swallowing 1 whole while stepping away from all 3 of them as well. Now, let's see what these can really do. A few seconds pass, then a warm feeling starts to form in my chest. A white glow grows in its place and begins to shine brighter and brighter. It's not nearly as erratic and violent as a strengthening fragment. I was expecting much worse. All of the mana from this tiny gem is filling my chest with smooth and controlled pure light. It begins to flow into my shoulder and down my arms like trickles of water. The slow drip of mana falls down my legs as well. Over 10 seconds pass and the flowing mana grows more and more until the slow drips turn into fast-moving streams of steady magic coursing through my veins. My entire body lights up, making a bright white silhouette in the blue-tinted dungeon. I can feel every individual particle of the warm magic flowing through me, mixing with my own dormant MP supplies, and now beginning to drift out of my body at a constant rate. It feels like I'm using my mana manipulation skill to create shielding. Instead of holding it like a barrier, it just flies off to be free, an odd sensation to say the least, not painful at all, but the wasted MP just flowing out into the open dungeon is an uncomfortable sensation. Usually, when exerting this much mana, there's a purpose behind it. Now, I'm being forced to use mana for the sake of using it. After just under 30 seconds pass, I can tell the process is coming to an end. My body feels like it's being sucked dry of energy. Every last drop of pure white mana is flowing out into the open dungeon air until the MP bar hits 0. To avoid the lightheaded, unmotivating feeling of having an empty MP bar, I activate Plunderer and begin taking in energy from the swirling dense air around us. I haven't tried this method of MP restoration in a dungeon for a while, but the dense mana-filled air around me makes it feel like just the right time. It works, slowly and inefficiently, but it works. My Plunderer skill brings in about 100 MP over the next few seconds as I steady my stance and let my eyes adjust back to the atmosphere around me. To my left, Ari is kneeling on the floor breathing heavily. Abby runs over to start healing him with Restore. A bright green and white light fills half my vision as I peer down at my empty hands, still a bit flustered. It sure feels like I just used 50k MP, my body tingles a bit, and the sensation of mana overuse fatigue is beginning to set in. This is how I feel when I release too many MP imbued attacks in a row too quickly. The after effects are just like a strengthening fragment, but a bit less extreme. A quick self-regeneration would heal me up almost all the way up back to full, letting me continue my training. I'm able to handle nearly 1,000,000 MP in a single day if I really push the limits, but that's not the point of all this. This is about Abby's power. It could help me surpass my limits. I nod firmly at the ground, then raise my head to meet the green-haired healer's gaze as she begins to walk over to me. Ari stands up, looking refreshed, while taking an MP potion out of his item box and drinking it before coming to watch. Abby speaks up. Looks like you're able to handle the shards a bit more efficiently than the rest of us. She comes around my back and places both hands firmly on my shoulders. I begin to feel another warm sensation. This time, the energy entering my body feels like it belongs to me. It's much different than the shard from a moment ago that felt like a foreign mana source leaving. Abby's green and white mana is welcoming and cozy, seeping into my entire body and becoming one with the skin, bones, and muscles. Seconds later, the light stops and I let out a refreshing gasp, opening my eyes wide. I'm completely healed. I move my arms around and hop around, not sensing any sign of fatigue or minor pain. None remains. With a grin ear to ear, I turn to meet Abby's green eyes and speak. There's really no downside for you to use this skill? We can just heal over and over again as long as we have the MP. She shrugs. So far, that seems to be the case. You three are the only one that knows about this. I only unlocked this legendary grade rank recently. She pauses, looking around at the others, then back to me. Other than the few minor tests I did alone with some MP potions in the capital's training rooms last week, I don't have any other data. Whatever we figure out today is all new to me too. Maria jumps in, disregarding our conversation and grabbing Abby's hand. Our turn, let's go. Ari joins in, taking out his other 2 gems and lifting them in the air. Let's take turns and consume these as fast as possible. He turns to me. Then, we'll have to farm a lot more. On that note, Maria and Abby both start their next shard consumption processes. Just 30 seconds later, Ari and I go for it again. A few minutes pass and each of us has grown a little stronger just from a few flashes of light. Abby heals each of us with ease, and there's no sign of fatigue on her end or ours. This is going to work. I activate my enemy detection skill, and being searching the dungeon for more ogres within my teleportation range, I've cast a wide net all the way around the largest mountain in the dungeon. It's a perfect place for new monsters to respawn and wander in from the surrounding land. The twisting tunnels and paths of the canyon we're in are filled with new monsters as well. I can sense 4 more nearby and another 6 deep in the mountains. We hash out a plan and all take out our weapons, preparing to fight. They all grab a hold of me and we begin. Dungeon Walker. Over the next 3 hours, we blip back and forth from the canyon below, to high up in the mountains, and even back to the waterfall-covered region near the dungeon start point. I leave each of them with opponents they're able to handle, and come back once they've collected the shard to teleport them to another. In my downtime, while waiting for my teammates to kill their targets, I explore the dungeon further to keep expanding my teleportation range. There are incredible rivers and valleys or crystal clear water, enormous waterfalls, and hidden alcoves. Everything is tinted light blue by the dungeon's magic. The longer we fight, the denser and darker the blue tint becomes. It's only just slightly, but there's a difference. I can't tell if we're just heading deeper into the dungeon and it's a natural phenomenon, or if the excess mana released by us farming is changing the environment. We fight 188 ogres in total, and surprisingly, I only find 2 more mutants. They both drop larger shards. But no other new gear just yet. The base mobs, on the other hand, drop 3 large clubs. A 2% drop rate is low, but the item has a 1250 strength buff. It's one of the highest I've ever seen, so it must go for an excellent price. Abby holds onto the gear for now. I make it to level 445, and my teammates share a similar success. Each of us consumes over 2.3 million mana and we're refreshed. Good as new by Abby's skill. This is more than double the output I've ever consumed in a single day, and it feels like I'm just waking on a freshly healed body after every restore. At this rate, we'll be able to hit our goal of 15 million each within 24 hours. It'll give us just enough time to make it to Solara. Assuming all goes as planned, Chapter 238, the 4 of us stand in a small circle after consuming our last batch of ogre shards, concluding the first 3 hours of our training session. Over 2.3 million MP each has been consumed, and I feel more energized and ready to battle than when we started. Abby's skill has always been a bit odd to me. It says, restore, rather than heal, like many of the other healers. It may be a unique skill. Maria hops around, glowing bright blue after we've all fully rested. I feel incredible, guys. This is more mana than I've ever consumed. It's like months of training in a couple hours. Ari chimes in, you're right. I can already feel a difference. If we keep improving at this rate, we'll be able to take the ogres out even faster every hour. Abby is the last to talk, but she has a worried look on her face. How many MP potions do each of you have left? At the rate I'm using mine, I won't be able to continue healing you all and fight ogres much longer. Possibly 3 more hours at most. Maria stops hopping up and down, matching the healer's concerned look, then starts shuffling through her item box. I've run through about half my supply already too. I only have to use half as much to defeat an ogre now, but it still won't last more than 6 hours. I nod, considering the fact that the association loaded me up with 1 million MP worth of potions last week. They must have given my teammates a similar amount. Ari crosses his arms, speaking up. I have plenty, my skill didn't need an upgrade, so the director never handed me one of those fancy crystals. I was just given extra MP potions to go along with my training. He takes the item box off of his waist and pours out an absurd amount of small glass corked bottles with glowing pink liquid inside them. Take as much as you need. Although, by the time the sun rises tomorrow, I don't think MP potions will be much of a problem. We may be able to defeat these monsters in a single hit. My supplies are getting lower, but it's nothing to worry about. Having potions is not a necessity for me. Even if they hit 0, it wouldn't be a problem. Plundering MP from my opponent is always an option. Abby and Maria need these more than me. The two of them restock their supplies while I continue to think to myself, widening my perception skills range. I can't quite put my finger on it, but something feels different. There's more mana in the air, but I can't tell how much for certain. We're closer to the boss room, and the blue tint around us is almost identical to before, so it's very hard to put a number on it. I shrug, then speak up to my team as they talk amongst themselves, solving their MP potion problem without me, ready for another run, after a nod of agreement from everyone. We're off to continue our farming. I keep expanding my teleport range little by little, moving closer to the back of the dungeon. I can sense the boss room portal way off in the distance, slowly swirling behind us as we hunt, but it doesn't feel much different than the actual dungeon air. If anything, the ogres that I'm fighting give off more MP radiation than the portal. Every 15 to 30 minutes, we all meet together for a quick shard consumption and restore session. Then I blip each party member off so we can get back to work. Over the next 3 hours, we managed to take out a total of 256 more ogres. The further in we travel, the more often groups of 3 or even 4 begin to pop up. I take out 5 mutants. Levels 475 to 480 on my own, not wanting my teammates to get involved with this level of creature just yet. Overall, I make it to level 451 myself, and everyone gains 3.2 million MP in control progress. This is a significant increase from our last session. Once this 3-hour period comes to an end, we all take a break near a calm pool of water on top of a smaller mountain behind the first towering peak from earlier. Abby and Myra update us with their potion count, then we consume the last of the ogre shards before Abby heals us. All 4 of us can sense the pressure of an invisible clock ticking away. On top of that, we're powering up so fast that the only thing on our minds is getting back out there to farm more. Even so, one thing that won't stop itching at the back of my mind is the increasing levels of mana in the air. We are moving closer to the boss room, and the mana density is much noticeably different now. Even when we're sitting alone, just the 4 of us off by a pond, it feels like an ogre is lurking nearby at all times. The density isn't very even, it's starting to surge through us in wisps of blue and white shimmering clouds. There was nothing like this at all when I first entered the dungeon. I'm keeping a close eye on it, but even if it gets out of hand, there's not much I can do. We all continue to venture off further into this odd break. Another 3 hours of farming pass and we've nearly made it to the back edge of this pocket world. The swirling, drifting sea of magic that fills the air continues to grow thicker the more we hunt. The denser waves of magic are almost becoming more common than the areas of dungeon air without it. We defeat 307 ogres this round, plus 11 additional mutants. This is roughly 3.8 million MP each added to our control totals. Ari asks to fight one of the mutants in the middle of this session, so I bring him to one. The furious mutant ogre that he faces tears up the mountainside for over 200 meters in all directions with a supercharged axe. It sends shockwaves through the rock and makes the air around us waver and bend as it absorbs portions of the swirling clouds to add to its shielding. Even so, the total amount of mana surrounding its body decreases with every large attack it mindlessly throws. Recently when I fought mutants, I wouldn't let them use their mana-imbued weapons much at all. Ari is fast enough to dodge and time his attacks to hit the monster's weak point from a distance. It gives me the chance to study them for once. With just 8 arrows to the vitals, the mutant blue ogre is slain. A curious thing I noticed when scanning the essence shard after it's dropped, the small white gem only has about 85k MP inside of it. My only explanation for this would be the extra energy being exerted from its use of the axe when fully charged lowers the total MP stored in its shielding. Mana crystals never worked like this in the past. Even if a monster completely ran out of MP, it would drop the same sized mana crystal. These aren't mana crystals, so the comparison clearly isn't perfectly accurate. After this brawl, and a few of my own run-ins with mutants, I'm at level 456. Ari is level 447. Abby and Maria are both level 445. We take another small break on top of a final small mountain. The boss room portal is off in the distance, less than 2 kilometers away now. After a brief food and water break, followed by a quick report of MP potion supplies, we begin our 4th farming run. I'm getting closer and closer to the back of the dungeon, and the air is almost completely filled with the dense waves of mana. In the open air, it feels like I'm standing less than 20 meters away from an ogre. A humming sound of mana fills my ears. The sensation makes it feel like I'm back in that white-walled prison of the Titan's domain. The blue tint is getting so thick that the visibility in the mountain is being affected. It's hard to see more than 200 meters away. Everything is covered with light blue fog. On the bright side, with so much more readily available mana in the air, my plunderer skill allows me to absorb more and more. I don't even need to be near a monster to recharge my MP bar. I can do it out in the open air of the dungeon. We continue to grow stronger, taking out 389 blue ogres in total this run. That raised each of our consumption by almost 4.9 million more MP. In addition to this, 25 mutants appear. Abby and Maria face one together this round and manage to defeat it with a similar difficulty to the regular blue ogre they faced before this training session started. We've grown a lot. After 3 hours are up, we near our end goal. In total, each of us has consumed just under 15 million MP. It's been about 12 hours since we entered this dungeon, and nearly 24 hours since any of us last slept. The boss room portal is less than 500 meters away. It's hidden deep behind the thick blue fog, but I can feel it slowly swirling awaiting our arrival. Now it's time for us to decide whether we face the boss and continue our journey to Solara, or keep pushing on with our training for a little longer. Chapter 239. I stare off into the thick blue fog ahead of me as we take our break after finishing the 3-hour farming session. My teammates are all waiting around nearby, eating food and getting ready for what's to come next. I can feel the boss room portal nearby, but there isn't much point in venturing any closer to it right now. We'll take that step once it's time to leave. In that last run, I hit level 460. The improvement in my mana control isn't as drastic as my teammates, but it has become noticeable. A mutant ogre can be taken out in just one hit if I concentrate. After stretching my arms and letting out a long yawn, I turn to my teammates. So how are we feeling? Up for more or dash? I'm cut off by a white glow that appears beside Abby in a pile of food, water, and loot. It's her transmission tablet. The small silver tablet is vibrating against the hard rock she sits on and creates an annoying buzz. Abby looks down at the silver contraption while picking it up, then looks back at me. I have a feeling our decision is about to be made for us. It shakes in her hand, and the white glow gets brighter and brighter. All 4 corner crystals begin to blink and shine until she answers the call. Hello? Director? It's Abby. What's with the urgent news? There's a long pause. I take a step closer to listen. Maria and Air start to walk in closer as well. Then, a woman's voice comes out of the metal box. Brutus is out for the time being. I'll be the one updating you from now on. The smooth, familiar voice of the blonde-haired assistant with the lie detector skill comes out of the small silver magic item moments later. I clench my fist at the sound of her voice. Whatever she's calling about, it can't be good. She continues. You're all needed at the Solara Labyrinth in exactly 18 hours. We've organized a raid in the morning with all able C-class hunters or higher hunters in the area. Abby replies with a stern tone. A raid? So there's more people here than just us and those 2 scouts? Who else are we working with? Our last run-in with locals didn't exactly go smoothly. Another pause follows, then the woman's voice projects from the small silver box again. Indeed. There was word of a small mix-up in Dry Rock, but it shouldn't be an issue. We've arranged to temporarily work with the Solaran government. They'll be sending out some of their top-rated hunters to join us on the raid. I nod hesitantly, thinking to myself, if they couldn't handle it themselves by now, I'm not sure just how effective these Solaran top hunters will really be. Also, I'm finding it increasingly hard to believe they're just going to let go of the damages done in Dry Rock. Even if it was their fault to begin with, they will most definitely push the blame on us. The female assistant continues. The support teams may not be able to help with the final boss fight, but help in numbers will be very effective on the lower floors. There's another long, awkward pause before she continues. The director has put a lot of faith in the four of you. Please, make it to the Section 4 Capital before daybreak tomorrow. There will be a squad waiting to greet you in the lobby of the Tower of Dreams. I hope you'll be able to find it. Ari smirks, then replies, I know exactly where the Tower of Dreams is. Right beside the Tower of Strength and behind the Tower of Light, she replies, excellent. We've left a restock of MP and HP potions for you if necessary, so don't feel like you need to save any up for the mission. Use whatever is necessary to take out the 5th dungeon break swiftly and be on your way. There's a click and the transmission tablet stops glowing completely, all 4 crystals go dark and the assistant's voice stops coming through. I look around at my teammates, to see they're all very visually tired. I think the confirmation that we need to be leaving soon set us all off. My eyes are threatening to shut during breaks and my reaction time during battle is most definitely slowing. There's still an immense power gap between the ogres in the dungeon and myself, so it's not much of a problem, but facing a mutant boss in this state would still be risky. Maria speaks up to all of us. Do we really have to leave? We could get so much stronger here if we just stayed a little longer. It feels like a waste to abandon this dungeon just because the association says so, Ari replies after a long yawn. I agree, but we need to get to Solara by daybreak. By the urgency of these calls, it seems like need all the help they can get. Even if we leave right now and travel at full speed, 18 hours is a tight deadline. Abby begins to speak but bites her lower lip and stares at the floor. We're all thinking the same thing. We want to get stronger, but there's a lot on the line here. I have a plan, but it includes asking Ember for help. So to keep my teammates out of it, they'll have to be left in the dark a little bit. It's for the better. I have an idea, but it won't make much sense. We can make it to Solara on time and farm the dungeon to its full potential. Abby looks up. What do you mean? What is it? I step closer, scratching my chin. Well, the 3 of you could start heading over now and I'll farm this dungeon for another half a day. I can bring the remaining shards to Solara before the morning. I have a way to make it there quickly and quietly, but I can't bring anyone else along. The green-haired healer looks at me with a confused, yet curious stare. Then, Maria chimes in without any hesitation. That sounds like a good plan to me. If Jay says he can do it, then Jay can do it. Ari speaks next. I know you can travel fast with that wind ability, but do you know the way? Even with a map, the desert isn't always easy to navigate. I reply with a shrug, just travel north, right? He lets out a laugh. I mean, I guess so. There is a border up north, so you can't really overshoot the capital. You'll just have to walk along the abyss until you find the city. He looks up in the blue-tinted dungeon sky, then uncrosses his arms, putting them on his waist, then turning back to me. Yeah, I guess you can't miss it. I trust you'll find your way. You always do. The archer and Maria both look at Abby, waiting for her response. She tightens her lips and lets out a sigh. If you're positive you can farm a considerable amount of shards and still make it back to us in time, then sure. It works for me too. I am looking forward to getting some sleep. So I'm not exactly upset about this arrangement. She shows me an exhausted grin, then walks over and throws a hand on my shoulder. Take us back when you're ready. Although Abby's power heals MP and HP instantly, also negating any mana fatigue, there seems to be one thing it can't restore: natural sleep. Maria grabs onto my other shoulder. I'm ready when you are too. I'm looking forward to taking a long rest too. Ari rolls his eyes and walks over, placing one hand on my right arm. Looks like I'm taking the first waking shift to make sure we're on course. I'll sleep eventually. Both Maria and Abby laugh as I teleport us back to the dungeon start point to find the exit portal. The moment we make it back, we're all caught off guard by the landscape. It's completely covered in thick blue magical fog, just like where we left. It's almost impossible to see further than 100 meters away. Apparently, my predictions from earlier were correct. The mana in the air wasn't just getting denser because we traveled further into the dungeon, the entire break's atmosphere is changing. I whisper under my breath, I knew it, we don't have much time to farm this break either way. The 4 of us step out, back into the open desert, and I see the red portal swirling much more violently than it was before. More and more blue dungeon masses being spewed from the edges of the rings and dissolving into the open air. An audible hum of mana can be heard from the outside, matching the hum of mana that could be heard from within. The break has gotten considerably worse since we entered. The sun is rising, and the hint of day's heat is starting to creep over the horizon. The sandy ground beneath our feet is still cool from the night, but it won't be for long. My team gets situated on their camels, and I wave them off. swearing I'll meet them before they even make it to Solara. Ari takes both of the reins, leading the camels as I watch both Abby and Maria drift off to sleep before they even leave my field of view. I watch them head off into the open desert, then turn back to the blood-red dungeon portal behind me. I re-enter the blue ogre break, then open my item storage to let Ember stretch his wings. Welcome back, we have some work to do. Chapter 240, Welcome back, we have some work to do. The black-scaled dragon comes flying out of my swirling white spatial magic portal, immediately opening his telepathic link with me. Good to see you again, Master. What a mana-rich dungeon. Where could this be? A toothy grin forms across Ember's face as he begins to flap his wings to hover higher up in the sky. The majestic creature begins to glow a light red tint, showing that his plunderer skill has been activated. He absorbs a few thousand MP from the air, then continues to speak. This is very pure as well in our level. We're nearing my next rank up faster than expected. I'm pleased with this progress. I nod, struggling to keep my eyes from closing. The fact that I'll soon get a moment to rest is making me more and more tired by the second. Sleep is within sight, I chuckle, then respond, we have grown a bit, and I'm exalted from fighting. I'd like for you to farm in this dungeon while I rest. It's not very large, so I trust you'll be able to cover the landscape rather quickly. Ember lifts his head, then replies, this is a rank 3 dungeon. You're aware of this, right? These are very rare to be spawned outside of a labyrinth. Truthfully, a waste of mana. I raise an eyebrow, then shake my head. Realizing sleep will have to wait a little longer. Rank 3 dungeon? A waste of mana? What do you mean by all of this exactly? Ember stops glowing red and glides down to the floor. Well, I guess humans would call a rank 3 dungeon a B-class dungeon. It just means the boss monster is over level 500. This indicates that it has ranked up. There's a moment of silence, and the buzzing swirling mana around us feels like it just grows louder. I reply, alright, so it'll just be a lot stronger. Ember pauses, something like that. Usually, the rank 3 upgrade is a very noticeable one. An additional hidden ability or skill is awarded to all monsters that hit rank 3. In addition to that, it's very common for rank 3 monsters to wield some level of tier 2 mana control. My eyes open wide with curiosity. Tier 2? The black dragon nods, the ability to absorb mana from the surrounding dungeon and wield it as their own. He looks up at the thick blue fog-covered sky. I join in for a moment, trying to picture what tier 2 mana control would look like. Is that what these ogres have been doing in the dungeon? Using some advanced form of mana control to wield the mana in the air? If so, it doesn't seem like they're very good at it. The blue ogres just leave large amounts of mana resting all around their body, not consuming it at a very fast rate at all. Even the mutants need work. Maybe the boss will be different, but I'm not too impressed just yet. I shrug, then reply, we'll face the challenge when it comes. For now, I really need to get some rest. We'll be facing the real body of that archdemon soon. Right, Ember turns his head from the sky back down to me very quickly with a look of concern. You're not ready. I tighten my gaze. You were excited to face it back in that other dungeon, why not now? And how did you even know it was a demon in the first place? Ember looks back up at the sky, then starts to glow light red again. Monsters have a distinct scent, or mana signature, especially demons and their cores. That's why it's easy to confuse a demon with a human that has absorbed its core. Archdemons give off their own special mana signature that only dungeon monsters can sense. That's why I knew it was near. It seemed to be in a very weakened state when we came across it, so I thought we may have caught a lucky break. I nod as Ember continues. They're known for being extremely intelligent beings. It figures that it'd just be leading you to it. This is an elaborate trap, I'm sure you're well aware, I reply. The moment I saw it was a body double I realized something was up. Trap or not, I want that skill and I want its core. How powerful could the real body even be? Ember looks back at me, showing me his deep crimson red eyes, more powerful than anything you can comprehend. That floor boss you defeated last week does not even compare. We need to rank up before facing it at full power. No questions, I gulp, but the corners of my lips curl into a smile. Well, that's why we're here. Ember nods, I could tell as much. It seems the monsters here must drop large amounts of compact MP. Are you looking to collect them as you sleep? Where are your teammates and what's the rush? WEL. I air step up to hop on Ember's back. I'll tell you the whole story. We begin to fly up the dungeon's closest mountain peak while I fill Ember in on all the details of the association's time crunch and the new revelation about Abby's restore skill. Ember takes in all this information and understands exactly what he has to do. Collect as many shards as possible while I sleep. The more he can farm, the better chances we have of being strong enough to face the labyrinth's final archdemon boss. I create shelter in a mountainside, covering the outsides in dense earth magic, making sure to leave small holes for air and dungeon light. I lay out all my old sleeping supplies in my item storage, making the hard rocky ground much more comfortable. The moment I close my eyes, I fall asleep. Time passes as I drift off. I'm not exactly sure how much time, but when my eyes finally open, all I can see is the color blue. A loud, horribly annoying buzz fills my ears, then it's all interrupted by a more familiar ringing. Level up, rubbing my eyes. My status opens to show I've grown to level 481 in my sleep. 21 more levels. I was expecting to gain a few, but this is a lot. Immediately, I open up the shelter I built using earth magic, but the blue veil covering my eyes doesn't go away. It's all pure mana, and it's very thick. Visibility before I went to sleep was over 100 meters, now it's less than 1. I use my all-seeing eye and let it stretch out to the far edges of the dungeon until I find Ember happily burning through blue ogres in a deep valley. Using my enemy detection skill and inspect, I can see that they're all mutants. There isn't a single base-level mob in sight. I open top my telepathic link and call out into the blue void at Ember. Can you hear me? Immediately I sense the dragon stop his battle against half a dozen mutants and fly up into the sky before responding. Yes, Master. How was your sleep? I use Dungeon Walker to teleport nearby, then air step up towards the flaming dragon in the sky before responding. Good. How long was I out? And what's going on here? I can't see a thing. Ember chuckles slowly as I land on his back. Then he flaps his wings, taking us to the closest mountain peak nearby. You've been out for just over 9 hours. I've farmed just over 500 of these monsters. They're quite strong. Our level has increased a lot. The only downside is this dungeon is filling up with excess mana very quickly. I reply, yes, very quickly. What was only a foggy mist before makes it hard to see my hands right in front of my face. Ember continues, I would have absorbed it, but then fewer monsters would have spawned. So I decided to let this rank 3 dungeon run its course. The boss room will be much more rewarding that way. I assumed you would want a good fight. We arrive near the top of a high peak, and I can see a bright white glow coming from below. I begin to answer but stop mid-sentence while mesmerized by the sight before me. The closer we get, the brighter it becomes until we hit the rocky ground with a loud thud. The source of this bright white light reveals itself to me, leaving my mouth wide open. It's the pile of blue ogre shards Ember has farmed all this time. The amount of them isn't what leaves me in shock. Ember told me he farmed just over 500 already. I jump off his back and plunge a hand into the piles of gems, scanning all of them, then turn my head in the direction of the presumably grinning dragon. These are all from mutants, every last one of them. This break is completely out of control, Ember replies in a cheerful, satisfied tone. Indeed, it is. Chapter 241, these are all from mutants, every last one of them. This break is completely out of control, Ember replies in a cheerful, satisfied tone. Indeed, it is. At the moment of his reply, I can feel the ground tremble and sense 10 monsters all over level 470 running our way. Without thinking much of it, I shovel the hundreds of shards off the rocky ground into my item storage. Then air step up onto Ember's back. Without my perception skills right now, I'd be as good as blind in this environment. All I can sense are fuzzy mana outlines of the creatures that are coming our way. If I concentrate harder, their inner bodies are easy to picture, although it wouldn't affect me in battle much at all, especially in a dungeon. It's still a little unnerving not being able to see properly. I have to rely solely on my mana senses, either a being is there, or not there. That is the only reading I can pick up. White blobs of varying mana intensities begin to fill my vision as Ember flies up in the air. He speaks through the link. Is this not what you wanted? I can absorb the mana in the surrounding area if you'd like. I take a deep breath in. Even if the air is this dense with energy, the oxygen that fills my lungs is not affected in the slightest. It just feels like there's a slight pressure on my temples. However, I'm not sure if that is a natural mana density property or just a side effect from the incredibly loud headache-inducing buzz that fills my ears. I reply through our link while clenching my jaw in both fists. No, this is exactly what I wanted. You did well. A powerful flap of the black-scaled dragon's wings sends us gliding off towards the back of the dungeon now, headed straight towards the boss room. The charging ogre's earth-shaking footsteps are left behind in the blue fog. I take out extra food and water to replenish my body after a long sleep as we glide through the ominous buzzing dungeon's open air. Ember replies once we stop rising in altitude, "That's good to hear, Master. While you rested, I had my fun, but the real challenge is still ahead. You're about to face your first rank 3 boss fight." I stare forward into the never-ending blue fog. I know. I'm ready. Ember knows more about monsters and mana control than I do by a long shot. The hint of concern in his voice turns to my concern as well. I just still can't wrap my head around a monster being that much stronger than the mobs we've been facing in the dungeon, a ranked-up mutant dungeon boss. I guess time will reveal its true strength. Eventually, we soar into uncharted territory, the last 500 meters of open dungeon before the break that I haven't ventured through just yet. The boss room portal comes into my perception skills radar, and it feels much more powerful than it did before, almost unimaginably more powerful actually. More and more mutants show up on my radar below as we fly closer. At first, it's just under a dozen, like the group that started to attack us at the top of the last peak. Then, it turns into much more as groups begin to merge together. By the time we get within 200 meters of the portal, I can sense almost 40 mutants in total waiting around the energy-dense portal below. I speak up, while taking in an accurate reading of our surroundings. "What is this?" Ember responds. "Shall we head straight for the boss?" I nod, pulling out my sword and imbuing my armor with enough mana to keep it fully charged. This dungeon is so rich with mana that it feels like it's about to burst. Yes, let's head straight for the portal. It's time to clear this break. I begin to power up, activating my stat boosting skills, and making the blue fog around me reflect crimson gold light as we make our descent. Instead of just sensing the masses of mana below, I begin to hear the grunts and roars of mutant blue ogres all fighting amongst themselves in the valley down below us. We're less than 50 meters away, and the sensation of enemies nearby puts me on high alert but also excites me beyond belief. We soar deeper in, closer to the ground, now hearing constant cracks in the rocky ground on both sides as ogres run our way. At the same time, the blue fog in front of my vision quickly begins to get much darker. It's turning black. The dense dungeon mana in front of us starts to twist and swirl, making a whirlpool-like effect in front of us as we soar forward. Instead of seeing all blue, streaks of dark black lines start to form in the air. They twist together in a massive circular pattern with the dark blue fog. It looks like an ocean maelstrom, sucking everything up in sight. The closer we get, the faster it spins, pulling in the air and energy around it. The swirling blue lines of magic in the air fade away and everything turns to black. The sound of ogres nearby fades away. There's an ear-piercing buzz, making it impossible to think of anything but staring straight ahead and bearing it. The reality here is, the boss room portal has grown to over 3 times its normal size. The once 3-meter-tall light gray slowly swirling mass of magic has now turned into a towering 10-meter-wide violently vibrating black hole engulfing any and all dungeon mass that gets near it. The closer we get, the harder it seems to turn away. Luckily, our goal is to fly straight through. I point my sword forward, activate my mana manipulation skill to create a thin layer of shielding around my body, and then Ember flies us through. My vision turns from black for a few seconds, then shifts to bright white. We're transferred into the boss room moments later. I was expecting to fight blind, having to rely on my perception skills to fight a massive mutant ogre or something of that nature. To my surprise, that's not exactly the case. Once I enter the room, a crystal clear mountain sits in front of me with flowing waterfalls, green shrubbery, and beautiful white rock walls. It looks just like the dungeon did when we first entered, but a more majestic version. The mountain is tall, about 1 kilometer high. There's nearly 500 meters of flat ground before it with very little dirt or plant life in sight. Just a wide open plain of flat stone. It's a clear shot, straight to the mountain at the boss room's backside. This is one of the biggest boss rooms I've ever been in. Other than the 20-floor boss, nothing compares. I could have easily mistaken this for an entire dungeon itself. The only difference is the long stream of dense blue magic that trails from behind me, right where I entered, constantly being transported from the outer dungeon. I watch a trail of blue cloudy mana float up towards the top of the mountain. It materializes out of thin air, coming through the boss room's transfer magic and slowly rising in a thick cylinder of blue magical fog up toward the top of the beautiful peak above. I take in my surroundings in awe for over 10 seconds before finally being interrupted. The ground rumbles and my moment of peace ceases. Dozens of mutant blue ogres wielding heavy silver axes start charging down the mountainside. Clouds of dust and magic residue trail behind them as they lock onto us from over half a kilometer away. This is the first wave before the boss fight. I open up my link with Ember. Let's climb the mountain and face the boss. We soar forward without a hint of hesitation, staying low to the ground. We leave trails of red, black, and golden magic residue behind in our wake while heading straight for the bright blue ogre's stampede. I scan them all as they cross over from the mountain onto the flat plain area. Registering the mutants are all between levels 470 and 480, as I expand my range further up the mountain. Then, sense where all the mana from the outside dungeon is consolidating into what seems to be a massive ball. There's a single reading in the center of it, the boss, 1200M, LV 559, active items, heavy armor set of the Blue Ogre King, 95% defense, dual axes of the Blue Ogre King, 95% strength, platinum ring of the Blue Ogre King, 100% mental strength, active skills, extreme strength, legendary grade, body hardening, special grade, buffs, ultimate defense of the Blue Ogre King, hidden ability, King's Summoning Call, Chapter 242, 1200M, LV 559, active items. Heavy armor set of the Blue Ogre King, 95% defense, dual axes of the Blue Ogre King, 95% strength, platinum ring of the Blue Ogre King, 100% mental strength, active skills, extreme strength, legendary grade, body hardening, special grade, buffs, ultimate defense of the Blue Ogre King, hidden ability, King's Summoning Call. I finish scanning my surroundings and pause on the boss status that waits for us on top of the tower above, level 559. A sound similar to thunder cracks throughout the boss room, but there isn't a single dark cloud or flash of light in the sky. It sources the top of the mountain, but even with my perception skill, I can't make out the exact shape or cause of this odd phenomenon. All of the mana that's being transported from the main dungeon is clouding the view. It's all consolidating to make a massive blue ball of energy. The orb is impossible to make sense of from this distance. That isn't my primary concern at the moment. The hordes of blue ogres running towards us are. I charge up MP into my blade and send a shot off in the direction of one of the approaching monsters while Ember breathes a wave of dark flames straight at another. My recent level ups, along with the nearly 25% increase in my overall mana control consumption, has buffed my abilities a considerable amount. My high power slices through the front side of a mutant armor, cutting the beast in half with a single strike while the plume of black fire desolates the ogre's ember attacks. Earlier today, an attack like that would have taken 2 or 3 hits, although the opponent above is at a higher level than any monster I've faced before. I'm tingling with excitement at the opportunity to try out my new power. Maybe it will drop some interesting loot too. I decide to be as efficient as possible, taking off my Griffin's Talon necklace and throwing on the dark red Salamander King's cloak. It gives me an 80% boost in mental strength, rather than the Talon's 40%. I have a feeling I'm going to need every advantage I can get. With all these thoughts racing through my mind, Ember and I continue taking out mutants that stand in our path as we approach the mountain. Their shards are left behind for now. I'm focused on defeating the boss, nothing else. I attempt to use my plunderer skill to absorb MP from the environment like I did back in the blue clouded dungeon, but it doesn't work nearly as well. Without the dense atmosphere of available mana, I'll have to rely on my remaining MP potions for now, or the monsters I can directly drain mana from in a physical attack. I manage just fine. It's just a minor inconvenience. There are mutants that run down the mountain straight toward us from all directions. Most are very agile and powerful, but there's occasionally 1 or 2 in such a rush they fall or jump from unreasonably high ledges. This injures them even before making their way towards us. It doesn't seem to matter much. The steady stream of them isn't showing any signs of stopping anytime soon, easily one-hitting each of them, but not flaming the rewards isn't doing anything very productive. I decide to stop firing off shots. It's best to save my energy for the fight above. Ember on the other hand keeps sending off his nearly endless supply of flames down at the roaring blue creatures. We start our ascent, flying past crystal clear water and rocky cliffs. The mountainside gets steeper and steeper. We fly further from the ground and my eyes are locked on the growing cloud of blue-tinted mana above the whole way up. It seems to all be consolidating in a sphere at the munition's top. Less than a minute later, I see with my own 2 eyes, over 30 more ogres lose their lives while the trails of burning rocks and trees left behind from Ember's flames tell the full story of our joinery up the mountain. We finally make it to the peak. It's a classic boss room style battlefield, with a 100-meter wide shallow bowl shape to the top of the mountain, possibly the remnants of an old dormant volcano. Near the far side, the massive glowing blue ball of mana can be seen. The orb is dark blue with lighter wisps of dust and pure white mana curling it. A loud ground-shaking buzz fills the air as hordes of ogres run out from it. My eyes open wide and I whisper under my breath. The King's Summoning Call. This is one of the boss' hidden abilities. Taking in the sight before me, it seems like it's able to summon endless waves of ogres. We fly forward, just over 20 meters above the battlefield. I stare deep into the glowing blue ball of mass, but can't see a thing. Just like before, the boss monster's status stats and level pop up, but I can't see its physical body. I charge up a fairly high-powered strike and send it flying in the direction of the royal blue, slowly spinning, 10-meter wide ball. The moment my strike hits its outer wall, there's a light buzzing sound and a miniature white flash before the black blade of fire completely disappears into the spinning mass of energy. Ember, and I glide down, closer to the floor and begin taking out the mobs that are being spawned and sent our way. Each and every one of them explodes into flames or gets decapitated on sight. They fall to the arena floor behind us as we make our way toward the ominous orb that took one of my attacks without budging one bit. Now that we're closer, I activate my all-seeing eye again and try to peer inside. It's still incredibly thick. Possibly almost 2 meters thick actually, made of pure swirling mana. This time as I look deep into the barrier there's the faint outline of a monster sitting down with its legs crossed inside. I almost do a double take. The ground beneath it is sunken half a meter. And even while sitting it's much taller than the mutants that are continuously spawning out of its spinning dense mana. It's at least 5 or 6 meters tall while sitting down. So whatever is inside there must be a 10-meter or taller monstrosity. It's hard to make out exactly what it looks like, but the faint glimmer and mana output of its heavy metal armor can be sensed. 2 massive silver axes lay on either side of it as well. I grit my teeth, squint my eyes, and look closer. I have to drink another MP potion just to burn through enough mana to see the creature in its entirety. With eyes closed, legs crossed, a back straight, and the calm smile of a monk in meditation, the mutant blue ogre king sits atop its mountain collecting mana and waiting for a worthy opponent to arrive. My first attack was a complete failure, so I'll have to try something different the second time around. To be honest, I'm not sure if the boss even noticed. Ember flies over the slowly spinning blue sphere and we begin circling it. Time to devise a plan. Ember nods. We glide around in a circle 10 meters or so above the dormant king of the mountain. More and more mutants attack as we circle the boss. They're all dispatched in seconds by either dark red flames or a fiery black slash whenever they get too close. The ball of energy doesn't move at all. I'm almost at a loss for words. Usually, monsters are the first to make their move. I open up my link with Ember. Is this tier 2 mana control? Yes, there's a long pause as the wind passes by my face and long black wings flap on either side of me in a slow rhythmic fashion, but that barrier may not be as impenetrable as it seems. I squint at the loud buzzing sphere of mana below as Ember points his head toward the blue cylindrical cloud of mana that's still being sucked into the boss defenses. This ranked up ogre is definitely using tier 2 mana control. It wouldn't be able to move mana around and use it for its own so freely without it. I tighten the grip on my sword. So then where's its weakness? You must have found a break in its barrier, right? The black-scaled dragon lets out a thick dark crimson plume of flames down at the boss in response without a second of doubt. The eruption of flames engulfs the entire dome, creating the illusion of a 10-meter wide fireball sitting on the mountain's peak as it flows off the sides onto the rocky floor. We rise higher in the air to avoid the residue and debris. Mutants are burned to ash in the process on all sides, but when the flames begin to clear, the barrier is completely unharmed. Well, almost. The monster inside sits still. The outer layer of the blue sphere begins to melt away as the fire dissolves into it. The barrier itself is putting out the flames of Ember's advanced fire magic, but it's using its own mass to do so. I let out a laugh, then begin to charge up my sword to its full power. You're right, the barrier has a weakness. It looks like we have an in. Chapter 243, you're right, it does have a weakness. It looks like we have an in it. Ember's dark flames that once engulfed the round blue sphere of mana begin to dissolve inwards. I watch the entire structure shrink. There are small explosions and it lets off white arcs of light similar to miniature sun flares. It's not much, but it definitely shrinks. We can work that again. Fire at it again. My continuous mana output is nowhere near what Ember can produce, so I'll have to leave this part to him. Understood. The glossy black-scaled majestic dragon flaps its wings slowly as we glide closer to the boss again. A dense black and red plume of flames shoots down at the dormant monster to cover the entire structure once again. Cries from newly spawned monsters can be heard while waiting for the sea of flames to clear. The outer layer shrinks a minuscule amount yet again. Blue mana residue takes in the flames, giving off a light buzz and flashes of light that sound like fireworks. The blue and white magic residue disappears into thin air, but the barrier's mass slowly grows back the moment it's destroyed. I smirk as Ember lets another attack go again. Over and over, we spawn kill the mutant mobs that come running out from the orb. As they dissolve, dozens of shards begin to pile up on the arena floor. I pay little mind to this, solely focusing on the diameter of the orb that has now shrunk almost half a meter after just a dozen attacks. Still, there's no movement coming from within, and the barrier itself is still being replenished by the cloud of blue mana-imbued fog that flows up the mountain from the original dungeon. Ember glows bright red, slowly plundering MP from the environment around him to fuel his attacks. If I'm seeing this right, the moment Ember lets up, this ogre's entire defense will be restored in just a few seconds. We continue to circle the boss, 20 to 30 meters up in the air. Again, I charge up my blade, harnessing the mana residue around me to charge my blade over a full MP bar. There's over 3000 MP ready to fire off. At this density and newfound power from all my level ups, it will be the most devastating attack I've ever thrown. It takes nearly half a minute, but I'm waiting for the perfect time to strike. Black flames continue to rain down, tampering with the ogre's defenses as I take aim for the perfect shot. I can sense that the shield has been weakened now to under half of its normal thickness, so I let my attack fly. With a powerful thrust, the black crescent of flames plummets down toward the mediating Mountain King. There's a loud twang of dispersing mana in the air as my blade cuts a deep hole right through the already damaged blue orb. As the fiery blade enters the structure, one of the Ogre King's hands twitches and an eye opens wide, staring through the clouds of mana to look directly at me. It shines a deep blue hue. Time feels like it slows for a moment, then Ember swoops upwards, avoiding the debris from my strike, breaking the barrier. In the blink of an eye, the mutant grabs both of his axes and swings them upwards to block my attack. Its speed and instant readiness are astonishing. With reflexes like those, it may be faster than me. A loud cracking sound echoes throughout the entire dungeon as my attack hits both of its axes. A loud grunt comes from below as it's deflected to the side, but still manages to land a hit on the ogre's upper arm. The fiery crescent then flies out the other side of the dome, trailing with a light drip of crimson blood. It wasn't much, but I landed a hit, a good start. We fly high into the air as the murderous roar of the awakened Mountain King shakes the entire dungeon. The bright blue mana swirling around this beast begins to compact, getting denser and denser until it covers the beast in a blue shimmering bodysuit. The once massive orb of energy now covers a dual-axe-wielding giant blue ogre boss, glistening blue and white. The entire body of the beast is covered head to toe with thick mana. I may have been very lucky to get a shot in before it fully woke up. Two dark blue lights shine from the monster's face, showing me where its eyes are located, but I can't see its actual body. All that stands before us is a glowing blue and white outline of a monstrosity. So much mana. I've never seen or felt so much energy all in one place since I fell into the Titan's domain. This is completely different. That mana was freely floating in an open void. This mana is 100% in control of the monster before us. The air wavers before my eyes, and the buzzing from mana in the air is so loud that everything around me sounds silent. The flaming rock from our previous attacks makes a wall of flames, and half-dying mutants create the perfect contrast to show off the dungeon breaks boss in all its glory. The silence ceases and it lets out another murderous roar, pointing its axes straight up at us in the air. I yell out to Ember through our link. Again, fire. The real battle begins now. Thick flames engulf the 10-meter-tall blue ogre king, but it doesn't move a muscle. The monster stays in place and takes the attack. Its outer layer of mana crackles and pops as it eats up the flames and lets white mana disperse into the air. Again, we circle the monster as it calmly stands still, following our flight path with its dark blue gaze, taking attack after attack. Meanwhile, I charge my blade up just like before. It takes well over half a minute to use the dungeon air, but just a few seconds with MP potions. I release another 3000 MP attack straight at the king. I wonder how it'll react this time. This is the same devastating strike that shattered its defenses just moments ago to draw blood. Instead of standing its ground and taking the hit, the massive beast finally lifts its axes again. This time around, they're covered in a thick layer of dense blue mana. On impact, there's a slight pause and reaction of light and twanging sound, but the strike I throw is deflected off deep into the boss room without much effort at all. Then, the mutant finally makes its move. It turns and begins running in our direction. The ground cracks and shakes, leaving high craters behind in its wake. Dense blue mana drips from beneath its feet, leaving pools of blue residue all over the battlefield. The monster gets closer and closer, but we're high in the sky. Ember lets out another attack, covering the ogre in a crimson wave of flames. Instantly, the monster retaliates and swings its axes as the flames dissolve into its armor of mana. We're over 30 meters in the air, so there's no way it can reach us. Even with a jump in the air, I doubt it can leap this far. While thinking this, my eyes open wide at the reality of the situation. As it swings its two axes, dark royal blue mana comes shooting out of them, just like the attack I sent flying at it earlier. In an instant, it spawns mana crescents far larger and denser than my own. Amber senses the danger too, and we dodge instantly. Swooping lower to the battlefield, the Ogre King swings its axes again, sending 2 blue crescents of murderous blue light our way. A swerve to the right takes us out of its line of fire, just barely. The wind blows by me on both sides with vicious force as we speed up and the seriousness of this battle sets in. I grit my teeth while charging my blade and we dodge another 2 attacks as it lets out a roar to shake the boss room once again, just when I thought it couldn't get any worse. The pools of mana all around the dish-like battlefield begin to bubble and glow much brighter, rocks start to breaking and more ogres' roars start to fill my ears, dozens of mutants start spawning from the residue pools left behind by the boss footsteps. We fly around the battlefield as more and more mutants spawn with seemingly no end in sight. Ember blows flames down on them as the boss tracks our movements, sending off more mana-filled attacks. I let off attacks of my own, drinking mana potions to charge my sword as well as using some residue from the atmosphere to fuel my attacks. Every one of them is blocked with incredible precision, and every step this beast takes spawns more obstacles for us to avoid and take out. Ever since that first unguarded strike that made this ogre bleed, I haven't even gotten past its blades. Not a single strike has hit its shielding yet. The blue fog from above is feeding its defenses even more, nearly negating Ember's fiery attacks. The shielding around its body is growing back at close to the same rate the fire is burning it down. I have to do something, Dungeon Walker. Out of frustration and curiosity, I blip to the monster's opposite side while Ember lets off one of his flaming attacks. I let one of my own soar, right at its back. It can't move in time, and I land a direct hit. A red, black, blue, and white explosion follows and I see its bright blue armor open up for just a moment to expose its skin. The time it takes for me to bring another mana potion to my lips is more than enough for it to heal the small hole in its barrier and turn my way. I blip back to Ember's back and stare down at the monster as it turns its blue eyes to meet mine. We're completely outmatched, but I have an idea. The rumbling of newly spawned mutants comes running our way, and the boss holds both of its axes steady, covered head to toe in pure blue armor. It charges its blades while I whisper under my breath and open my status screen. It's been a while, but it's time to upgrade another skill. Chapter 244. It's been a while, but it's time to upgrade another skill. While looking down at my status, I check the proficiency points available to me. PP 231. We continue to fly around in circles, narrowly dodging the monster's bright blue energy attacks. I need to make it through this monster's defenses and take in enough mana to continue battling at a steady rate. I'll either need to up my mana control drastically, or use the points available to me and upgrade a skill. Leaving the dungeon right now isn't an option. I told my teammates I'd clear it, so that's what I'm doing. I'm less than 20 points away from being able to upgrade my next legendary skill, Absorption. That's the only reason I've been saving them up for so long. It's the skill that has gotten me this far. All thanks to being able to take the powers from monsters I kill, I've been able to defy the odds and get stronger much faster than everyone around me. Though, in a scenario like this, what's absorption good for if I can't defeat the monsters with the skills I'm trying to steal? I scroll down my list and choose the logical decision. If it's tier 2 mana control I have to contend with, then I'll just make my own version of it. Plunderer. Info. Plunderer allows the user to take mana from opponents once physical contact is made. Mana crystals and other magic items may be plundered. The effectiveness of the user's ability to plunder decreases if the average mana control output of their opponent is higher than their own. It is much more efficient to plunder weaker enemies. MP may be consumed in mana-rich dungeon environments, but effectiveness is severely lacking compared to direct contact plundering. Grade. No grade. Chapter 244. It's been a while, but it's time to upgrade another skill. While looking down at my status I check the proficiency points available to me. PP 231. We continue to fly around in circles, narrowly dodging the monster's bright blue energy attacks. I need to make it through this monster's defenses and take in enough mana to continue battling at a steady rate. I'll either need to up my mana control drastically, or use the points available to me and upgrade a skill. Leaving the dungeon right now isn't an option. I told my teammates I'd clear it, so that's what I'm doing. I'm less than 20 points away from being able to upgrade my next legendary skill, Absorption. That's the only reason I've been saving them up for so long. It's the skill that has gotten me this far. All thanks to being able to take the powers from monsters I kill. I've been able to defy the odds and get stronger much faster than everyone around me. Though, in a scenario like this, what's absorption good for if I can't defeat the monsters with the skills I'm trying to steal? I scroll down my list and choose the logical decision. If it's tier 2 mana control I have to contend with, then I'll just make my own version of it. Plunderer. Info. Plunderer allows the user to take mana from opponents once physical contact is made. Mana crystals and other magic items may be plundered. The effectiveness of the user's ability to plunder decreases if the average mana control output of their opponent is higher than their own.
It is much more efficient to plunder weaker enemies.
MP may be consumed in mana-rich dungeon environments, but effectiveness is severely lacking compared to direct contact plundering. Grade, no grade, one heads straight for its outreach dual blades while the other curves around to slip right through the cracked opening in its blue mana barrier. Another loud twang and cracking noise follows. A loud roar confirms I made a direct hit. As the residue clears and its shielding starts to reform, the crimson glint of blood dripping from a small cut catches my eye. I smirk as Ember dives downwards and we fly to its opposite side. Another hit. To make things easier, I take out my dagger. It allows me to force the barrier open with one attack and send another strike in right after to do the actual damage. I let out more shots of mana as Ember spins and dives to avoid the rage-filled attacks of the boss. Fire begins to burn dark red on the ground below us. Every attack Ember and I send lets out large plumes of dark flames that spread from mutant to mutant, slowly burning them alive. Even if they're not hit head-on with a direct attack, they're killed moments after they spawn. The only thing immune to the flames is the merciless boss. Its suit of blue armor wades through the thick flames and puts them out on contact. A line of untouched rock floor trails behind it. We circle the beast as it lunges towards us again and again. It may be fast and powerful, but our speed and agility in the air are far above the boss monster's capabilities. The fallen mobs leave shards behind. They're starting to pile up and give off a visible glimmer of white and blue light even from here. Everything is going as planned. The only problem is, as many shots as I fire off, it's getting harder and harder to hit this crafty creature. I've landed 5 more successful blows, but the shielding in its place is getting harder to hit. It's also predicting my attacks and dodging over half of them now. I'll have to try something else. Dungeon Walker. I jump off of Ember's back, now having more than enough teleport points plotted in the air to handle myself. With the element of surprise on my side, I can much more effectively send attacks into the monster's bright blue armor. It takes 1 wind slash to break it, and 1 fiery attack to damage the beast. I can send off 2 before narrowly blipping away to avoid its counterattacks. There is some damage, but it's not nearly enough. If only I could land 1 more hit per time I attack. A wind and fire combo attack would complement each other and do much more damage. Gritting my teeth, I land another 3 total hits while blipping around 7 more times. Small gashes appear on its arms, legs, and torso, but all I've done is it angry. Every time I break through its mana shielding, the blue barrier just grows back stronger. I open my link with Ember as he continues to weaken the boss mana armor while eradicating the mutants in the crossfire. I need to take out its source. I look up at the dark blue stream of mana that's been continuously flowing down into the battlefield this entire time. There's far too much mana for me to consume. I can sense millions of MP flowing out from the Dunnigan and around the body of this monster. Ember replies while sending off a final fireball to destroy a wave of approaching ogres. Understood, I'll block it from the sky. To absorb this much mana, I'll need to concentrate. I trust you'll finish the battle. While gripping my sword, I turn back to the boss. If it can't regenerate its shielding any further, I can handle it. With that, Ember takes to the sky and I air step downward to let out another attack before blipping away to its blind spot. The monster is becoming frustrated but keeps its composure with dark blue eyes locked on me for the full time we fight. The more attacks I land, the better it learns my movements too. Not only can the humming blue mass of mana dodge me more often than not, it's also letting out its own attacks faster and with more precision as well. Sometimes, I even have to move out of the way before releasing an attack of my own. It's predicting my Dungeon Walker teleports. Finally, Ember's voice echoes in my inner ear. It is done. I feel a familiar feeling crawl over my skin and my vision is tinted red. The ambient mana in the air drastically decreases for a fraction of a second while it feels like time slows down. I turn my head to see Ember high in the sky above the mountain, radiating a dark red-crimson aura. The blue mana clouds are reacting in glowing bright white. An incredible light fills the sky, and the flight path of appraising foreign dungeon mass is successfully blocked. My perception of time speeds back up as a wide grin crosses my face. The boss monster is distracted by the sight as well. Taking advantage of the moment, I release another 2 attacks to land a devastating blow on its left side. I let out a laugh and blip away while watching the monster heal its broken shielding. It's not by much, but the dense shield shrinks ever so slightly to mend the hole. After a few more teleportation maneuvers, airstep dodges, and near misses, I land another strike to the monster's back. With a loud cry, the boss dark blue eyes tighten, looking even more angry than before as it heals the shielding's hole. It shrinks again. I've gained the upper hand. Chapter 245, I've gained the upper hand. Level up, level up, level up. To my surprise, the sound of level up notifications rings in my ears as more and more mutants die in the burning fires below. I'm not that much higher of a level than them, So it would make sense that killing this many would continue to raise my own, with a bright red, white, and blue glow completely covering the sky overhead, blocking the energy that once added to this boss monster's barrier. I can face this beast on my own terms now. Without its constant energy renewal, it seems more on edge, but also more willing to fight. Its eyes glow darker and look more alert, fully aware of its situation. The last remaining visible wisps of blue swirling magical fog make their way into its buzzing armor made of blue light. Then the boss glares at me to let out its loudest ground-shaking roar. Dungeon Walker. I teleport to its opposite side and let off a dual attack straight into its back. With a swing of right-handed axe, it blocks one of my blades and the other collides with its shielding. Dungeon walking away, I let off another attack to strike the monster's wide-open exposed flash. It predicts my movements, and I have to dodge an energy attack from its left blade, as expected. You won't be giving up easily. A wide smile stays on my face as we fight to the death. Another dozen shots each fly back and forth, and I've managed to fit the monster 4 more times. Each attack draws more blood and now shrinks its mana shielding more than twice as fast as before. I've consumed nearly 500,000 MP to launch my attacks, but it keeps enduring my blows. Luckily, there's an end in sight. Without the excess mana in the air, the shielding it's using as a defense forms back at a rate almost 5 times slower than before. Each attack I start letting out does more damage to its energy supplies, sending off larger white explosions and releasing more ambient mana into the air. Every shot that lands makes bigger breaks in its barrier, opening up much larger targets for my second strikes to land. Although the monster is adapting to my movements and becoming much more agile on the battlefield, the longer this fight lasts, the more hits damage the boss. Its blue eyes glow darker and darker as the shielding grows thinner and thinner. I can hardly even be spotted while teleporting and air-stepping around it in circles. With so much mana at my fingertips for use, the battle just gets more exhilarating every moment I'm in it. Massive explosions of fire residue obliterate mutants that spawn from existing pools of blue light. Level up, easily another 100 are slaughtered as our battle continues on. Due to my speed and agility in the air thanks to wind summoning and dungeon walking, I'm in no real danger of getting hit while focused on the battle. Mana flies, attacks are thrown, and the mutant's eyes glow brighter and brighter as its shielding slowly fails. Almost 15 minutes pass, and I've landed 3 dozen more attacks. Sweating, breathing heavily, and nearing my limit, I stare down at the bloodied and beaten beast below. If I had to guess, this massive barrier of mana it was using isn't just its tier 2 mana control at play, it must be part of its hidden ability, Ultimate Defense of the Blue Ogre King. Without the availability of excess mana, it's not able to be used. Or maybe there's another hidden metric to its buff. Through my all-seeing eye skill, I can see it sucking in mana to create a base level of shielding, but the thick blue and white light that surrounds its body is so weak that I can see its torn apart flesh even without my perception abilities now. It lets out roars of anger and frustration. The mutants spawn less and less from its excess residue. It desperately defends as I mercilessly attack, pushing most of its mana reserves into its axis to block my incoming strikes. This allows it to block some, but the attacks that hit its wounded body just keep doing more and more damage. Every time it begins to cover up an area in defense as I let out attacks with blinding speed to break the barriers down and eventually bring the monster to its knees, with a loud clang of metal axes hitting the stone floor, followed by the thud of its tired body hitting the ground. The mutant ogre king bows its head in defeat, with hundreds of shards laid out in piles beneath its battered body. The monster begins to let its shielding drop. I tighten my gaze and whisper under my breath in a suspicious tone, "Too easy." It doesn't seem like the type to give up, but it was clearly outmatched. Not wanting to give it another second to rethink its decision, I send dual attacks of wind and fire straight at the monster's midsection. Not making a sound, the blades glide through, and 2/2 of the 10-meter-tall mutilated ogre king fall to the boss room's floor. I gulp, darting my eyes back and forth while waiting for the sweet sounds of even more level-ups to ring in my ears, but they never come. The crackle of black flames is all that fills my ears as the remainder of mutants perish all around me in the fire. I air-step down to the floor, landing on a thin layer of white and blue shards. The 2/2 of the mutant king lay dormant as I slowly approach. Even the buzzing sound of mana ceases. The dungeon becomes eerily silent. I open my link with Ember. It's done. The moment I do, the light buzz of mana in the air returns. But oddly enough, it's coming from below me. The shards that cover the ground begin to glow much brighter than before, then they all start vibrating at a similar frequency and move towards the mutant's body that lies lifeless on the stone floor. It begins to glow blue and white as well, giving off the same dull hum. This doesn't look like it's going to end well. I grit my teeth and teleport as far up into the air as I can, calling out to Ember through our link, "Enough, we have to get back." Now, the black-scaled dragon swoops down at my words and I manage to touch his glossy wing just in time to teleport us to the far side of the dungeon where we entered. The glowing stones rattle more and more, coming together on the fallen corpse of the mutant king. The light animating from the top of the mountain grows until the buzzing can be heard from over a kilometer away at the far side of the boss room. Finally, it hits its peak and there's an overwhelming white flash of light. Second later I hear a loud crack and the entire dungeon shakes. I watch the top half of the distant mountain explode, sending massive chunks of rock high into the air in all directions. Millions and millions of MP from the fallen ogres have consolidated and let out their energy all at once. A last-ditch effort by the boss to protect its lair. A shockwave of energy and debris comes flying our way, but all I can focus on is the constant ringing in my ears. Level up, 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 status open, name, J Soju, level, 495, HP, 2480/2480, MP, 2050/2480, strength, 1311, 1849, 1481, 656, 656, 656, speed, 1433, 866, 717, 717, agility, 1538, 692, 1692, 769, 769, defense, 1102, 1223, 1014, 551, mental strength, 1230, 738, 554, 1341, 1316, 984, 615, 615, 615, skills, absorption, special grade, swordsmanship, combat magic. Advanced fire summoning, inspect, special grade, enemy detection, body hardening, special grade, self-regeneration, special grade, spatial magic, item storage, plunderer, special grade, telekinesis. Appraisal, special grade, conceal, special grade, berserker, dungeon walker, special grade, intimidation, dagger mastery, stealth, bloodlust, equivalent exchange, combat magic, wind summoning, all-seeing eye, extreme strength, dual wielding, special grade, telepathy, legendary grade, final breath, special grade, combat magic, advanced earth summoning, combat magic, advanced mana manipulation, items equipped,
High Ogre King's Ring, 60% mental strength, the Behemoth's Platinum Amulet.
111% defense, Dark Elf Boots, 60% speed, Serpent King's Scale, 45% agility, 45% magic resistance, Desert Troll's Charm, 45% mental strength, the Flame Emperor's Sword, Fire Aspect, 141% strength, 109% mental strength. The Wind Tyrant's Dagger Set, Wind Aspect, 112% strength, 110% agility, 107% mental strength, Berserker King's Armor Set, Blood Bonded, 92% defense, Salamander King's Cloak, 80% mental strength, 80% fire magic resistance, Greater Demon's Core, 50% all stats, buffs, Berserker, 50% strength mental strength, Bloodlust, 50% speed agility mental strength, extreme strength, 50% strength. Chapter 246, I just need another 5 levels. Although a shockwave of excess magic and debris is flying my way at an alarming speed, all I can do is stare down at my status and smile. I've gained 4 levels from the hundreds of slain mutants and another 10 levels from defeating the boss itself. This brings me up to level 495, there are only 5 more until I hit B-class eligibility. I know there's an exam available to hunters that hit level 500. But it's not brought up in the news often. Not many make it this high. Without upgrading my plunderer skill to special grade, taking out this boss would have been near impossible. I have plenty of other skills, yes, but the only thing that mattered in the end was my ability to wield mana at an accelerated rate. It seems this is the second large bottleneck in the hunter's natural rank-up process. There's one that occurs on the level 300 to 350 range, the introduction to mana control that allows only those with rare element aptitudes to progress at a quicker pace. The ones that are funded enough, whether that be government or private aid, can one day make it to the level of the elite status. The next pause in progression has to be focused around Tier 2 mana control. Monsters that near level 500, becoming ranked up beings, able to take an MP through advanced mana control, seem to be unbeatable opponents for a magic user that can't keep up with their endless shielding. Sure, not impossible to defeat, but very unlikely. This is why there are so few B-class hunters in the world. I wonder how much mana control would be necessary to achieve this rate of natural environmental mana absorption without a special skill like mine. I let out a sigh, then turn my focus back to the white and blue energy wave coming my way. Opening my link with Ember, I point to the sky. We'll fly above it. Before the dungeon collapses entirely, I'd like to see if the boss drops any loot. With a powerful flap of his wings, we soar up into the air. The body of this beast is gone, but it must have left something behind. Ember replies, "Very good. That was an impressive victory, Master. We're so close to ranking up. Maybe I'll finally get to evolve after our next big battle." I smirk. Maybe, even before. The shock wave of energy and flying rocks ripples beneath us as we travel higher into the air. Weaker energy makes it up to our altitude, but I teleport us into the zone of the obliterated mountain that has already weathered the shockwave. We avoid the blast entirely, activating all my perception skills. 2 items pop up on my radar. One of them seems to be a ring the ogre was wearing with an incredible mental strength buff. The other item is one I've never seen before. The mana readings it's giving off are unbelievable. Not just their mana residue stands out to me, but also their information on my appraisal skill. This changes everything. We glide forward as I point Ember in the right direction, then start digging through the piles of rubble and half-melted boulders. Using mana manipulation, I easily part the stone and find exactly what I'm looking for. The first item drop, Platinum Ring of the Blue Ogre King, 100% mental strength, silver in color. I toss the ring up and down in my palm a few times. It feels even heavier than gold. I take off my Desert Troll's charm, only giving me a 45% metal strength boost, and put on this ring with 100%. Immediately, I feel a small shift in my power as the buffs are recalibrated. Next, I turn toward the real treasure, peeking out of another large rock pile. The bright blue glow of another item calls to me. I move all the surrounding rock out of the way with ease, revealing what's underneath in all its glory. A palm-sized dark blue crystal gives off a loud low-frequency hum, rests on the rocky floor. Wisps of blue and white mana trail off of it as I pick the crystal up from a distance using telekinesis. It floats in the air as I appraise it. Blue Ogre King's essence. Core info: the accumulated essence of the Blue Ogre King. Excess mana from a Blue Ogre King's dungeon break has been contained in crystal form. Class B. Type consumable. Durability MP. Output 101.4m/101.4m 100 million. The crystal floats toward me as I grasp it between my fingertips, sitting firmly on Ember's back. The rings on my finger clink against the crystal's hard structure. The deeper I look inside this gem, the more endless the swirling mana within seems to become. Before I can get out another thought, a flash of light engulfs me on all sides. The dungeon collapses, consuming both Ember and me in the blinding whiteness of transfer magic. I feel Ember's feet thud against the sandy yet rocky floor where we entered this dungeon. Opening my item storage, I throw the blue vibrating gem inside and immediately open my link with Ember. To the sky, it's nearly pitch black out, and I can barely see a thing. A sliver of sunlight escapes the horizon, telling me the approximate time, but I already knew that I slept all day before this raid began. My only worry and reason for being so quick to the sky is the off chance that someone were to see me with a dragon come out of the break. It wouldn't be good. Thankfully, after a quick enemy detection scan finding not a single soul around, I'm put more at ease. Ember flaps his wings and carries us high up into the fly above the cloud line. To my surprise, the sunlight gets brighter the higher we travel upwards. The sun has really just gone down, but I'll have the opportunity to see the sunset again. I let out a laugh while opening my link with Ember as the cool air passes through my hair. We have to head north. About an 18-hour ride by camel, and my team should be over halfway there by now. It'd be best to slow time the flight speed down so we arrive just as they do. We're off to Solara. Understood. The sun sets again, leaving us in the cool darkness of night. As I begin to relax, the built-up battle fatigue hits me all at once. The aching bones, tired muscles, and tingling skin start to take a toll on me, making my eyes close yet again. I make sure to drink water and eat enough to satisfy my hunger, but drift off to sleep within the hour. A few questions race around in my mind as I fade away into dreamland on Ember's back. How can I use this new item to my advantage? 100 million mana will surely do irreversible damage if I try to consume it all at once. However, I could use Plunderer at its new special grade rank to absorb the mana while Abby constantly restores my MP. This is a possibility. I also have almost 60 million MP worth of mutant fragments from Ember's farming escapades too. My teammates will most likely be able to handle 100k MP at a time if they push themselves. The dungeon is gone, but we've made some serious gains in a short time. Once I meet back up with them after a long sleep, we'll have a final upgrade session before facing off against the labyrinth in the capital. I'm feeling a lot more confident in our abilities as a team than I did just a few days ago. Chapter 247, Leaving the Setting Sun Behind. I drift off to sleep as Ember gracefully glides above the desert. The cool breeze and the dark night sky slowly calm the adrenaline pumping through my blood post-battle. All I can dream about are the new power-ups coming soon and the labyrinth break in Solara that's giving people so much trouble. The only logical explanation is that the two elites sent to take care of it were not strong enough to face off against a ranked-up boss alone. Maybe they're facing a similar problem. They can't keep up with the higher levels of mana control. With that being said, one of them is Fisher. I'm at a higher overall level than him now, but in my current state, I believe our mana control is nearly even. I'm going to have to make use of this ogre's core in order to make it to the next level. Master, Ember's voice wakes me from my thought-filled sleep. My body feels exhausted still, and my head aches. I think I might have overdone it again. My skin tingles and my bones feel weak. This is exactly how I felt after using up too much mana in my floor boss fight. Just nowhere near as bad. Rubbing my eyes, I look out into the distance of the night sky. Still, there's only darkness in all directions. Ember speaks again to ease my confusion. I believe we're getting close. In response, I scan the wide open desert in all directions as far as my radars will let me. A few things all begin to hit me all at once. Below us, no more than 5 kilometers ahead, I sense 3 enemies all between levels 460 and 470. There's a very high chance these are my teammates. After a quick appraisal, I confirm without a doubt it's them. How long was I out? Another 6 hours, Master. I nod, sensing thousands of other data points off in the distance about 7 to 8 kilometers north. There are too many to count. Hundreds of the are over level 200, and thousands under 100. It's the same leveling distribution as back in Vice City. It must be a very well-developed area. Unlike the towns we've visited so far, this must be Solara. There's a very odd reading coming from further out into the desert behind the city. Either my perception skill doesn't reach far enough in my fatigued state, or there is some interference in the readings. It's like there's an outer edge to how far I can sense anything. Maybe there are just no more mana readings to sense out in this barren wasteland of a desert. Well, I hope at least. This void in my perception skills bugs me a bit. There isn't much I can do about it other than wait to see what the interference is myself. With all these questions racing through my head, I just shrug and focus on the more important data. My teammates are close, Ember. I'll be making my way down soon. Bring us right above the cloud line, then leave the rest to me. I believe our next meeting will be in the labyrinth, so get ready. I see a toothy grin form on the dragon's face as its glossy black wings tilt downward to change our flight direction. We soar toward the ground and I feel the presence of my teammates getting closer and closer. Once we approach a perceivable range, I open up my item storage and hop off Ember's back. Thanks for the ride. We'll be back in battle soon. As I fly ahead, the white spatial magic appears behind me. Ember flies straight into my open white spinning portal and disappears. The fast-moving air flies by me as I begin to plummet toward the ground. It's pitch black in the cool of night, but I can tell how far away my teammates are and know just how much wine magic I'll need to stop myself from hitting the ground too fast. So, in the meantime, I relax. It's a calming sensation, the weightlessness of falling. Moving so fast through the air, feeling the wind push against my skin, but still feel like I don't even compare in weight to a feather. If I spin onto my back and let the air push me up, it's like I'm resting on an invisible bed of clouds. Close to a full minute of enjoying the moment of bliss passes, then I finally activate my wind magic and slow to a halt, hovering just 100 meters over the desert floor. I can see the dim glow of a white magic arrow illuminating 2 camels slowly moving. Across the flat sandy ground, I approach with causation, igniting a small flame in my hand. After a few seconds, a wave of my telepathy skill is sent out to the online teammate awake right now. It's Jay. I've made it back. Glad to see you've made it so far. Immediately, I watch the archer turn and draw his bow in my direction. The arrow glows much brighter as I drift down to the desert floor. Once he sees my face, the arrow fades back to its dim glow and I see a sigh of relief wash over his face. Good to see you too. You're just in time. Both Abby and Maria are asleep again. It seems like they took the day shift, and Ari is up again in the middle of the night. I put out my flames and come down to sit back on the rightmost camel, taking the reins from Ari with a firm nod. Maria turns in her sleep as I sit in front of her. Ari speaks up. You flew all the way here in the dark? I let out a sigh. Yeah. Something like that. Then, open up my item storage and let a handful of mutant shards fall out into my open palm. It was worth it. All 4 of us will be able to gain another 15 million in mana control. Minimum. I let the gems clink around in my hands while the archer responds, how was the boss? Did you get any good loot? I smirk and show him my ring, 100% mental strength buff. It's a nice once, isn't it? He agrees, eyeing it curiously. After that, we continue north as I update him on the break, details of Tier 2 mana control, and the power difference between the boss I fought and the ones we faced prior. Of course, without revealing Ember or any sensitive information that I wouldn't like to share. Although I trust my team, I've run my mouth a bit too much about a few things lately. If I want something kept quiet, I better not speak of it at all. Information is no longer a secret once more than one person knows about its existence. One thing I don't mind showing off is the rest of the loot. I take out the core from my storage, but Ari hasn't seen anything like it either in his life. It's agreed that any loot from the boss is mine to keep. Well, more like it's agreed that no one here can even make use of that core but me. Finally, the topic of Ari's hometown comes up again. We're getting close to where he mentioned it was when we first entered the Dark Continent, so I thought I'd bring it up. What he tells me is a bit off-putting, and not what I was expecting. We can visit my hometown after the break is cleared. Ari points forward and off into the desert as the sun begins to rise. It's off that way, I'm positive. It's been quite a while since I left, but it may be nice to see some familiar faces. I don't say a word, realizing when I scanned the desert earlier, that portion of desert was impossible to detect. Not a single soul or mana reading came up in my mind's eye. While thinking of an appropriate response, I hear Maria's voice from behind me and two hands hug me from behind. Jay, you made it back. At the same moment, Abby begins to wake up as well. Murmuring something while rubbing her eyes, the sunlight of day begins to flood in, ridding the desert of darkness. Our conversation comes to a halt and all four of us stare forward at the sight before us, shining silver towers glistening in the morning sun. I count 6 of them in total, each easily 30 stories tall. With long clear glass windows and the golden reflection of the rising sun showing the city in all its glory, I'm left speechless. Hundreds of small buildings line the grid-like streets below. Workers from all walks of life are already starting their daily routines. The 4 of us will be entering the city soon. We made it to Solara, chapter 248. We approach the silver towers as the morning sun reflects golden light onto our approaching camels. This city looks a lot more developed than any of the other smaller towns we've been through in the Dark Continent so far. If I had to guess, it looks like tens of thousands of people could easily be housed here, with high rises of apartments in residential areas, shops indoors and outdoors selling hunter's gear as well as basic necessities that unleveled villagers can use. Even this early in the morning people are beginning to line the streets. Ari speaks up. This is it. Welcome to Solara. It's huge, but honestly, with all the hype, this is about what I expected. Where is the Tower of Dreams? That's where we need to meet up with those 2 elites, right? Ari points to a slim curved silver tower between a ridged rectangular one and a very light-colored one on its other side. Each roughly the same height, right this way. We have 2 or 3 hours until the raid begins. How's everyone feeling? Maria replies, still staring up at the beautiful shimmering city. I feel great. Abby stares up while rubbing her eyes, not saying a word as we enter the city streets and off of the sandy desert sand. They're made of tightly placed cobblestone, but in such a straight line and meticulously crafted it seems some heavy machinery or maybe magic kill was used to fit these streets together. The buildings for as far as the eye can see are made of very modern and most definitely imported steel and bricks. Possibly from outside the walls. I don't see where all of this metal and building material could have come from otherwise. Unless there are factories and power plants out here that I haven't seen, there must be more cooperation with the association than it seems on the surface. This reminds me, hey, everyone, hoods up. We may have bounties in this city too. Immediately, everyone follows my advice and we cover our faces with the red hoods of our cloaks. It doesn't hurt to be cautious. Ari leads us into the city. The morning sun shines a yellow light on the street vendors setting up their shops while we walk further into town. Merchants begin shouting at us as we walk by. E&D class gear, straight from the dungeons. Get M while you still can. A woman's voice comes from behind us next. Potions. Potions and mana crystals, 50% off until noon. I look around curiously, then speak to Ari. Is there a dungeon system out here? I don't sense any active portals at all. He slowly nods. Yeah. They box each dungeon up like back in Dryrock to make sure if one breaks it won't destroy the city. A lot of them are closer to the center of town. I nod as the footsteps of camels echo against the street. Interesting, the 6 towers get closer and closer, and the shops that line the streets become more and more high-tech. It almost feels wrong to be walking through a city like this on 2 animals. Training rooms. Graded up to B-class shielding. 60 minutes for a room. Only 1 silver per hunter. My head turns as I hear the sound of a young energetic man's voice speak up. I bring my ride to a halt and whisper under my breath, this could be perfect. Maria speaks up from behind me, what's all this about? Why are we stopping for a training room? I nod. I think it'd be a good idea. I farmed a lot more of the shards last night. We need a place to absorb them before our mission, right? I agree. Abby speaks up next. I think this is a good idea too. We might as well use all the time we have left to get stronger. All of us jump off and I take 8 silver coins out while speaking up to the tall blonde-haired worker. We'd like a room. 2 full hours for all 4 of us. The man accepts my silver as Ari ties up the camels to a post outside. The store in front of us is about 3 stories high. Its first floor walls to the entrance are made of glass to show the white walls of the elegant-looking shop inside. It's a long rectangular storefront, possibly 7 meters wide and no more than 15 meters long. We all walk toward the stairs in the back that lead us up to a large metal door on the 2nd floor. The man speaks up. Here you all are. He's surprisingly easygoing. No ID needed, no name, nothing at all. I guess this is just how they do things out here. With a swift motion, he taps on a small square black plate attached to the door. It begins counting down from 121 minutes. I gave you an extra minute to get situated. The door will open if you push the handle or once the counter hits 0, so please don't continue your training after this time. The shielding won't be activated unless I enter the code. The door clicks open to reveal a bright white room, similar to the flooring downstairs. It has stations of shielding fitted together that all seem to be carrying shades of white. It hums and creates a perfect barrier all the same. I step inside while replying, sounds good. I appreciate it. On the inside of the door, there's an identical timer, ticking down the minutes and seconds, 120:49, the moment we all walk inside and the door closes behind us with a loud click. I open up my item storage and begin dumping out the glowing blue shards. Let's get started. The shards begin falling down onto the buzzing white floor. There's over 500 of them. Every last one is from a mutant, so we'll have to be a lot more careful about absorbing them at first. I think we can all handle it just fine though. I let out a laugh, but my 3 teammates stare down at the gems and then back up to me with wide eyes. Maria is the first to speak up. 500 mutants. There's a glimmer in Abby's eye as she prematurely glows green. Ari smirks and crosses his arms. Well, let's get to work. I pick up one of the blue stones in each hand and reply, let's. Over the next hour, we all take turns burning through the white and blue shards. As predicted, everyone manages to absorb them just fine. At first, Abby and Maria were in pretty bad condition after each run-through, but by the end of our session, everyone can handle them with ease. In just under an hour, we managed to finish them all. I can sense the differences in mana output from my teammates already. Their power has grown drastically. Abby and Maria by almost 100% and Ari has grown nearly 40% stronger in just a short period of time. I've grown too, but not nearly enough. Looking at the clock on the door, I see 59:32 remaining, just under an hour left. Abby speaks up with sweat rolling down her forehead next to a pile of empty mana potions. Not bad, right? We made it through all of them with time to spare. I reach into my item storage and pull out the Ogre King's core. Not all of them. There's one more. I'm going to need some extra help for this one. I also pull out every last MP potion I have on me. I have a feeling you may need these. I'm going to need to be restored while simultaneously absorbing the MP from this final core to finish in time. Abby walks over while Maria and Ari watch from afar. She stares down at the vibrating gem for a moment, then looks back up at me. Let's do it. Ari knows exactly what's about to happen, so he speaks up before we actually begin. It may be a good idea for us to leave. This may get intense, won't it? Plus, it'd be best to let the association know we're in town. I think for a moment, then nod. Maybe it would be best if we meet you at the tower. He looks over to Maria and she shrugs, replying, that works for me. I'd like to have some time to talk with my elite trainer before the raid too. Maybe she has some helpful tips about my new mana control abilities. I raise an eyebrow at this but know it's not the time to ask. Her statement confirms my suspicions about the white-haired elite being Maria's guide. I'd like to meet her too. I turn to Abby, then back to Maria. We'll finish as fast as we can and meet you there. The archer and ice mage both open the heavy metal door and disappear with a click. They're leaving us with a camel and meeting in the lobby of the Tower of Dreams once we've finished. It's best to think about that later and focus on the important things now. I activate my plunderer skill while simultaneously turning on all of my stat boosting buffs and perception abilities at once. I won't be consuming this core like the other shards. I'll need to burn through the MP using active skills. This is going to be quite the challenge, glowing bright gold, red, black, and now a hint of blue from the Ogre King's mana residue. I push my mind and body to the limits. As soon as I begin, the warm sensation of Abby's hands on my back tells me that her restore skill has been activated.
With just 1 hour remaining, I'll attempt to absorb this entire core. Chapter 249, Black, Red, Pink, and Golden Aura fill the room. The green restoration magic blends with the blue swirling residue to combine with my own aura and make a light purple glow resonate through the entire training room. The entire facility shakes and trembles under the intense pressure of over 100 million MP flowing through it, but it holds together. An hour passes. I feel like the power coursing through my veins is on a level incomparable to my prior strength. Click, the door of the training room opens and I walk out. Visible light purple mana residue floods out from the white-walled room and fills the stairway. Some rises up to the 3rd floor, while most sinks down the steps to invade the lobby of the shop. Abby and I make our way down through the dispersing purple-tinted mana fog, and I hear every footstep echo throughout my mind. The full outline of the man sitting in the lobby is so clear in my mind's eye. The minuscule vibrating particles of mana in his body are as clear as day. My all-seeing eye isn't even activated. I've started to develop a new understanding and control over my environment. I lift my hands through the air, letting the excess mana swirl around my fingertips. Then, without my plunderer skill, I'm able to feel small amounts of the particles enter my skin. It's not nearly enough to use in combat. Only 3-5 MP can be absorbed per minute at this rate, but still. It's a sensation I had no idea was impossible without my skills until now. I'm on the cusp of Tier 2 mana control. This is an entirely new level. A shaky voice rings out from the shop's lobby. Hello. The now much more nervous store clerk's voice rings out through the fog. I can sense that the front door is open. Most of the residue is pouring out into the street and dispersing, but it's still very thick inside the room. He continues in a quick manner as I slowly walk through the shop with Abby behind me. I hope your session went well. Please stop by again anytime. I smile, looking up at the outline of the city through the glass windows as we approach them. Sure. Thanks. We walk out the front door and the morning sun hits us in all its glory. I take in a breath of fresh air and slowly move my eyes back and forth over the busy street. It feels like everything and everyone is moving a lot slower. My ability to perceive reality has shifted immensely. In just a few hours, I've grown 3 times as strong. Solara has become much more lively now too. The streets are filled with more vendors as well as townspeople heading to and from their work. Just like in the Vice region, 50% of the people walking around are covered in good quality magic gear and look like hunters. The laughter, constant chatter, and vendors shouting fills my ears. Staring off into the endless streets, I'm finally interrupted by Abby's voice as she unties the camel and brings it over to me. Ready? We'll be late if we don't head out now. Still staring out into the entire city. Lightly activating my perception skills, I can sense everything, and I mean everything. Every single person's average mana controls, reading, level, magic items, and even the locations of the closed-off dungeon breaks. Everything becomes clear. I reply promptly, but still distracted. Right. Let's go. We hop on and head through the bustling city toward the Tower of Dreams. Both of us put our hoods up like before, but I can't help looking around at every new market square or unique we pass. The world looks crystal clear. It's like I've been missing out on all of this information in front of my face this whole time. Nothing looks necessarily different. It just all has new meaning. I slowly begin to adjust to my newfound sensory abilities as we approach the shining silver towers. The one we stop under is curved on all sides, creating a long, yet thin point nearing the top. There must only be a single narrow penthouse up on the 30th floor. As soon as we come to a halt in front of the blindingly silver and white entrance, Abby speaks in my ear. You should probably use that disguise skill. Your eyes are glowing pretty bright. She takes out her transmission tablet and flips the backside toward me. I see 2 glowing white reflections in it. Immediately, I activate my special grade conceal perk and calm down their glow, reverting my appearance back to its darker dull state. Good call. Abby hands the camel to a vendor nearby with other similar rides. An old man is taking care of nearly a dozen of them for 20 bronze each a day. He smiles and thanks us, then we walk near the building's entrance. Once close enough, the front sliding door opens and I immediately see a few familiar faces, Ari, Maria, and Fisher. He smirks and waves to me from behind my teammates, speaking up in a loud confident voice. Who would have guessed they sent you 4 after us? Good to see ya, Jay. Before I can respond, I'm distracted by a tall fair-skinned, white-haired woman who walks out with a light white and blue aura trailing behind her. The woman's eyes are the same as her aura. She puts on a thin smile, only making her presence more alluring. She wears black clothing with no armor. It contrasts with her skin and hair, making them pop even more. On her side, she carries 2 curved swords and light blue sheaths. From this distance, I can already sense her mana control is incredibly refined. Possibly nearing mine in my recently upgraded state.
I instantly appraise and inspect the woman to find her level and skills: LV 504, active skills, combat magic, advanced ice summoning, dual wielding, legendary grade. Then, my eyes shift to those swords: enchanted katana set, ice aspect, agility 131%, speed 106%, strength 105%, she's an ice magic user, with a legendary sword wielding skill. Interesting, also, with a level this high, she'd technically a B-class hunter. My eyes shift back to the blue-haired swordsman, Fisher. He's still waving to me with a smug yet happy look on his face. I can sense his approximate mana control output too. As I assumed, it was just a bit higher than mine when I entered the training room. Now, I'm at least 2 times more refined than him. He speaks up again. These two told me you were getting in a little extra training before the raid? Ha! Looks like you'll need it. I let out a sigh, walking over to the 4 of them and replying, good to see you too. We all greet each other with smiles outside the tall silver building on the road's sidewalk. I introduce Abby to Fisher, and it seems like the others have already been acquainted in the hour we were gone. Maria is the first to introduce me to her trainer. Jay, meet Lydia. Lydia, meet Jay. The dual-wielding ice mage eyes me up and down for a solid 3 seconds. Her blue eyes pulse every so slightly. I doubt anyone else can pick up the mana readings. She puts out a hand while speaking in a smooth and steady voice. You're much stronger than I was expecting. Maybe the director hasn't lost it. It's nice to meet you, Jay. I take her hand and shake it. You're much stronger than I was expecting too. This break must be much more difficult than I was led to believe. Everyone else in the party doesn't say a word. We all watch as she turns to the center of the city, beginning to glow much brighter white and blue. Yes, there's a lot to explain. We have a difficult mission ahead of us. Now, I'm feeling much more confident about our odds of success. Chapter 250. Yes, there's a lot to explain. We have a difficult mission ahead of us. Now, I'm feeling much more confident about our odds of success. The long white hair of the new mysterious ice mage blows back and forth in the weak breeze as she looks off into the city. It's in the exact same direction I've been probing out ever since I stepped out of that training chamber. The exact direction where I can feel a dense area of dungeon portals all covered up by dense layers of mana shielding. It's less than a kilometer away and some readings are up to 30 meters underground, others are near or closer to the surface, but the majority of the energy readings are clearly coming from beneath the city. With my all-seeing eye on full blast, it's as plain as day where they're located. I'm the first to reply, alright, let's head off then. I'm sure there's not much time to waste. Explain the details on the way. She nods, and we're off. We leave our camels behind and begin walking through the city streets. It's getting too crowded and cluttered in town with everything now in full motion. Bringing them along would be a hassle. As we get further away from the towers, the streets open up even more into lively markets. Palm trees hand over the bright-colored shops and more towers can be seen off in the distance. This seems to be a much more casual restaurant and shopping district for locals. Both Fisher and Lydia walk with their faces fully uncovered, without a care in the world. I'm the first to ask about it. Hey, aren't the people around here not too fond of association hunters? Especially elites. I saw bounty posters with our faces on them. Don't you two have prices on your heads too? Fisher smirks and turns around to comment on my claim. Yeah. We've had bounties out here for as long as I can remember. It's no big deal. No one's powerful enough to contain hunters like us. If they were, they'd have much better things to do than pick a fight with the association. I nod to myself as he continues. Most of the smaller towns and settlements deep in the desert tend to keep the anti-hunter traditions alive. There isn't much else to do out there. Hating on a government is all they can really do to pass the time. I open my mouth, but Lydia begins to speak from my left side, so I listen. In short, don't worry about it. The people here are just people. Like you and me. They have their own lives to worry about. We have a much more important mission to concentrate on. I nod, then take down my hood. I'm not fully convinced we're in the clear here. There's always an exception to the rule, especially when money is involved. It makes sense, but to be honest, I'm a bit distracted by a whole lot of other things. The bounties were never too much of a worry for me. The thought still at the forefront of my mind is the immense power difference between Fisher and Lydia, more like the power difference between Lydia and anyone I've ever met before. Although this is the first time I've truly ever been able to sense mana control levels, hers seems off the charts. Now that she's less than 3 meters away, and practically leaking out pure ice-imbued energy, it's clear her mana control is definitely at least on par with mine. I'll have to see her in action to get a full idea of her abilities. Then again, I'll have to test myself in action to comprehend the full extent of my new power as well. I'm itching to try them out, so I speak up. Is there any important information about this break we need to know? We've all been in labyrinths before, is there something special about that one? The white-haired mage nods, replying to me without looking over at any of us. Her cool blue eyes stare off into the city. Yes, this one is a bit different than most. Everyone listens, interested in what she has to say as we walk straight toward the mana readings I've been tracking. Well, the labyrinth break has already begun. There are a few teams inside right now. The moment she says this, a pulse of energy comes from the dungeon zone and ripples through the entire city. With such a fine-tuned frequency, it's near impossible to see the wave move by, but with any level of mana perception, the gray shockwave is clear as day. Lydia speaks right on schedule, with a smile. Speaking of the break, did you feel that? I give a firm nod, and to my surprise, my teammates do too. Maria replies, yeah, I feel all tingly. Abby speaks next. Is that the break? Or just a coincidence? Ari stares straight ahead, focused, but not saying a word. Fisher does the same. Lydia explains, that was another floor collapse. I believe it's on floor 18 now. I raise an eyebrow. A floor collapse? So this break collapses floor by floor. We come into visible range of what I can only assume is the city of Solara's version of a dungeon hub. Lydia points forward. Correct. The break was up to floor 15 when Fisher and I arrived. Every floor from 1 to 14 has already completely collapsed and disappeared. This is the third pulse I've felt since we explored the labyrinth ourselves, so it must be the 18th. If we entered the labyrinth now, that would be considered its first floor. All 6 of us walked toward the far side of the hub. There are large metal contraptions similar to the one I was trapped in near Dryrock all over the open cobblestone square. I count 8 in total. They each have a solid silver metal door on the front of them, and using my perception skill, I can tell that half of them lead underground with the same level of mana shedding built into the walls and stairs. One in particular, near the far side of the square, goes the deepest, has the most armed guards standing by it, and is giving off the most intense mana radiation from the ground below. I whisper under my breath, Iset, that one's the break. Hunters crowd the square as we walk forward past the large metal crates with large black lettering hung on their front sides. They're labeled not by class, but by level, 0, 100, 100 to 200, 200 to 300, 300. It seems like they have safety regulations out here too. Guards are checking each hunter's status before entering any dungeon. I watch as certain hunters cover up information with their hands or gear, and the guards don't seem to mind. All they're looking for is the level, and they aren't asking for any ID or payment either. As we approach the final break, the sign above it doesn't stay a level at all. It just reads out, restricted, in large black lettering, and 8 guards level 300 to 350 stand outside of it. Fisher speaks up as we approach. You know, Lydia and I made it to floor 19 no problem the other day. The director just wanted us to stay back and not take on the floor dash. He almost chokes on his words, then looks over his shoulders to make sure no one's listening in. The blue-haired swordsman leans in closer to us and talks in a much lower tone. He told us not to take on the final labyrinth boss alone. We reckon this one goes up over 25 floors. Maybe more. Once we take out the floor boss, we'll all be stuck in the labyrinth until we finish the break. Lydia interrupts, that's true. And the breaks will continue to happen out here even while we climb. Solaran hunters will have to keep the floors at bay. Starting with the 18th while we climb and race against the clock to take out the final boss. I nod, so? We have one try, and the boss has to be defeated before the entire labyrinth collapses. She responds while looking ahead as a guard waves us down with a friendly expression on his face, looking like he's been expecting us to come. That's right. The final boss could escape the confines of its prison if we don't defeat it in time. One shot, or else this entire city will succumb to a B-class level threat. If we can't stop it, no one here can.